Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Sarthak, and along with my co host Shrey, it is my pleasure to welcome you all back on behalf of the Center for Entrepreneurial Leadership BITS Pilani to the second and final day of the India Portfolio Summit as part of the 18th edition of Conquest, India's largest student run startup accelerator.
For the new viewers we have today, I'd like to reiterate our vision for the summit. The Indian startup ecosystem has come a long way from its outset in the early 1980s, from the license Raj to liberalization, from the global financial crisis to the boom of e-commerce, and from getting its first unicorn in 2011 all the way to 100 unicorns in 2022. The Indian business landscape has continued to evolve and reinvent itself to break through all hurdles and setbacks. With the India portfolio, we aim to chronicle in detail the nuanced history of Indian businesses and cover the rise of India's new economy and bustling entrepreneurial ecosystem through the lens of the founders and builders that played a key role in shaping the Indian startup ecosystem.
The India Portfolio Summit envisions India as a VC firm. We believe these founders and leaders represent India's best investments. India has been built on the shoulders of these founders who have set out to make a change. These businesses have redefined India and are synonymous with the idea of the India portfolio. This summit brings to you their stories in an unfiltered take to inspire the next generation of entrepreneurs. This summit traces the journey of India's business landscape over the last 4 decades with an exciting three-era narrative: inception, ignition, and inflection. Each era representative of a unique period in India's history and its business landscape.
Day one of the India Portfolio Summit was extremely insightful. Graced by the presence of many stalwarts in the ecosystem, we saw an interesting exchange with Mr. Ajit Balakrishnan, founder, chairman, and CEO of Rediff.com, and Mr. Vaitheeswaran, founder of Indiaplaza, followed by an intriguing interview with Mr. Piyush Shah, founder of InMobi, India's first unicorn. We also conducted fascinating sessions with Ms. Dipti Tandon, founder of Jeevan Sathi, and Mr. Nitish Mittersain, the managing director and founder of Nazara Technologies, exploring the growth and potential of the gaming industry over the years. We also had a free flowing fireside chat with Mr. Siddharth Jain from the INOX Group. The day concluded with a bang. Our last session for the day was titled Through the Eyes of a Venture Capitalist, where some of India's top VCs broke down raising money and building venture in India through the ages. Yesterday, we traced the journey of India's startup ecosystem through its infant and growth phases, Era 1, Inception, and Era 2, Ignition, and thus set the stage for today.
Today, we cover India's most recent phase, Era 3 inflection, the period when the Indian startup ecosystem hit its inflection point. With democratization of data and the last mile delivery of services, this era is marked by new age businesses going public and venture funding reaching a new high. It is only upwards for the Indian businesses from here. Our esteemed lineup of speakers will touch upon some major landmarks in the Indian startup ecosystem and will introduce to the world their unique assortment of tales of success and failures through one on one fireside chats, open to all AMA sessions, and engaging panel discussions. Today, we have various sessions lined up for you, ranging from an AMA with Mr. Amit Kumar Agarwal to interesting panels such as reimagining health, technology, and beyond. Moving on, we have a session titled Taking Technology to Small Businesses. Then we venture into the field of fintech with a session titled Taking Digital Finance Democratized and Building the Pillars of a Cashless Economy. We'll end off with brilliant sessions such as Creators Inc., the quick commerce boom, and ONDC empowering the merchant.
These sessions cover the creation and growth of various niches and markets in the ecosystem and aim to help current and aspiring founders learn how to build on these niches and ideate game changing solutions.
An introduction to our team, we are the organizing team of Conquest, India's first and largest student run startup accelerator. We are a group of motivated students who constantly strive to facilitate startups in navigating the challenges of the startup ecosystem. At Conquest, we are focused on helping the early stage and pre seed startups gain a strong footing in the ecosystem through our accelerator program. Over the past 3 years alone, we have catered to 5,500 startups while offering a plethora of resources and networking opportunities.
Our accelerator program has three key pillars: our online mentoring sessions with industry stalwarts helping startups in their 0 to 1 journey, our network of investment partners, including Westbridge Capital, 100x VC, and Nexus Partners, and finally, our resource partners, giving us credits worth $100,000 and an equity less cash price for the winning startups, which has been set at 60 lakh rupees over the past 2 years.
The grand finale of our accelerator program is set in Bangalore. It comprises of the top 10 startups of our cohort moving to Bangalore for a 7-day accelerator program which provides co-working and co-living space. The finale provides a stage to pitch in front of various stakeholders in the ecosystem, investors, industry leaders, media houses, and jury members, with their equity less cash prize up for grabs.
Registration for Conquest are open till the 14th of June. To register, head over to our website conquest.org.in and click the register button. Pulling off an event like this requires incredible amounts of effort and dedication from all the stakeholders involved. And none of this would have been possible without the help of everyone that chose to invest their efforts into the India portfolio. As part of the Conquest team, we'd like to thank everyone who helped make this event the success that it is. So, a huge thank you to all the incredible speakers, brilliant moderators, invaluable partners, and the faculty and staff of our esteemed university, BITS Pilani. I'd like to now call upon two integral members of the Conquest team, Mehul Chopra and Varad Manyar, to say a few words.
Um, Good morning, everybody. So, uh, I'm Varad Manyar. I'm the finance lead at Conquest, and it's been great to put this entire event together along with my colleague Mehul and the entire team at Conquest. So today I'll delve a bit more on the motivation and why we chose to organize India portfolio in the first place. So the Conquest team has always sought to innovate and reinvent ourselves. Every year it has been our objective to do something innovative and out of the box. This year the team realized that the Indian business landscape and the startup ecosystem in general had not been well documented. We were sure there existed lots of untold stories which weren't out there in the open, but which deserved to be told and brought to all of us. But there existed no comprehensive coverage of this journey, as I said earlier. There wasn't extensive chronicling of what the key milestones and achievements, and a chronicling of the points of views of all the key stakeholders who have been a part of this, of the evolution of this ecosystem to what it is today. Founders, enablers, venture capitalists, government policies, just to name a few. So, in this pursuit, the team did a ton of research, understanding the nuances of this bustling ecosystem. We looked back right up to the 80s and discovered various key events in between that had been pivotal, beginning with the license Raj and continuing up to the opening up of the economy via liberalization, to the launch of Aadhaar, UPI, and most recently the Open Network for Digital Commerce. So, trying to make sense of all that we had gathered, we tried to segment the narrative into three key areas: inception, ignition, and inception, as Shrey and Sarthak elaborated on earlier. I'd like Mehul to take over now.
Yeah. So Mehul, leading marketing for Conquest this year. Taking over from Varad, I'll cover how the India portfolio came about. So Conquest is managed by a team of 30. We set aside a team of 10 to work on the summit. With 4 weeks in hand, the team went ahead with creating a comprehensive research summarizing over 4 decades, mapping out founders and companies whose stories fit into the narrative. And we sold the narrative tirelessly to the PR managers of India's top companies, faced a ton of rejections, but also had few successes along the way. This entire experience of building the summit has been a great learning experience for the team. Conquest is largely managed by a team of freshers, a few sophomores, and even fewer seniors. The experience of being able to sell ideas and narratives to individuals who, in a way, defined the rise of the nation has really been an exhilarating process for us. We'd also like to thank folks who've helped us bring together the entire summit together. It is because of them that we've been able to bring about the best possible lineup, and they've helped us shape the entire summit. We'd especially like to thank Mr. Namant Pant from Your Story, Jivraj from the Indian Silicon Valley podcast, and Gaurav Mandlecha, the author of the Pilani Pioneers. Thank you for going out of your way to help us pull off this summit. Now, giving it back to the anchors, and yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mehul and Varad, for those inspiring words. With that in mind, let's set the stage for an exciting and inspiring day ahead. We're thoroughly looking forward to the next few hours with a clear objective in mind to discover the past, understand the present, and ideate upon the future.
Presenting our first session for the day, an AMA with Amit Kumar Agarwal from NoBroker. The need for marketplaces is always felt in a booming economic environment to facilitate the easy buying and selling of commodities. Along these lines, we have an AMA with the founder of one of India's biggest real estate platforms. He will also discuss the customer mindset shift to online transactions over physical and offline transactions.
For the first session of the day, we have a candid conversation with the founder of NoBroker.com, Mr. Amit Kumar Agarwal. NoBroker eliminated agents in real estate transactions and has served over 16 million customers. Mr. Agarwal is an IIT Kanpur and IIM Ahmedabad alumnus and has previously worked as an associate director at Australian New Zealand Bank, among several years of experience at various consulting firms. Mr. Agarwal will be answering a host of questions from the audience, covering his experience as a founder and his insights on the ecosystem and its growth along the way. Looking forward to hearing your take on the question, sir. Over to you, Pranit.
Thank you so much, Sarthak. Thank you so much, Shay. So, sir, to be frank, we are so honored to have you in our midst. Being an IIT Kanpur, IIM Ahmedabad alumnus, your journey educational has been inspiration, and now your journey starting up and creating, India's first prop tech unicorn has also been very inspirational. So, jumping into the panel, into the session, let me quickly ask you your journey to becoming India's first prop tech startup and achieving unicorn status. It could not have been easy.
Sure. So, guys, my objective in today's session is not to basically give a long monologue about what NoBroker does and what our journey is. Yes, I surely want to basically talk about NoBroker. My main objective in today's session is to basically communicate that uh, what is it that is involved in entrepreneurship. Should you take a plunge or not? When should you take a plunge? Should you have a co-founder or not? So any questions that you have, I'm more interested in that. See, you can always know about my journey from many YouTube videos or articles. I'm more interested in adding value to you guys because we are having a live conversation. So I'll be happy. Be happy to talk about no brokerhood. And after that, my request to all of you would be to ask me any question that basically bothers you. The more personal it is, the more blunt it is, the better it is. And even if it is insulting, that's fine. So with that background, let me just talk about no broker. So I am an engineer, just like many of you, and I did coding for 2 years. I was working with Cognizant, and then I did my MBA. I cleared CAT, and after Ahmedabad, I worked in management consulting for many years, and I enjoyed management consulting. I was with PwC Consulting, and I enjoyed it. I had a lot of travel and stress, but somehow it suited me. And after that, I basically, because I was consulting banks and financial services, so I joined ANZ Bank. Now, ANZ Bank was a very, very comfortable bank. So it's a foreign bank, a very rich bank, good salary, not much work, very good work-life balance. And after working there for 2 years, I realized that the life is getting very comfortable. And hence the question was that, do I really want to do this, which is basically being comfortable, getting good salary, and working for someone else, or do I want to basically take some risk? And I remember I was basically giving interview. I was trying for other companies, and I was giving an interview in another company, and I met the CEO. And when he interviewed me, I noticed basically a quote on the wall which was written, and the quote was by Mark Zuckerberg, and the quote basically said that not taking any risk in life is the biggest risk. And you just think about it that when you don't take any risk, you do not know what is it that you have missed, because you are trying to basically take minimal risk and have a more and more comfortable life. But in the pursuit of that, you are letting go all the possibilities which life can offer. And I'm saying that taking risk is, whether you are proposing to your girlfriend or whether you are preparing for some tough task, or whether you are taking risk to prepare for a musical instrument or for a sports. I think unless you take some risk, unless you take some plunge, it's very difficult to expect disproportionately high rewards. So with that objective, so I did not take that job. I basically got that job and I declined. And I basically said that if this guy, what the code says makes sense, and if this guy can do it, should I try to basically give it a chance? And I'd already, I think the good age, or one of the good age to do your own business is when you are in 20s or in early 30s. I was already in my late 30s at that point of time. And I felt that I'm already getting late. If I basically take more time, then I will be stuck in pursuing higher salary jobs and then taking more homes and more EMIs. And then you basically build a life around it, which I wanted to not get into. And just like the electron basically orbits in a particular orbit, I felt that if I don't change my orbit now, I will be stuck in this orbit, doing comfortably well, but this is a time to basically risk to go to another orbit. So with that background in mind, I left my job. It was, and when you leave your job, lots of people call you and they congratulate you, but then they get on busy with their life, and then you are alone thinking that, hey, had I gone to office today, I would have made so much money. But finally you are alone trying to set up some business, trying to make a website, and very few customers who are coming. Investors were not very much interested because somehow in real estate, not many, no big company had come up. So it was, so the question was that, can somebody really make big in real estate? Isn't this a very tough category? And for people who haven't heard about NoBroker, let me just give a background. So what we as customers basically felt was, so my batchmate from Ahmedabad and junior from IT, we three are co-founders, and we basically had rented flats while we were doing jobs, and we found very odd, why should we pay so much money to a broker? Why should we be paying a month of brokerage to a broker? And why shouldn't basically why can't technology connect with each other? So today, if I can send a friend request to anybody in the world, then why can't I basically connect with a tenant, with the owner, or with the buyer for real estate? And why do I need this physical broker who just has our phone number and is trying to push us into a deal? Why is there not a technology in this? Now the question, investors did not investors understood that yes, this seems to be a good idea from the perspective that brokers nobody loves, but they were not convinced. And what basically they said is that, are you copying some big US company? Are you copying some big Chinese company? Is it Amazon, copy of Amazon? Is it a copy of Uber? And we said no. So actually there is no other company in the world which does non-brokerage at such a uh, big level, neither today nor 8 years back. And the question was that, hey, if it's such a good idea, then why isn't somebody in US or China already doing it? How come you guys only have this idea, and why hasn't it been tried before? And if there was, there must be something, some problematic thing in this. He said, hey, we just want to have a platform where owners can post their property. We'll ban the brokers through algorithm, and we'll allow tenants and buyers to come on the platform and interact directly with the owners. And we will keep it free, and for value-added services, we'll charge. Uh, so this was our assumption, but we did not find many takers, and we went around looking for funding, and it was not possible. So 1 year we struggled. My wife is my batchmate from IIT Kanpur, and we were expecting our kid, so it was a very bad time to start something of my own. So from a timing perspective, it was very bad. uh, but we did take the plunge. And then finally, and then there's a large real estate company which got funded, which you know about 7 8 years back, and their funding also had a negative impact on our funding. But finally, one investors, Elevation, which was known as SAF, they trusted us and they gave us $3 million, which was 18 crore at that point of time. And we started our business. We did not take a corporate office, we took a home, and we started our business. And then one day we got attacked by brokers. So we were basically doing our own stuff. We had taken a house, and we suddenly saw 70 80 brokers standing outside the office, and they wanted to break computers. They wanted to beat our employees because they were getting threatened that we are going to take away their business. And we called, they slapped couple of employees. The female employees started crying, and we called police. But the finally the police took us in the jeep to the police station. The brokers were still there. So the brokers have better connection with local police than we had. And thankfully we had an iron grill door, which our teammates basically closed, so the brokers couldn't enter. But we could not function there, so we had to, almost overnight with no notice, we had to leave. So the call center, so the website was in place, but the call center, etc., everything basically took a halt, and we had to post a note that we are experiencing issues in terms of servicing. And even when we vacated and took our stuff back in the night, the vehicle was chased by the brokers in the night, trying to figure out as to where our new office is. We basically stayed in temporary offices for a few months, two different offices, uh, barely being able to manage, and then finally we took office. And even today we try to hide our Google address, our office address. We don't have any facade. But I think what our investors basically felt is that it means that we are making some change, we are doing some disruption. That's why we are facing this backlash. So slowly our customers increased, and we kept on doing what we were doing. But after some time, the large real estate company that I was talking to you about, they imploded because of the some things which happened between the founder and the investors. And because they did not do well, so investors did not want to fund us. And we said, hey, what's our fault here? We are doing our job well. Our numbers are good. But investors basically felt that kuch to chakkar hai real estate mein. And a lot of basically investors had put money in that company. So their hands were burnt. So basically for the first year of No Broker, we could not get any money from any other Indian investor, apart from the first investor who kept on trusting us. So we, so I think the real test of entrepreneurship is not when you have lots of money, but when you don't have much money. So we basically we use the so-called cockroach startup approach, where we said we have to survive, just don't die. And we went around, we found some small investor in Singapore, some investor in Japan, some new investor in South Korea, and we took 1 million from here and there, and we survived for the next 5 years. So in the first 5 years, but our numbers kept on growing because customers kept on coming. And C2C is a very difficult business, right? If you have a B2C, so suppose if you want to do a B2C for mobile phones, you can tie up with manufacturer of mobile phones. You can do some digital marketing. You can get some customers. You tie with a logistics company and you start selling the mobile phones. But for C2C, it's much more difficult because you for a house in Bandra, you need to get a 2 BHK house in Bandra on a street for 50,000 rupees. You need to get the property, and then on the same street for the same budget, for the same week of the month, you need to get a tenant or a buyer. Corresponding matchmaking. So very micro locality matchmaking. So it takes lots of years to basically develop that micro locality. Otherwise, you'll have a tenant in this locality but a owner in this locality, so they are not matchmaking. So it's a painful building of the business. But when the matchmaking happens, then it's beautiful, because then you basically save money, huge amount of money. No broker is required. Uh, Finally, after 5 years, with our numbers growing, uh, General Atlantic and Tiger Global basically they put money. So they put so till now in the 8 years we have raised around 3,000 crore rupees from the top investors in the world. We have around 4,000 employees across, with main center in Bangalore. We have cumulative 1.8 crore customers registered so far. We add zero point 0.6 crore new customers per year. We are India's number one in terms of real estate. We are far ahead of 99 acres, Magic Bricks, everybody. We are the first prop tech unicorn, which we became last year. And we, from real estate, we started more businesses. So we are now India's number one aggregator of packers and movers. India's largest packers and movers we run with the help of our vendors. We are very large in painting, in cleaning, in AC services. We are launching. We have home interior services. We help customers get home loan, furniture on rental, so legal documentation, rental agreement. So now I've heard of lots of things. Uh, so yeah, so that's basically synopsis of of my journey. Happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
So that is a very inspirational journey, sir. And let's move on to the AMA session and let's see what the audience has to ask you and what they're interested in. So the first question that I can see that Akshat Nagpal has put up, a question from Mr. Amit, working on a C2C marketplace model in the early days. How did you solve the chicken and egg problem of marketplaces? How did you get demand without any initial supply, or vice versa?
So I think the trick here is to do exactly opposite of what e-commerce companies are doing. So e-commerce companies basically launch in lots of cities, right? Because for them, sending a mobile phone or sending a t-shirt is basically just a logistical problem. So they can serve a customer in Meerut, they can serve a customer in Ranchi, and they can serve a customer in Bombay. There's no issue. But this is exactly what you should not do in a C2C marketplace, right? Because a guy who is in trying to find a property in Kormangla in Bangalore, or say in sector 11 in Dwarka, he does not care whether you have a branch in Lucknow. He doesn't care. He only cares about his own problem. That can you get me a flat there? And hence we basically took a 180-degree reverse approach. We said we are going to expand very slowly. So, and this is something which all our competitors got it wrong. And we just used common sense, and we said that, hey, unless my customer in one city is happy, how can I launch more cities? So I would say that if you are doing something similar, which is a marketplace, start very small. Don't even take entire city. Take one locality where you live. Because if you take one locality, you can even distribute pamphlets, you can do manual things to basically generate demand and supply and basically do the matchmaking. So the objective is to make the problem very small. So if you can crack that problem, you can showcase to yourself and to investors that this works. Otherwise, you are basically stuck in getting demand, supply for this area, that area, then it's very difficult. And thankfully, for solving the chicken and this problem, I think there are many cities like Bangalore which have huge amount of initial adopters, initial customers who are forgiving to startups, who want to try new startup ideas as a consumer. And they, because a city like Bangalore basically has lots of startup, a lot of new things keep on coming. So the customers are much more friendly in terms of trying something new, much more experimental. So then start with a city like this or with a locality like this, which has more youngish population or more IT population, which will adopt you. So that's how you basically start, and then you start slow and then you expand.
Okay, so let's move on to the next question. You found a very real customer pain point and solved it using technology. So how did you identify this problem? How did you evaluate startup ideas when you got them?
So I would basically say two things mainly. One is that what is the customer problem? Have you really experienced it yourself, or have you spoken to enough customers who have experienced it? So, because see, what will happen is no matter what startup idea you start with, you are going to face huge amount of doubts. And living in insecurity, anxiety, fear is is a very common trait of any founder. People may or may not admit it to you, but all the founders are very anxious and very scared, right? Because that's why so many businessmen wear so many rings, right? You have seen many businessmen wearing rings because they don't know where the competition is going to come, who's going to take away their shop, whether somebody will set another plant. So it's not like studies where you study well and you get A star or A grade, right? It's lot of samdam dandbhet sab kuch hai. So my customers don't care whether I am from IIM Ahmedabad or IT. They don't care a damn. If they don't get a house, the site is shit. so so what basically matters is that how you respond to customer problem. So what we did was that when we started, people said that this idea will not work. They said this idea will not work because it hasn't worked anywhere else in the world. And nowhere in the world has customer ever prepaid for services in real estate. People always pay when the work is done. आप broker को पैसा तब देते हो जब काम हो जाता है. पहले कौन देता है? तो no broker को पहले कौन देगा? So we said, okay, let me just ask customers. So we spoke to lots of customers. We said that, will you pay for a service where you save a 1 month brokerage? Will you pay 2,000 rupees? That, yeah, I will pay. Will you pay in advance? Yes, if there's enough confidence, we'll pay. So we said, okay, we will take this plunge and we will have this trust that, okay, if we build a platform strong enough, people will start paying. So two things. One, startup that ask customers. Investor is not a decision maker. Your friends are not the decision maker. Customers are decision maker. So speak to a lot of customers and especially strangers, because your friends will give you biased opinion. Either they will be polite to you or they will be jealous of you. So hence the opinion will differ. Ask strangers. One is this. Second is market size, because the question was that how do you also evaluate the startup ideas? So we only look at two things. Is the problem real? The problem that you are solving, is that big enough problem? Does I understand that problem? And second is the market size big? Because if the market is small, you are solving a very niche problem. then perhaps it's not a VC fundable business. Then you should just, आपको कोई मिठाई समोसे की दुकान लगानी है, so प्रॉब्लम माइट बी गुड कि अच्छा समोसा नहीं है उस एरिया में, आप बना लो, लेकिन वीसी फंडेबल नहीं है आइडिया. So then I will not invest there. The idea is profitable, go ahead and do it. If I invest or if any investor wants to put his money, then the idea should be scalable, should be large. It can only be large when the market size is very large. So these two things, I would say.
Okay, let's move to the next question. Dipti Tandon asks, buying a new house is one of the most important decisions of one's life. Do you believe that people will trust machine learning or a platform over brokers with years of experience and knowledge?
No, consumer don't trust, consumer don't care what algo you have used. So you basically see TikTok or ShareChat, they use some algo behind it. You don't go to this platform or you don't go to Instagram to this platform because you think their algo is better. You go there because the content that you get appeals to you. If it doesn't appeal to you, move somewhere else. So they don't care what's going behind. So our objective is to basically make the information as transparently available as there it is. We don't want to intervene too much. So our objective is that not that we need to do something cool like machine learning or AI. Of course, we do that because it solves a problem. But we are thinking about customer. Customer को फायदा कुछ हो रहा है क्या सबसे? वरना क्या क्या जरूरत है करने की? So our objective is a customer. How do we use machine learning and AI? That if a customer comes, he looks for 2 BHK in a particular locality and then goes away. The next time he comes, he uses these breadcrumbs that he has left last time. We use these digital breadcrumbs to serve him matching properties the next time. That's what we do. We are not asking them to trust us with some complicated algo. We are just saying whatever you were searching last time, we are trying to basically show you similar, which is similar to what Netflix says, that the movies that you may like. If you don't like, press somewhere else and search those properties. So I would say that machine learning and AI are a way to solve the customer problem better. A business with a focus of using machine learning AI, that I doubt should be the objective. Yeah.
All right, moving on to the next question. Abhinav Mishra asks, okay, Akshit Vala asks a question from the YouTube stream. What advice would you give to early stage startup founders on navigating the impeding funding winter?
So see, now there are two separate questions, but I will assume that the question is around funding. So see, there is no doubt that the funding has dried up to some extent. That's not a great news to basically share, but the good news is that the VCs are flush with cash because they have raised huge amount of money in the past year, 2 year. So you look at any top VC in the country, they have raised huge amount of funds in the last year or so. The winter has come more or has impacted more of series D, E, F category. So a 50 million check, a 100 million check, those are the ones which have become more difficult. Yes, the 3 million check, 5 million checks have become lesser, but they have not dried up completely. And there is still a very good chance for a good startup to raise money. Yes, the craziness in the valuations have settled down, but it keeps on happening. So I have been here, I have been in this world for past 8 years, and I keep on seeing this happening. 1 year, 1.5 years, things will be bad. Then there will be followed by 3 years of basically euphoria. Then again, 1.5 years will be bad, and so on and so forth. So the objective is to survive. Objective is to raise funds in case you are a VC fundable business. Objective is to raise funds somehow, family, friends, angel investors, and keep on surviving this till this time gets over, and then aim for a bigger number in funding. Uh, uh, but right now is not the time to think that okay, let me raise later. Whatever you want to raise, if you want to raise it right now. Don't basically put yourself in the company in danger by waiting too much. In case you have been approaching VCs and you are not getting a favorable response, then perhaps the time is to somehow elongate your runway or park the idea for time being in case you are very uh, desperate to get funding. Then park the idea for the time being and then come back after the environment is better. But I would say still, for seed and for series A, companies are getting funded. If you have a decent idea, investors like it, they are happy to fund because they have lots of cash. Just the euphoria has died down and their risk taking ability has come down a little bit. That's it.
Let's move to the next question, sir. Abir, what space in the economy is most overshadowed with fear?
So actually, there is no space per se. Uh, it is across all sectors within the startup world. So there is no specific space in which it is impacted. But I am again repeating that this is problem which is more applicable for companies of my stage, which are larger companies in the startup world. Thankfully, we had raised funds last year, so we don't have an issue. But for, I'm assuming that the audience in this group are basically seed and series A founders. So for you guys, the VCs still have enough cash, and you should approach them, and you should try to basically raise funds in case you need funds. In case they are not able to raise, then try to reduce your cost, pause it, or elongate it somehow. But is there any space in which investors are more cautious? Nothing like it. Generally, the euphoria has come down drastically because of whatever is happening in the US Nasdaq and the inflation rate in US and across the world. But my intuition is it will, in next 6 months things are going to be far better, because see, things actually get better later, but the market starts responding positively much earlier. So markets basically guesstimate as to what's going to happen next. So interest rates haven't risen that much in US, but markets have assumed that they will rise because they will, most probably, and hence they have dived. But the moment the situation starts becoming better, even before that, the markets will move up.
So moving to the next question, Abhinav Mishra asks, the COVID-19 pandemic really slowed down the amount of activity by consumers, especially in physical purchasing and services. How did NoBroker service these changes, and how do you navigate such a dynamic challenge from a leadership position?
Yeah, that's a good question. So for many of the businesses, COVID was a blessing, right? Because the digital activity increased. But for us, it was bad. Uh, so last 2 years were bad. In fact, now is a great time for us because now customers are coming back to the cities and they are renting apartments, they are buying apartments. But for us, the last 2 years were bad because people were moving away from their homes. I think the thing which worked for us was that we did not over focus only on one segment. So apart from real estate, we have a huge vertical, which is a packer mover vertical. We are into home loans, we are into rental agreement, we are into home ancillary services, we are into financial services of insurance, rent pay, uh, uh, home insurance. So what we did was in the past 2 years, we over focus on that. When we realized that real estate is not gaining pace, then we focused on all the ancillary businesses, and thankfully, those businesses did really well. So it basically helped us cover that period. Now we are hoping that we should fire on all cylinders.
Okay, sir, moving to the next question. As an entrepreneur, one important skill that is often talked about is being a great storyteller. So, sir, Abir asks, I found your session extremely engaging. How did you develop these skill sets, and how important is it for budding founders?
I would say that apart from actually doing business, this is the most important skill of storytelling, uh, especially from the perspective of fundraise. I would say this is, being a good storyteller is a very important skill, not at a seed stage or series A stage, even at a decacorn stage. If you can't tell a story well, then things get much more difficult for you, and vice versa. And the reason is that because you are painting a story, right? Suppose you want your girlfriend to get married to you, you need to paint a story as to how the life would be, how you would take care of her. If you basically want to join a new team of musicians or players and you are not a part of team, you need to sell yourself that as to how you would add value to them. And the stakes become very high when you are trying to raise fund, because the numbers that you have are very small, and you have this vision in your mind that okay, I'm trying to basically do this big, and you need to communicate that vision to the investor and to the employees who are going to join you. Why will they leave their company and join you? Why would even a friend of yours will leave his company that he has got a job from after bits planning and leave that and join you in your company? So I I think They are amazing storytellers in startup world. I think I don't think I am one of them. I think I'm average, but generally I think that being able to think in your mind as to what do you really want to do and why it will become attractive for the person to whom you are telling the story. So keeping his, so one is that only think about yourself, that doesn't work. Also think about what the other party wants, what will make the other party excited. And if you have those aspects, try to highlight more of those aspects, because then you are able to really engage. Otherwise you are just saying a monologue. So try to think whether what is it that your girlfriend would want to hear and whether you have that. Or what is it that your teammate would want to hear, or what is it that your investor would want to hear, either in terms of scale or in terms of expansion or in terms of profitability or in terms of the huge market size. I'll emphasize more of those points. But this is a very good question.
Okay, so let's take the next question. Madhav asks, no broker works to eliminate the middleman in the property market, thus increasing efficiency by removing the middleman. In what other sectors do you think the possibility of setting up a business in this manner remains unexplored?
So I think in travel industry, in stock markets, it has already been done to a good extent. One of the markets where it remains unexplored is perhaps the agriculture market, because the market is so big and there are so many commodities in the market that I think still there's a huge opportunity to disrupt the mandis and the basically middlemen who exist between farmer and the consumer. So the price at which the price which farmer gets versus what we as consumer get, there's a huge difference, and that difference is basically taken up by a lot of middlemen. So I would say agriculture.
Okay, sir. So moving to the next question. I have a question from my end. So, starting in the early, 2010s, there was not so much usability of people using the internet. So there still existed some bias towards transacting physically and offline. So what strategies did you implement to cause a shift in consumer behavior to come to an online platform like NoBroker?
So I would say that we did not do much, and thankfully, none of us need to do much. The reason is that the entire wave is towards internet, and I think now it even feels odd to say that the wave is towards internet because everybody knows it already. I'm saying the look at the helpers who come in your homes, in your society, people who are in the lower income group. All of them have phones. Um, so a sweeper, while sweeping the street, who might not be earning that much, he or she also has a phone, and most of those phones are getting upgraded. Most of the phones are basically getting data, and their usage is increasing. You look at TikTok and ShareChat and a lot of social media platforms. I think huge number of consumers are coming from tier 2 and tier 3 towns, and the credit of this goes to telecom networks like Geo, which have come up with amazing plans. I think our job is to just stay, survive. You have a good idea, just survive. आप जिंदा रहोगे, कस्टमर की प्रॉब्लम सही सॉल्व कर रहे हो तो कुछ हो जाएगा. Because that's what we did. We knew that we had a very long winter for funding, right? I don't think this funding winter will be that long. Why our funding winter was long? Because nobody trusted that our idea will work, and people were scared of the bad investment in real estate in India. We were able to survive 5-year winter by basically being jugadu. You find money wherever you can. You reduce your expenses. We never bought AC in our office till now recently because we want to save money. Despite having 18 crore rupees in the bank account, we did not buy AC. We rented a water cooler, not even bought, rented a water cooler to take care of the 2 months of summer in Bangalore. So be frugal, live like a cockroach, and make sure that you survive whenever there is a scarcity of capital. If you survive, if your idea is good, things will work out because somebody will notice you, customer will notice you, investors will notice you, and your business will basically flourish. So I think this offline to online entire world is doing, and every other app is educating your customers to how to use app and how to basically use technology. So that the world is doing, we just need to be around.
Fair enough. So let's take up the next question. So this is a question from our YouTube stream. Your experience with brokers in your initial years must have been extremely scary and demoralizing. So how did you keep yourself motivated in such situations and continue to go on?
I think many times you just put blinkers. You just don't think about it. You you don't owe. So not only brokers but even competition, many of our competition in earlier years were extremely good founders, very strong companies, and very huge amount of capital and funding backing them up. But we just said, okay, we are just going to do what we are doing. We can't do anything about brokers, we can't do anything about competition, quality of competition, about competition raising funds or competition giving discounts or competition giving lot of TV ads. We can't do anything about it. So we'll just focus on our customers. So sometimes this innocent optimism that you have as an entrepreneur, you think your idea will work because your customers are going to be with you and it's going to take some time. Sometimes that works. So we just put our blinkers on, we just kept on doing what made sense to us for years and years, and we used common sense. People said that we should expand to a lot of cities. We said no, we are not going to expand because we need to make this city customer happy first before we move to another city. And we just kept on pursuing this. And thankfully it has worked till now.
Okay, so let's take up the next question. Prabhat asks, you must have had considerable data regarding the movement of property demand and supply because of your platform. Is there any way in which NoBroker makes use of this tremendous amounts of trends related data?
So the answer is yes and also no. We use the data in terms of trends as to where we should, how we should help customers. So for example, if in particular area in Bombay the demand is increasing, so we will focus our efforts more in terms of finding properties in that area. But do we use this huge amount of data to target a customer more? We don't. Because what I have seen is that whenever you misuse the data to sell much more to a customer, customers get irritated and they feel that this is the breakage of the trust, and then it doesn't work. So in fact, for me also, when I used to use other websites as a consumer for real estate, I used to feel irritated because they will just save my number and they will pass it on to hundreds of brokers, and the brokers will keep on calling me for years and years. And I felt it's a very violation of my privacy that my number is being sold to unscrupulous brokers for a couple of $100. So yes, we use data for identifying trends and for helping our customers. But at individual level, we never sell data. We don't show any ad on our platform.
Okay, sir. So let's take up our last question for the session. And this is quite an interesting question because it's one advice you would like to give to upcoming entrepreneurs, especially when there are a lot of other things and aspects to take on in college. What is the advice you would give on?
Sure. Before this, I will just take one question of Akshat that seems interesting, which was that
Okay, great.
how did you decide to start up in this particular industry, considering there were no really big startup success stories there? I think we basically, so Akshat, good question. I think what we thought is that, hey, does this problem make sense? Are we paid off brokers? Yes. So do we think that we want to deal directly with the owners, with the buyers? Yes. So we said, okay, we are going to focus on it. See, when you are trying to do something new, if you try to find a lot of proof points, how will you get those proof points? It means something has already been done, right? So then if you're trying something new, there'll never be complete data supporting it. But as a consumer, when so the only way out is consumers. Speak to lots of consumers. We spoke to ourselves whether we like NoBroker. We spoke to a lot of strangers, and only when they said, then we felt that we should take the plan. So decision maker is always the consumer. Uh, so that's my short answer there. Yes, Pranit, the last question was in
So
terms
let's
of.
take one advice that you would like to give upcoming entrepreneurs, especially those in college when there's so many avenues to take on.
So I would say that don't get over impressed by people like me who come here and who give who give talks about startups. Startup is a difficult journey, and the success rate would be barely 10%. So 90 percentage would basically may or may not work. Yes, people from good colleges like BITS Pilani may have or if you are intelligent, you might have a slightly higher chance than the average. So that is true. My session would be that do it for the right reason. You should find an idea, or you should believe in the idea that you want to pursue, because finally you're putting your career behind it, right? So what I'm trying to say is don't do it because you have seen others being successful. That's only one of the reasons. You do it because you want to do it, and you are okay to take the risk. uh, and if you don't feel that calling right now, it is perfectly okay to take a job, work there for a year or 2 year, Because how can you be a great leader unless you have been a great follower first? So it's perfectly okay to find a good boss, to find a good mentor, work under somebody, see how it feels to work under somebody and what type of frustration it can generate, what type of excitement can generate. So you can remember it when you are leading others. One is this. And the other thing is, but if you are in love with the idea that you have, you think it's a great idea and you want to pursue it, then I think that you just go ahead. Then the only thing which you should make sure is make sure of your finances, because you want to pursue idea at least for a year. So in this year, if you have any education EMI, if you have your living expenses, expenses that will you will incur for running a business, make a broad calculation of that and make sure that you collect that money. So either you collect that money from your friends, family, or you do a job and then collect the money. But collect the money for next 1 year. And if you are, because you don't want to launch something and then be frustrated within 3 months. So financially, just collect the money for next 1 year and start. Because see, if you want to do something of your own, it's amazing time in India. There might be a winter for a 6 months to a year now, but it's amazing time. Generally, the customers are very enthu and very experimental of trying some new ideas. Internet has already swept the entire country, and lots of problems to be solved in a very broken country of ours. So the amazing thing about India is that everything is broken, and so many problems needs to be solved, and smart people like you are the right guys to basically do it for our consumers.
So, sir, thank you so much for this interesting and engaging session, sir. A lot of comprehensive answers and great insight have been shared on your end, sir. A lot of learning for the students and entrepreneurs that we have watching today.
Thank you.
So, sir, over to you, Sarthak and Shrey.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for such an engaging conversation. It is fascinating to hear from you to the answers to some of the most sought after questions relating to early stage startups, surviving through funding winters, real estate, storytelling, and the Indian startup ecosystem as a whole. Coming up next, we have a panel with Mr. Vikas Chauhan, co-founder of 1MG and Hexa Health.
This has translated into incredible potential for founders interested in the healthcare space and has led to the creation of game-changing intersection between conventional healthcare ideas and technological innovation. This sector of healthcare, health tech, has been worked to increase accessibility to quality health and well-being throughout all levels of society. This played a key part in democratizing Indians' access to good healthcare at affordable costs, no matter where they are. So, in this way, our next discussion is a fireside chat between two founders who made incredible disruptions in health tech to understand their perspective on the digitalization of various facilities and the growing potential of the industry post Digital India and COVID 19.
Our first speaker is Mr. Chauhan. Mr. Vikas Chauhan is the co-founder of Tata 1MG and Hexa Health. 1MG is one of the most recognized brands in the Indian healthcare space and has seen tremendous growth since its inception in 2012. 1MG is backed by the likes of the Tata Group, the IFP, which is a member of the World Bank Group, Sequoia, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Mr. Chauhan is presently working on building Hexa Health, a platform that will help users discover the right hospitals and surgeons for their surgical procedures and needs. Last year, it raised $4.5 million in seed funding in a round led by Omdeyar Network and Chirate Ventures.
Joining Mr. Chauhan, we have Mr. Vaibhav Singh. Mr. Singh is the co-founder of Visit Health and was featured in the Forbes 30 under 30 Asia in the field of healthcare and science. Visit is a 360-degree integrated, full-stack, and highly engaging health benefits platform that holistically covers preventive to curative care across multiple domains. Visit raised its Series A round last October, picking up $7.5 million from DocPrime, a subsidiary of Policybazar. He's also an alumnus of BITS Pilani, and along with his team, has managed to build Visit Health in a very short span of time. The company is backed by MapMyIndia and the co-founders of Snapdeal, Rohit Bansal and Kunal Bal, who is also the CEO of Snapdeal. Over to you, Planeth, for this engaging session.
Thank you so much, Sarthak. Thank you so much, Shrey. So we're really honored to host you, Mr. Singh and Mr. Chauhan. And we want to keep the session engaging. So we would want a lot of audience participation in terms of questions. But before we segue into that, we would love to hear both of your stories starting up, your journeys from inception, the roadblocks you all faced, and how you all ideated on the solution. So if we could kickstart with Mr. Vaibhav Singh, if so you could talk to us about your journey, starting up with Visit Health.
Sure. Thank you everyone for having me on this stall. So we started this company back in our final year in college, me and three of my friends, and the problem which we wanted to solve for accessible healthcare. What we had seen that we have what Myntra is today for fashion, what Ola is today for commute, or what Swiggy is today for food delivery. There's nothing for healthcare which you can think of, right? If you have to pick a name, what Flipkart or Amazon is for e-commerce. It was very fragmented, and healthcare delivery was it was done into big, in broken pieces. And especially when you talk about primary healthcare, which always seemed to be a left out space and never the focus for a lot of companies and the payers like insurers. Even the insurance companies would only cover you when you get hospitalized for 24 hours or more. So the entire journey from the time you wake up before you get hospitalized was left for individuals to bear on their own, which kind of always derailed the process of medical care unless until it used to become serious. So keeping that in mind, we started building our company which would cater to this filling gap of primary care, which is before hospitalization. And that's how we started. And our go to market has always been towards the corporates first. We have tried to become a B2B2C player where we work with corporates and help them design and customize and personalize primary care solutions for their employees and their dependents. So that acts as a missing piece, which today the current benefit system which they have in place doesn't cover. So yeah, that's how we started back in 2016. In the final semester, we got funded by MapMyIndia initially, which is also a Bitsin company. And then we got some more names from India as well as Silicon Valley, the Snapdeal founders, the Twitter co-founder. We were the first investee company in India for Bistone. And over a period of time, we got more and more corporates, build a solution. And today we stand as a full stack health benefits platform covering anything and everything, primary care being the focus. And because it's the breadth of the services which we provide, it becomes very engaging for anyone and everyone to come and get something on Visit app. So it's not only focused on a particular age group, which is 20 to 25 or 25 to 30, focusing on vertical D, but it's more of a horizontal product, the breadth of it across the primary care, which we have stitched. And we work with roughly around 250, 260 plus mid and large corporates like IBM, Oracle, Wipro, helping them design solutions for their employees and their families. At the same time, a lot of SMEs, 25, 2600 SMEs. We work with insurance brokers and insurers in co-creating products which could be which could be taken to the market, to their customers, to their corporate customers, or the retail for that matter. So yeah, that's how that was the missing piece which we wanted to cover. We started small, and slowly we have graduated. COVID was a very strong tailwind for companies like us, where the importance of primary care was pretty much evident to anyone and everyone, and it got its due respect and kind of accelerated the market. More of a demonetization time for digital healthcare companies like us, I would say. So yeah, that has been the journey. I'm thankful to Bits. A lot of, in fact, Alagu, who's the co-founder and CTO of Blue Jeans, is also my investor. So got a great support from the entire Bits network, Bits alum, and everyone. The badge which we carry helps us get inside gets our foot inside the door quite quickly. Yeah, that's pretty much about us.
So it's a true inspiration for a lot of Mitsians watching today who would want to follow in your footsteps. So moving on to you, Sir Vikas Chauhan, your journey through 1MG as well as Hexa Health is something quite commendable. So please do share insights and talk more about that.
Hey, thank you everyone for having me. Again, engineer by training, worked in IT field a couple of years, came to Mumbai to do my MBA. And one of the challenges, and I used to stay back with friends, was a day scholar for some time during the stay. So the weekend routines used to be go to market, purchase from the big bazaar, eat lunch, and come back. So that used to be your Sunday routine. The next day breakfast depended whether the big bazaar did the home delivery or not. That time they used to do, if you purchase about certain amount, they used to do the home delivery for it. I realize it's a big challenge for consumers. So back in 2010, from the hostel itself, we started my first venture, which was India's first e-grocery, freshanddaily.com. So while people associate me with health a lot, I tried my hands at grocery before this. So started that, ran it for 3 years. It had a beautiful model where everything was purchased against the order. So till 10 p.m., whatever you can order, the next day the delivery would happen.
reached certain stage, working capital was favorable. We were paying vendors after 21 days, getting cash from consumer today. The business was fueling itself and reached a stage where was getting married in 3 months and had a negative cash flow. So just before this session, or I just logged in, and Amit from NoBroker was mentioning that sort your finances if you want to do a startup, because there are practical challenges you're going to face. So that challenge faced, and I was looking for another aspect or another leg to work on, and that's where I met Prashant. Prashant was the founder at HealthCart and was toying with an idea of getting into the clinical side of things. Joined, and we initiated HealthCart Plus, which was trying to address the basic information transparency problem in the health tech space. I think it's a very cliche statement, and everybody comments on it that healthcare in India is broken. But what that definition translates into is the services aspect largely. As a consumer, as a participant, as a stakeholder, you look at only the transactional part of it, and there are multiple other elements to it. One is accessibility, which is your not only the transactional services, which is your pharmacy, diagnostics, and medicine, a doctor. The other part is information and the preemptive care that can be done, which Weber is enabling. So we solved the first leg of enabling information access to the consumer. Now, the challenge in that was there was no single data repository which was available in the country, which can give you a standardized form of data that can be used. So worked on it, built India's largest database there, launched the app went viral, launched India's first e-pharmacy, scaled it to multiple cities. Unlike your lifestyle business, this was very different. Healthcare is a heavily regulated industry, and it required that the processes that you design are fully compliant as per the requirements from each state, because health is also a state subject. Secondly, you are dealing with health data, so there is another level of complexity that comes with it. 2015, the company got demerged. We rebranded to 1mg, launched the diagnostic vertical, built multiple other aspects, and today it is largest healthcare player solving the healthcare problem around affordability, accessibility, and availability. Last year, after Tata being grateful to be a part of our journey, I decided to take a plunge into another space, which largely has not been yet touched in the health tech space, which is your IPD journey. So what we have been able to do at 1mg, which is anything you need information on any medicine, you go to 1mg. There was no repository, there was no solution that can help you understand your IPD journey. So we want to be that one destination that can help you understand your entire IPD journey and be a partner, be a concierge service throughout your IPD journey. So during hospitalization, the logistic challenge that you face, the insurance financing aspect that you face, discovery of right hospital and doctor, and the post-discharge. So complete life cycle management around the IPD. So that's what we're building at Hexa now.
Okay, great. So to be honest, quite frankly, quite inspirational journeys. And for the students and startups watching, this will be quite an inspiration. So let's take on some of the questions that the students and entrepreneurs watching have. One question from Abir Abhyankar. With the government now bringing in a universal health ID via the Ayushman Bharat digital mission, how do you think this will play out, especially from a public-private partnerships point of view? Vikas, if you want to take that question forward.
Yeah, sure. I think with COVID, what has happened is not only the startups or the consumers that who have realized the value of digital health or the role technology can play in enabling the access to good quality care for everyone. I think a lot of stakeholders have also come and participated in it, and the primary stakeholders being the consultants or the doctor or the medical professionals, as we call it, the pharma companies, and one of the biggest support that has come is also from the regulatory side. So government has also become quite active in supporting and enabling it. The e-consultation guidelines have come, and now in a big way, you see that Ayushman Bharat and which is providing access to good quality um, health affordability to a lot of consumers who are challenged on financials aspect. The other thing that they've been able to do is bringing a common infrastructure on which a lot of services can be built, and Health ID is the stepping stone in that direction. So for a layman, I would say look at it that way, that you had a UPI infrastructure in which a lot of new services can be built. So Health ID or a digital health tech infrastructure will enable a lot of startups to come forward and build services on it. It will enable a lot of public-private partnerships to flourish, mainly in the area of data. So today you see there is tons and tons of data available, but it's not structured. It is not consumed back into the system. The structuring of data and the consumption of data back into the system can help in multiple ways. So a lot of health exchanges will come up that can help you in prediction of a pandemic. Say, for example, there is it will be similar to something like in Aadhaar card, where these 10, 20, 1,500,000 people with this health ID residing in this location have been reporting this symptom, or they've taken this kind of diagnostic test. That gives you an indication that if XYZ tests are rising, that's an indication of this symptom being present in that region, and that can help you design a lot of things, design a lot of policies, be more active than reactive to situations. So health exchanges for consuming this data from multiple stakeholders, and then using that data to help governments, a lot of hospitals, a lot of other companies to use that to help predict if there is any pandemic or any other situation that needs to be addressed. Second is a lot of focus on preventive healthcare. So what Webhub is doing, if they can get more data around consumers, they can help manage the condition of a user better, help address the condition, help avoid instances of hospitalization, reduce the bill of hospitalization in future for the consumer. So that will happen if I, as a consumer, went and did a diagnostic test on my own, then my corporate did it, then my insurance did it, a case of hospitalization where the hospital did it. Now this data doesn't come at a single point. With a unified health ID, these data will start getting streamlined, and this can be used for managing the consumer life cycle better. So the health exchanges will help fuel how you deliver these services in a better fashion to the end consumer. The third would be better targeting of health services and relevant services to you. Now, to understand, you leave a cookie on a website or anything that you visit, the Google is able to target and show you relevant ads. Now, with the health ID, this will become possible. It is up to us and up to startups, up to companies that work on it, that we don't use it for a negative connotation. They are able to bring the positive of it and help consumer design the right product, right service, be it insurance, be it a digital therapeutic product, be it any other product that is relevant for them. So those are the few areas that I see the public-private partnership Health ID will help create, build an ecosystem, and drive the innovation forward. It will bring ecosystem closer. It will bring much more visibility in the consumer healthcare journey and help for a better health outcomes.
Thank you, sir. Quite a comprehensive answer. Would you like to add something as well, Mr. Weber, about this before we move to the next question?
Right. I think Vikas covered most of the points, and we have seen this thing being done in bits and pieces like prescription digitization, which companies like IMS and today Doxper, these companies try to do. That's the intent, that if you can get the data of what's happening in a particular locality, you can build that hyper-local connect, and you will be able to probably, kind of service those set of population in a much better way. Unfortunately, that hasn't been what we were expecting, but with coming out as with a unified health ID, which can be shared across the service providers, as he rightly said, something like a UPI is what they're trying to build with digital health locker and everything. The way you have a DigiLocker for your documents, you can have a similar thing for all your medical health records, which can be shared across the spectrum of service providers. That will help them also do a much better delivery of healthcare as compared to today. It starts from zero. The moment you change your service provider, it typically starts from zero again. So that should be avoided, and that can be done through such a unified platform where data can be shared. Consent will be something which I think we should be that's a challenge which I see. The way in US we have a US social security number which is shared across the relevant agencies for you to have that piece. The way we should have a healthcare piece also in India. Consent is the only thing, because I believe is going to be some issue, and the public and private partnership, because whatever said and done, the private players will do it for the ones who pays. If they have to invest, and unless until the government comes and does something to enable their motive and incentive. So these are the few challenges I think they're facing. And yeah, Vikas, please.
Yeah. So the consent, I believe, consumers should own it, but the responsibility, the moral responsibility, largely resides with the company or the enabler. So what happens is you sign up for any health service or any service in general. You don't read those 10, 20, 25 pages of terms and conditions. You just tick box it.
Right.
That same will happen here. The consumer assumes that I don't have an escape if I have to use this service. I think the moral responsibility or certain guidelines should be there in defining what can and what cannot be done with this. So yes, consent becomes important, but a part of it will get defined whenever these will be constructed. But a lot of moral responsibility should also be there whenever you do this.
Okay, so let's take up our next question. Abhinav Mishra asks, we're witnessing increased interest around biohacking. Some sections of users want to continuously track their glucose, blood pressure, and other parameters. What opportunities does this open for entrepreneurs building in the health tech space?
Vaibhav, you want to take it?
Yeah, sure. So this is very much relevant and an extension of what we were discussing. So for a healthcare to be put up and scale, accessibility, affordability, and remote healthcare plays a very pivotal role in terms of making it, delivering it at scale. And for right delivery to happen, you definitely need, as a service provider, as a registered medical practitioner, you need the right set of data points before you make a judgment. And that data points today are being a kind of told by the patients themselves, but I would say a trusted mechanism to do that is still missing. A lot of players, like, as you said, Apple Health is coming up, Google Fit and all that, all these players where they're coming to track these. The reason behind this is to enable the medical practitioners and the service providers to take a better decisions, even if they're not physically examining you. So do you have a system in place which can make their decision making quicker and at the same time safer also? So that, a lot of companies like Careflix, a lot of wellness selfie companies have come up, where you just put your phone and be in front of the camera for 50-60 seconds and will read all the parameters, whatever it could. And then if you can pass it on to the concerned physician, and then the decision making happens much better as compared to just you telling what you feel. So there is a lot of opportunities. If you want to scale, both the things need to scale at fast, irrespective how much good telemedicine providers or consultation or good UI UX app you build in. When you have to deliver healthcare guidance, it has to be data backed. And what better than if that can come? Why do we do test? Because I can't tell what my thyroid levels are, what my glucose levels are, but I need a system to tell me and tell my concerned physician that where I stand right now. The same thing needs to be replicated in a digital way. So the opportunity is enormous. Today, a lot of players are coming and solving for doctor-patient connect, but enabling the doctors or the physicians or the service providers in making that connect very fruitful, what today happens in an offline way, through physical checkups, test, and meeting, this plays a pivotal role. This is a replica. This is something which is missing in the current system. So there is a lot of opportunity, I personally believe, and companies like Apple, Google, everyone is jumping into this piece to enable that because of the data sets they're sitting at. So if someone is working, I think you're in the right space.
All right, let's take up our next question from the audience. So this is a question from our YouTube stream. Online healthcare services saw major uptick during the pandemic, and with people preferring online appointments against physical doctor appointments. How has this preference changed post-pandemic? are there any consumer profiles that have shown interesting behavior in this case?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think we started this by saying it worked as a demonetization time for companies like us. And as Vikas mentioned earlier, there was no black and white guidelines for telemedicine. So even it was just there. It was not something which you were very sure about. But when pandemic came and we had no other option but to switch to a digital mode of consuming healthcare, the government also came up, Niti Aayog and everything. We all were a part of the entire rules and regulations which were drafted. So now if you see, the consumer shift has changed. The government has played a very pivotal role now. They have taken the step forward. I think it definitely accelerated this entire process by 3-4 years, if not more. So the only good thing which COVID did, probably it made people more aware and started building the habits of consuming healthcare through digital medium. And over the time also, what used to be a good to have thing earlier when we used to go to corporates and clients, and especially in the retail customers, it used to be have a good to have thing that, okay, if I'm giving a teleconsult services or I'm giving a wellness services, it's okay. I'm being very, I'm probably one of the few employers. But now after pandemic, it has become a need to have thing. So we have seen that shift from a good to have to a need to have change in the way people have started thinking about it and perceiving it. Definitely the utilization pattern, and Vikas can add more to it, has is not the same as it was during the pandemic, but I'm not seeing it as a continuous decline. So there is a section of people who have kind of gotten pretty much comfortable with consuming healthcare, and they're continuing. So and the onus lies on companies like us, that whether are we able to give them the comfort. The moment someone has come and chosen a digital way of consuming healthcare, especially in a country like India, they have anyway, it was a big step from their side. They have anyway trusted you a lot. Now the onus is on us that we should ensure that their experience goes on pretty smoothly, so that they can be the champions for such services, and they talk about 10 more. The way the shift we have seen in other e-commerce. Because have you also seen the decline, or what would you say in terms of at the time of pandemic when there was no other option versus now?
Yeah, so I think pandemic certainly changed the way we see the world, and we are into new normal now. A lot of fundamental changes has happened, and especially I'll restrict it to the healthcare domain. So one, there was a section, and there was a large community of medical professionals who have never used a digital medium. They were kind of averse to using or not tried online consultation as a medium. So a lot of doctors, a lot of hospitals, in fact, all of hospitals have come online to use that as a medium. It got tried and tested, and suddenly it became a norm to do that. So there has been a significant jump in terms of people consuming online consultations, and we see that trend continuing. Definitely it's not at a level where it was during pandemic, but it is much higher than what it was previously. The other thing what has happened is, and this is again very important to understand the fundamentals that have changed in this whole ecosystem. So one is, yes, the doctor community and the hospitals embracing digital technology and looking up what can be done. Pharma, yes. I think also on the consumer mindset, the quality of life, the focus on health as a consumer that people used to see, believe, and act previously has taken a fundamental shift. Topic like mental health or mental well-being was never heard of 2 years back before COVID, and now it has become a mainstream topic where people are coming forward, accepting, and is being treated just like another area of science, area of medicine, and not something of taboo that is always discussed under the wraps. Two, people have opened up to invest in health. So I don't say that it has increased by tons and tons overnight, but there is a strong focus. So as Weber mentioned, it has been a demonetization moment. A lot of corporates have started investing on their employee well-being, and that's not just because they want to do something for the employees. It's also that the employee has become conscious that this is one of the areas that I value, and if my organization is providing it, it becomes a criteria for me. And the and it's not that these services were not existing. The services were existing, but the participation has increased. So once the HR used to say, please participate, now the consumers say, or the employees say that we want to participate. So the focus on whole preventive health, maintaining health, and it links to all the questions that you have mentioned, be it health ID, which is creating an inclusive ecosystem, be it biohacking, where you continuously get data. Why you need continuously data? You need continuously data to react before something can happen. Be proactive about it. If there is an instance of heart attack can come and your data is pointing in that direction, can you do something about it? Similarly with stress, are you chronic? Are you facing some symptoms of chronic stress? There are devices which are not that expensive, capturing all that and helping you do that. So these have become norms. These are fundamental shift, not only in online consultation, but consumer in general. And it's more important to understand why the shift has happened. It is just because the ecosystem has come forward, be it the provider, be it the consumer. Both have come forward in accepting it.
Okay, so let's take up our next question. So this is an interesting question from Prabhat Sen, and there's some more context to the question as well. So before this question, he gives context in terms of healthcare organizations like clinics, hospitals, and health tech startups are increasing utilizing digital technology to store patient data. Although it is easier to manage or feed the electronic data storage, one cannot ignore the possibility of breach or personal gain. So it's a topic that y'all were also discussing. So the question he asked is, how do healthcare startups tackle electronic data storage issues and reassure the patients that their data is being safeguarded?
So I think we've been at the forefront of an ecosystem which started defining digital healthcare, and one of the prominent questions we faced was how do you store the tons and tons of data that you're getting. So we're dealing with multiple prescriptions, we're dealing with diagnostic reports, we're dealing with online consultation. Typically, all the touch points a consumer might have in a healthcare, you're dealing with all those data. Now, there are some guidelines, but not just that deep standardization around this, and there has been a draft regulation on this, and soon there will be national defined structure for storing and managing the data for health consumer. Till then, the other applicable laws continue on it. As an organization, what we have seen, and most of the startups that I have interacted, they try to follow the HIPAA guidelines, which is one of the most used and most well-defined guidelines around the consumer data storage. The basic principle remains that the consumer health data should be unidentifiable for any consumer dealing with it at any touch point, and should not be able to deduce the user identity throughout that processing aspect. As simple as that if you're shipping a medicine product, you don't you just put name and address, but you don't show any of the medicines. For internal processing team, you don't show the name of the consumer or address, you just show the medicine that need to be packed. So at each touch point, you start defining that which is the relevant information that the person needs to see. At a point where a billing needs to happen, there are certain points where there will be some stakeholders during this journey would need to see the complete data, but whatever you can mask it. Try to hold back on the identity of the consumer as much as you can, wherever possible, with complete integrity. And those are some of the principles that you put across to your team when you start designing the processes or product around it. That has been a fundamental guiding principle that we've been following and implementing. I think the structured or the Indian standard around it is still to come. Most startups, I think, taking influence from whatever best practices they can follow from the developed economies where they have a clear guidelines around it.
So your take on this as well before we move to the next question.
He used the right term, HIPAA compliance. So that is something which all the players in India who want to be safeguarded and safeguard the users are following that, including us. And the patient identity is the most important thing, which only a doctor who is liable to treat is supposed to have. Otherwise, you just use it for a health population analytics, not for anything else. And that's pretty much important. Earlier, we had very few things, but now with the guidelines coming in during COVID, and recently, a couple of weeks back, NMC, National Medical Commission, which replaced MCI in 2020, they also came up with further more stringent compliance and guidelines, which companies like ours are supposed to be cognizant of while delivering this piece. So if you can keep that checks and balances in place, I think it should be a safe place for people to come and trust us with when it comes to their health data.
Thank you, sir. Great answer. Let's move on to the next question. Madhav Singhal asks, scale and accessibility are some of the major challenges when it comes to sophisticated procedures and surgeries. Considering how you are working towards democratizing this, what are some of the innovations and technology solutions being implemented? So Vikas, sir, if you could take this question on, give us your insights on it.
Yeah, very fair. So when we started the 1mg part, the scaling up or democratizing it was in fact a challenge. But you start building the problem in a way that you look at smaller pieces of a problem at one stage and then solve for a constructed large output. So, for example, we solve for information asymmetry, which is existing in the ecosystem first. And the same principles we are using here. So first is, if you see the challenges for a consumer, say, suppose you've been recommended a process around gallbladder surgery. Now, it can be done by A method, B method, C method, and in that there are possible outcomes. Now, when you meet a doctor, he might give you option A and B and ask you to choose. If you meet another doctor, he says, no, only B is better, A is not. And they will only talk about the relevant points which might be useful for you to make a decision. But they don't help you understand why it is and what is the overall picture. So from a product perspective, what we are building is one, if a procedure or if a surgery use case has been provided to you, what all the different options or what all different procedures which are available that you need to decide on, depending on your age, depending on your body type, depending on your complexity. A procedure A might be better versus procedure B. Second is in India, healthcare is as much as it is a clinical problem, it's also a financial problem. So a lot of things get designed around, or a lot of things get decided upon what is the cost of treatment. A lot of things are put on back burner. A lot of things, and I'm not talking about the emergency cases, but more time, for example, the knee replacement. A lot of misinformation is there around the knee replacement, and most of the people, even they can afford, they don't want to do it, and people face that challenge. So one is arranging that information. Step two is arranging the right set of doctors and hospitals. The decision can be as simple as, say, suppose you are a 60-year-old male and there is a 30-year-old male. Both of them require a surgery. Now, for a 35-year fit individual, a setup where there is no ICU might work, which can help save on the cost. But for a 60-year-old, it has to be a setup where there is an ICU, because the complication of the surgery might occur because of the age factor. Similarly, if you had a cardiac history, you need a hospital which has a cardiac department. There might be complications around cardiac during the surgery. So those are the things that we are building in the decision-making tree at our end, picking up those clinical data points, how to choose basis your past history, your current diagnosis, the condition that you are in, and then help you choose which is the right doctor or hospital for your treatment. There are also elements around insurance that plays a role. There will be certain hospitals that you choose that you have to pay additional copay. The room rent might be beyond your range. There are hospitals which might be in your range in room rent, and there will be lesser copay. So enabling that information into a simpler algorithm where you answer certain bot-driven questions, and we are able to at the back end process that information, use AI, and give you that data point that these are the hospitals and these are the possible scenarios for you. Say, we are not here to tell you that this is what the only solution you have. We are here to tell you that if you choose option A, which is this hospital, this doctor, this insurance, this cost, this is the outcome that you can expect in terms of your the out-of-pocket expense that you might want to do it, whether there will be post-op bleeding, scar, no scar, or whatever. Secondly, if you choose option B, will it be painless, non-painless? What is the impact on the expenses? What will be the days of the recovery period B, and ABC, ABC, ABC. So we help consumer get to the objective decision making in this as much as possible for deciding on this. The more you use technology as enabler for this, the solution become much more expandable, much more scalable from implementation point of view.
Vaibhav sir, if we could have your quick opinion on this as well, your take on this topic.
Definitely. I mean, I could see the other question, which is also on a similar thing. How do you use a patient to trust an AI-driven platform? So if you see a consultation, if you break it down, there are three parts to it. One is the data collection, one is the analysis, and the third part is the advice. So the AI never gives you an advice. It helps. And if you observe a doctor-patient connection or a communication which happens in an offline clinic, the majority of the time goes in the analysis piece, in data collection analysis. Once the doctor has gone through that, the advice doesn't take that much of time. So the first and the second part is where AI can definitely help in asking the right questions. As Vikas said, we also use a decision tree at the back end. So it kind of bases your last question, it further gets into a different path and asks you the next possible question or the relevant question. So the data collection with a summary and a probable analysis is something which helps the doctor make a right advice. It's an assistant piece. The advice is never coming from an AI. The advice always comes from a human, and this is not also legally allowed, that on the other side of the panel, there is a automated bot which is giving you advice. So that doesn't happen. So you have to break it down that where you can use AI. The AI helps in reducing time in terms of asking the right question, data collection and analysis piece. That bases your past history, bases the answers you have given to the questions, and the geographical area you are situated in. 6 out of 10 or 7 out of 10 people with the similar symptoms were found to be, were found to have jaundice or were found to have dengue. Then you get connected to a specialist, which helps you in finally reducing that and giving you a probable diagnosis.
So just to address the next part of the question, where nothing beats the word of mouth, just to give you data point, out of 10, if there are only 6 consumers who end up being in the same hospital for the surgery, the 4 goes to look for another alternatives. And if you gone to a hospital, that is your word of mouth. The option 2 is what you start discovering online or whatever. Just to give you another data point, surgery is searched more than Swiggy on Google. So a lot of consumers are coming online to search for this vertical. So it helped where Yelp like platforms have come. Yelp like platforms have come in US. Trustpilot for travel, TripAdvisor in hotels. So there are multiple examples where consumer need. So your word of mouth can help you push in a direction, but you need more data, more information to make those decisions. And what has happened is the information is available. It's just not structured. How do you present that structured information to the consumer to build that relevant decision set? So you're not always like, this is the doctor and this is the hospital I'll go to. You have a consideration set. And between that consideration set, some consideration might come from your word of mouth, some consideration might come from your online research, some from your own research. And the right information is provided to you, you make that decision between this consideration set. This is the recommendation I want to go with. So less or unavailability of data, unavailability of structured information has limited this to happen in health tech. Now you see that a lot of startups, a lot of new business models enabling that in health tech. In other industry, it has happened already. So all your white goods, there is a standard comparison, or your mobiles, it's a standard comparison. Health, it's not apples to apples as such. A lot of subjective decision making also goes there. A lot of inferential based aspect of decision making is also there. But at least some starting point to look at in the right direction is what we are enabling at this stage.
Thank you so much, sir. Since we're running short on time, let me hand it back to our anchors. quite an insightful session, and thank you so much for devoting time to the India portfolio. So over to you, Shrey and Sarthak.
All right. Thank you, Pranit. Thank you, Mr. Chauhan and Mr. Singh, for your invaluable insights and knowledge. It was inspiring to hear the journeys of 1MG, Hexa Health, and Visit, and how these companies have succeeded in bringing healthcare to the hands of the Indian consumer. This knowledge, I know for sure, will go a long way in helping our audience understand how health-facing businesses are built.
For our next session, we'll be having a panel discussion.
Our next session has the agenda, taking technology to small businesses. The panel will be graced by Mr. Harshvardhan Lunia, co-founder and CEO of Lending Card, Mr. Subhash Chaudhary, co-founder and CTO of Dukaan, and Mr. Pratyush Nala, founding member of Off Business and business head at Oxico. As we move through this narrative of the business landscape in India, we now cover a sector which is often overlooked and until a few years ago was in acute need of better support. While we talk about unicorns, decacorns, and huge corporations, a large part of the growth of the Indian economy can be attributed to its largest stakeholders, the small and medium businesses, which drive the homes of an extremely large part of the population. MSMEs comprise over 95% of all businesses, making them one of the most important job-creating sectors in the country. With increasing access to technology, there were some who noticed the needs of these businesses and conceptualized game-changing solutions to reshape the way that an average Indian looked at starting and running a business.
Our next panel discussion, titled Taking Technology to Small Businesses, covers the story of the founders who recognized the need to optimize and service India's largest shareholder in businesses by bringing tech-based solutions to optimize their businesses. These startups, such as Lending Card, Dukaan, and Off Business, have covered crucial pain points of MSMEs, such as lending, financing, marketplace creation, etc., and have played an incredible part in redefining the Indian business landscape. So, without further ado, we'd like to start by introducing our speakers.
First up, we have Mr. Harshvardhan Lunia, who is the co-founder and CEO of Lending Card. He's a CA by profession and is an Indian School of Business graduate. At Lending Card, he's trying to ease the process of getting loans for MSMEs by using a self-learning algorithm for credit scoring and trying to decide instantaneously whether companies would want to lend to MSMEs or not. He and his team are determined to automate the entire banking decision and delivery process. Mr. Lunia also possesses vast experience of having worked at ICICI, HDFC, and Standard Chartered Bank.
Up next, we have Mr. Subhash Chaudhary. Mr. Chaudhary is the co-founder and CTO of Dukaan. At Dukaan, Mr. Chaudhary makes sure every day over 5 million Dukaans can reach their customers quickly, safely, and are able to deliver a great shopping experience. He's a passionate builder and has also tried his hands at building 2 more startups before Dukaan. In September 2021, Dukaan raised $11 million in a round led by 640 Oxford Ventures, taking its valuation to $71 million. The company has also been invested in by Nitish Agarwal, CEO of Oyo, and Carl Pai, CEO and co-founder of Nothing.
Our final panelist for the day is Mr. Pratyush Nala, who is the founding member of Off Business and the business head at Oxio Financial. Off Business is a tech-enabled platform which facilitates the procurement of credit and raw material for SMEs, with a focus on manufacturing and infrastructure sectors. He is responsible for creating the operations team at Off Business from scratch and now heads one of the largest business units. He is an IIT Bombay alumnus and has achieved all of this at a very young age of 27 years.
The moderator for this panel discussion is Mr. Suhas Motwani, co-founder of the amazing community at the Product Folks, a volunteer-driven community of over 30,000 plus product managers and enthusiasts who are passionate about making an impact. Looking forward to this amazing session. Over to you, Suhas.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Sarthak. Thanks, Shrey. I think super excited to moderate this panel, and a very, very warm welcome to Harshvardhan, Subhash, and Pratyush. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks, Subhash. Thanks for inviting us.
Thanks, Vas.
Awesome. Excited for this. I think we have a interesting 30-minute discussion lined up. To kick things off, I think just to give our audience the importance of this sector, the MSME sector in India has a contribution over 30% of the country's GDP, with around 50% of total exports, right? So this probably becomes a really interesting fertile ground for lots of new age startups to come and solve a lot of problems, right? And that's exactly what I think all three startups that we have on our panel today are tackling very, very different angles. But if you think of it, very, very core problems that they are solving. To kick right in, I think, Harshvardhan, we'd love to start with you and get your inputs on. We believe this sector has historically been underserved by tech, but that has probably been rapidly changing over the last decade. And one thing, at least from the outside, I personally haven't worked, but it feels like there is an inertia for these small business owners while adapting to new tech, right? So has this been a similar problem that you faced while building your product, building the brand positioning, the design, like just enabling the entire thing digitally? How has technology been an enabler, and how has your experience been?
Yeah, thanks, Suhas. So this is a very valid point. I think we blame MSMEs, right, for a lot of things that they don't adopt digital and everything. I'll want to contradict that a bit. I'll tell you that out of 65 million MSMEs that we have, our understanding says that almost 80-85% of them use smartphones, right? Overall, and I think the data rates have almost fallen 90-95% across last 5-7 years, right? We've seen that. So I think what we are suggesting is that their adoption is low, but I think we have just started in last decade building the rightful products for consumers and customers as well. If you look at that, before that we had limited products for MSME, right? One of the problems that all of us tackle, and I'm sure Subhas and Pratyush will agree to that, is our MSME is not exactly a kind of a very high paying customer like in developed economies, because he's still managing his funds. He's still, and we will discuss regarding per capita income and those kind of stuff, right? So he's not actually there where he'll pay for the services, but is he the guy who will use services, make sense out of them, and work on them? Definitely so. So I'll be candid to us. If I tell you from our journey when we started that we will build a digital lending model overall across the journey, we were initially worried that people would tell us that you won't have touch and feed, you won't have meet and greet, right? And you're going to cater to pan India people. Would people come to you online on your platform? Would people come to you and submit data, documents, get evaluated, then take money and pay you back? It's never been a problem, right? I joke with my team that every month almost 400,000 MSMEs come on our platform, right? We're still only able to lend to close to 8-9,000 MSMEs. So only 2 to 3% of that still gets scattered, right? But there are people who come every month, want to submit data, documents, and everything. There are constraints, right? Like we want banking data, we want GST data. A lot of them might have it, might not have it. A lot of them might not have a proper KYC, which is required in digital format, right? KYC, sign in, and those kind of stuff. But are those guys going up doing that stuff? Yes, that's definitely going up, Suhas. So my assessment of that will be, Suhas, we as an economy, we as a country are evolving, and the level and quality of products that we are building is now going up. And I think that with that, the adoption will also go up. I don't think any of us feels that there is a dearth of market or there is a dearth of adoption, right? Obviously, with the next gen 5G is going out and Reliance Jio and others increasing the quality of data programs, right? We are one of the best cost data led countries, right? In fact, the data packs are extremely low as well. I think we are very well there. Just that all of us need to up our game, build the rightful products for them, make it super convenient for them, and we will see our growth to us.
Great point. I think, in fact, I did have, and you mentioned twice as well. Do you think Geo was a huge enabler in this play? Did you see any shift before, after, given that?
Yes, no, I totally agree to that. Reliance Jio was a huge shift where basically I think the cost angle, which a lot of people didn't want to tread and work on, was a great shift from Reliance Jio, where it made things affordable for people, right? Earlier we had data plans, but suddenly when you have plans by GBs available overall in such a cheaper cost, then that changes the transition. I think a lot of telcos had problems initial on with those kind of data plans, but the kind of adoption every one of us saw, right? Finally, the ARPU that they have, right? Average revenue per unit, if it doesn't go down and if you can give more at same price and everything, then it all changes. I definitely agree to that. That's there. But one more thing, Suhas, is I think you will have to give credit to the Indian startup community as well in the kind of products now we are building overall. We are trying and building ourselves. We are kind of really focusing a lot on being digital native, really focusing a lot on customization, UI, UX. And finally, all of us have also started thinking about experience and engagement of the customer, right? Which was earlier not there. So I think it's both ways it's worked, and we are doing our work.
100%. I think that's perfect leeway to probably even invite Subhash into this discussion. Given that you're building out Dukan, which has started to be maybe the Shopify for India, you probably nail down what the Indian customer needs. Right? It is not easy that we're just building something that is out there, but for India. You're not doing that, right? You're going out. You're actually seeing what are the differences, how are they using. And I recently came across a tweet where. Your SEO numbers, your discovery is off the roof, right? So we've seen that time and again. Subhash would love to go deeper, and maybe Harshvardhan's probably given us the right leeway on building products, right? The interesting thing about how we've just improved in building quality products. Would love your inputs on the same.
Of course. From where I see, right, and I have seen when we talk about दुकान, right, I have seen जो मेरा बाजू का दुकानदार है जो literally पान बेचता है, and from there to some of the literally largest D2C brands from India. For example, I will take View Televisions as one of the they are a 2,000 crore company. So you start from the bottom of the funnel and you go to the top, and I have seen all of them, and pretty much all of them are called MSMEs. अगर आप देखोगे तो View को भी लोग MSME बोलते हैं, उस दुकान वालों को MSME बोलते हैं, based on what number you need to put on the deck. तो MSME जो है, that word in India doesn't mean anything. Who do you call MSME? Is that the दुकान वाला guy जिसको MSME बोल लोगे, या the guy who is selling on Amazon, या जो बंदा कुछ और एक बड़ा retailer है, wholesaler है? Exactly who do you call MSME? That is still a confusion that I am trying to see. Someday someone comes and solves. But other than that, what I have seen so far in building technology for these customers, like इनको समझ में नहीं आता बंदा है कौन. Most of the people that I have seen building product for these guys, they don't understand who they are actually building for. Are they building for that dukan wala buy, or are they building for, let's say, since we are all building from Bangalore, are we building for someone who is like literally a let's say wholesaler or someone large bigger? And the little nuances for all those levels are very different. For example, the lowest food zone, if you go, let's say the dukan guy who runs, say, let's say a pan shop, or let's say a grocery shop, let's say a small apparel shop in somewhere in remote area, he doesn't know anything. He doesn't know what an inventory. He doesn't know SKU kya hota hai. But when you take the same product and you go to someone bigger, let's say who is a much more established player, let's say who's already selling on Amazon or on Flipkart or somewhere, he also wants to get his own store online. He also wants to go into digital, right? He knows all those things and he wants to have everything. Now, how do you build something which will work for this guy and that guy both? If you make it building for someone who's already selling on a marketplace, you build your product too complex for the small seller. And if you make it too easy for the small seller, the people who are like coming in probably in the larger segment of the life, they will not be able to use your product, because then it becomes literally complex for them. And still the same, everything has to still work on a mobile phone. So how do you build that? How do you create a magical experience which is like किसी को समझ में आ जाए कि यार यहाँ 4 क्लिक करना है, हो जाएगा. Most of the people even don't understand the language, right? India is a very diverse country. And if you try to do language translation for everywhere, it becomes a chaos very quickly. You can take any app which is doing translations, and you can see how funny that looks. It will say random things. So you can't do translation either. So how do you design a UI which is that easy? For example, when we're building Dukan in the very early stages, right, when we are building for the shopkeepers, in that case, how do you get inventory from that shop to your platform was a challenge, and a huge one. How do you get that guy to upload photos of 1500 product to your store? How do you do that? You can't do that. So we thought how we can make it easier. We went with QR codes that, okay, you can scan the barcode, it will work. Then even that was very painful. So we said, एक काम कर, रैक का फोटो ले ले, will detect with the machine learning कि आपके अंदर क्या क्या फोटोज लगा रखे हैं. Will not just detect, will also count कि आपने क्या क्या प्रोडक्ट कितनी बार, शैम्पू की बोतल आपके पास 5 बार है, I will count that as a 5 unit in your SKU, and will add that as a product. So those kind of things started to kind of evolve slowly, and then we found a balance कि कहाँ से कहाँ कर सकते हैं. But what we have seen is कि more and more people जो उनके न्यू एज बच्चे हैं, let's say कोई बंदा है, let's say कोई MSME है and उसका ट्रेडिशनल बिजनेस काफी टाइम से चल रहा है, he might not get too much into digital, पर उसके जो बच्चे हैं, let's say कॉलेज का बच्चा है, 10वीं में पढ़ रहा है, 12वीं में पढ़ रहा है, उसको सब समझ में आता है. उसको यूट्यूब समझ में आता है, उसको इंस्टाग्राम समझ में आता है, उसको स्नैपचैट समझ में आता है, उसको पापा को समझ में नहीं आता. वो बोलेगा कि एक काम करो, आप जो करते रहो करने दो, लेट मी गिव दिस टू ए बिजनेस एंगल. And how do I make this business angle to actually a digital business? And how do they help their the dads? That is the kind of story that we get really deep into. I'll touch more on that when we talk. Right now, I will not take too much time in the intro part. But this is the kind of experience that we have seen. यार ये क्या है? मतलब हम यहाँ से बैठ के हमको कुछ अलग ही लगता है, but when we actually go and see in the field, कुछ और ही होता है. So.
Sure. Hey, thanks for sharing that, Subhash. Just before I go and invite Pratyush into this discussion, one question that came up, I think, some of our organizers are also thinking around it, is have you had any interesting experiments with the WhatsApp business? They have this catalog that's come out, right? Especially for the very small business owners. Have you had some insights given, you would have probably studied the product deeper, some integration, some interesting experiments, anything that you can share with us?
Yeah. So 1.5 साल पहले एक इंटरव्यू था on YouTube with Backstage of Millionaires. They asked me the same question: Who do you see as a competitor? Do you see WhatsApp catalog as a competitor? That day my answer was कि इन लोगों से ना हो पाएगा. We are 1.5 years now. Still, my thoughts are same कि WhatsApp commerce नहीं चलेगा. They simply don't know how to build a product for India. And no matter what they do, they won't be able to get it right. And we have seen them. And it's not कि एक month, 2 week, 3 month का है. I have seen it for not 2.5 years. The kind of little things that you have in India. Simple sa, I will show the cake. They are trying to build a complete commerce experience on WhatsApp, correct? द लिटिल न्यूएंसेस ऑफ सीओडी इंडिया में देखोगे ना, मौत आ जाती है बना समझने के लिए कि चलता कैसे है. हम लोगों को दिमाग खराब हो जाता है, ये क्या करना चाह रहा है बंदा. यू हैव सिंपल सीओडी, आपको यहाँ से यहाँ भेजना है इतना लगेगा, यहाँ से यहाँ भेजना इतना लगेगा, यहाँ से यहाँ भेजना इतना लगेगा, रिटर्न आएगा तो ये होगा. अब बंदा बोलता है ठीक है, मेरे को अगर सीओडी रहेगा, 500 रुपये का प्रोडक्ट है, मुझे उस पर ऑफ देना है, 600 का है तो ऑफ नहीं देना है, इस एरिया में है तो ऑफ देना है, इस एरिया में है तो ऑफ नहीं देना है. हाउ डू यू बिल्ड ऑल दोस काइंड ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस इनसाइड व्हाट्सएप चेकआउट? बहुत डिफिकल्ट है उनके लिए करना. एंड व्हाट आई हैव सीन कि अगर आपको कुछ एक्चुअल में परचेज करना है, seeing those images, then was 1 2 3 4, then you see some, then you scroll blah blah blah, then you do like एक बटन दबाओ, आपका कैटलॉग पूरा खुल रहा है, you see all the products, जिस पे क्लिक करना है, एक टैप करो, that experience आप जबरदस्ती एक बात करने के तरीके में आप कॉमर्स घुसा रहे हो. This is not a native, this is not a experience that anyone wants to have in their right life, right mind कि यार मेरे को करना है. अब जबरदस्ती का एक ब्राउजिंग एक्सपीरियंस विच इज बेस्ट बिल्ड फॉर स्क्रीन, जहाँ पे यू हैव ए फुल स्क्रीन, बटन आपको पूरा कैटलॉग दिख रहा है, यू क्लिक, यू ब्राउज ऑन, यू सी ऑल द डिटेल्स, देन यू क्लिक ऐड टू कार्ट, विच इज समथिंग आवर मसल मेमोरी. यू आर ट्राइंग टू फिट दैट एक्सपीरियंस इनटू समथिंग विच वाज मेंट फॉर टॉकिंग, सामने सामने एक दूसरे से बात कर रहे हो, चैट में हाय हेलो बोल रहे हो, उसमें यू आर ट्राइंग टू फिट दैट थिंग जबरदस्ती का, जहाँ पे इट कुड हैव बीन सिंपल, एक लिंक हो सकता था. इवन व्हाट्सएप कुड बिल्ड इट, मतलब दे डोंट हैव टू यूज आवर लिंक, दे कैन सिंपली बिल्ड इट, जहाँ पे www.me blah 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 स्टोर नेम, यू गिव द ई-कॉमर्स एक्सपीरियंस, बेस्ट है. बट उनको नहीं करना, उनको व्हाट्सएप के अंदर ही करना है. ठीक है, वे कर लो, हम भी देखते हैं, आप भी देखो.
Very interesting. No, thanks for sharing that, Subhai. It'll be interesting to see how that develops. But like you mentioned, I think it's been 1.5, 2.5 years and still in the making, right? So
yeah. So interesting introduction is WhatsApp as a platform in India is off the charts. What we enable our business owners is that they use WhatsApp APIs or just WhatsApp as a marketing channel. Whoever customers that they have now or in past, they can simply create a campaign from our platform in 3-4 clicks, and they can send an SMS or they can send a WhatsApp, a very rich WhatsApp, which leads to the store. And the ROI that we see on those WhatsApp messages is unbelievable, literally unbelievable. You spend 500 rupees on WhatsApp messages, and you will have revenue of 15 to 20,000 rupees. You spend 500 rupees on Facebook ads, you will probably have nothing. So the ROI that we see on WhatsApp messages right now in terms of actual conversions is really high. But that ROI is coming when you land them to a store, जहाँ पे they can go and browse around and actual see online कितना होगा, offline कितना होगा, COD कितना है, all those kind of stuff that they see. So WhatsApp as a channel is still a huge enabler, I would say, in India. We are looking for, we work with them very closely on how to implement it. But on the WhatsApp commerce piece, मैंने यार देखो, मैंने पिछले 3 साल में किसी को नहीं देखा है कि मेरे को उसने अपने WhatsApp कैटलॉग का लिंक फॉरवर्ड किया है कि भैया मैं WhatsApp पे भी स्टोर ऐप ले लो. बट अगर आप दुकान का लिंक बोलोगे, मैं पर्सनली एटलीस्ट 50-60 लोगों को जानता हूँ जिन्होंने मेरे को खुद भेजा है कि भैया आप दुकान से ले लो. दे डोंट नो कि आई एम ऑन दुकान, कि मैं हम दुकान चलाते हैं. सो
that would have been interesting. No, thanks for sharing that, Subhai. That was definitely agree with you. I think as an enabler, it's been a great experience using WhatsApp. Prachish, welcoming you onto the panel. Thank you so much again for joining us. Cutting the segue into the revenue aspect, I think creating products for MSMEs that help increase their revenue in general has very significant second order effects, right? And as a platform, first of all, I think Off Business has been in the news for round after round. So it's just been there. And as a platform, you help bring more business to MSMEs, right? You've been around for a long time, founding team member since more than 6 years now. So any anecdotes that you can share with us? We'd love to learn how your experience has been over the years, and given how significant these second order effects are, how do you see that changing in the next couple of years?
Thanks, Suhas, for the invite, first and foremost. So see, and a very interesting discussion upon, tech's adoption, as well as how tech can actually help scale businesses, as well as, a big tech company coming during coming in the MSME segment. And as Harshvardhan was saying, MSME segment may right now the adoption of tech might not be at the levels at which might be there in a US or UK or somewhere else. And India, it's not there currently, right? And there are a number of factors associated with that. So see, tech play within a B2B segment can be, broadly categorized into three major segments as to where tech plays a role. So one of the segments is basically, lead generation or creating a sort of a marketplace for something or the other, right? Now, say suppose there is RxL, which is a marketplace for supply chain bill discounting, right? And it's working pretty well for them right now. And that is one of the segments where tech is actually picking up within the MSME segments, to be very frank. Second segment is basically, in a sort of a customer acquisition, and that is where the actual moolah of a tech company is, when, tech actually helps you to acquire customer without you having to deploy anyone, any salesperson or anyone else to actually go and convert the customer. And that is where I feel today there is a lot of mismatch in our expectation of tech in MSME and what happens in a B2C segment. But to be very frank, within customer acquisition segment, one of the companies which has built a very sizable as well as a fantastic business around this is actually IndiaMart, which is, customer acquisition actually happens completely online. And that is something which, which stands as an example as to tech can actually be utilized in the correct way to actually, acquire customers. And the third area where actually tech can be implemented is user experience. So once you have acquired the customer, you want to retain the customer or, supplement them with other products, other offerings which you have. And that is where user experience actually comes in. Right. So to put it shortly, off business actually wants to get into all three of them. Currently, we are pretty good in pretty good as in we are very good in lead generation as well as marketplace. So as you were saying, we help SMEs to actually increase their business. It's through a platform called Bid Assist, where it's a marketplace where you can go and look out for tenders and apply for tenders, and you get a transparent picture of who all are the bidders of the tenders and where all are the opportunities to increase your business eventually. So that itself translates into a lead generation for us for various other products which we want to offer to the customer. So for example, if we want to once the customer is happy with the tender and we get to know the nature of the business the SME is in, so we get to know what kind of raw materials does the SME require. And raw material consumes almost 60 to 70% of an SME's cost, and that is where secondly we are into. And thirdly, we also want to get into, once you want to acquire, once you want to procure this raw materials, you of course need financing. And that is, the third segment which we are into. So that is how it has trickled down right from, lead generation through Bid Assist and offering other products which actually are very, very critical to an SME's operation, as well as critical to increasing the revenues of the SME and increasing their business and enabling their growth eventually. And how we retain the customer is actually through the user experience. So basically it's a digital platform where they come up and they can see everything online with respect to their ledgers, for example, or if they have any queries, they can raise online, they can raise a ticket and it can be resolved seamlessly. So that is where the third aspect of tech comes in. And that ensures the customer stickiness with us, as well as we use a lot of tech to increase our efficiency levels overall, right? So for example, while we are lending to customers, so we receive documents, say suppose balance sheet, profit and loss statement, and all those things we receive from the customer. But we then translate them into a lot of parameters which actually helps us to analyze very easily whether a first cut analysis whether the customer has the ability to pay or not. Now that is not one of the only criteria on which we lend. Of course, we look at a lot of other factors and whether the customer has the willingness to pay or not, pay back to you or not. But that actually increases the efficiency aspect of our business a lot, right? Even in terms of lead generation, when we get customers through bid assist, that increases our efficiency levels a lot, because we do not have to go out and go out into the market and look for leads when we have already a set of leads, and we get to have an information on what kind of business the SMEs are engaged in. So we are starting off with a good amount of data before we approach the customer eventually, and convert them into our other products, which are our major revenue streams. Okay. Now, what problem we need to solve going forward? Currently, I do not see currently a good digital infrastructure within the MSME segment, and it's not that work is not going on over there, but a lot of effort is being put out over there, and a lot of startups, even the government is trying to bring about a lot of changes to actually ensure a digital infrastructure with respect to the daily operations of an SME is being brought upon. Okay. And secondly, when that happens, that is when I believe tech will be the primary source of income for your company. Apart from that, tech will be an enabler. It will be something which will improve your efficiency, but the primary source of income will be the other offerings. But eventually, once we get to that digital infrastructure there, then that is when tech can be the primary source of revenue for a company, and that is where the actual sizability and scalability would be there. We would be seeing not 5 billion or 10 billion dollar companies, but we would be seeing something like a Facebook or something big like that, something like a 200 billion or a 300 billion dollar company eventually. So that is where we are also, everyone is actually working upon that segment of digitizing particular segments of the operations of an SME. And once we get into that, and people get comfortable with that, that is when the big game actually starts.
Great points. I think, Pratyush, thanks for walking us through that entire narrative. Given that you started Oxyzo and Harshvardhan, you've been in this sector, I think Pratyush just touched upon a little bit about, hey, we help with the cash infusion, which helps the capital part of the business, which is also very, very important for MSME. But one important metric that we've tracked, or the narrative that we've seen, is that the per capita income of India has steadily risen over the last 20-30 years. But do you believe it is at that point, or have we reached, or are we at least on track to reach where there's sizable disposable income, right? When that is there, then the MSME sector grows. And given that y'all are also giving out money, you also need to ensure there's collection, right? That's where money comes back. I know this is recorded, but as candid as you can be, would love to hear.
So see, with respect to your question, of course, the per capita income actually shows the growth of your country, and eventually, and that shows that the growth of your country is good, and the GDP is growing. And once the GDP is growing, everyone is happy. And of course, there is a lot of business out there, and there is a lot of opportunity to capture out there. So, for example, last year, India's GDP grew more than 8.5% in a year. And you could see that translate into almost all of the SMEs out there, where, everyone's revenues, everyone's turnover increased like anything. And everyone had actually made a lot of profits last year, right? So that actually translates to this. But with respect to tech, what I would say is, the tech penetration currently within the B2C segments is very, very high. And one of the major enablers for that is actually UPI. So UPI is a source of a no-cost acquisition for all these B2C fintech companies, where you can, penetrate through tech, right? But currently in MSME segment, there is nothing which is particular as a UPI. UPI doesn't work in MSME segment, right? And that is why I was more emphasizing upon within B2B tech का जो infrastructure है, that is being developed. It will take time to develop, but once we are there, you will be seeing a lot of big opportunities, as well as a lot of big companies coming out of there, and fairly large than B2C companies. The moolah and the opportunity actually lies in B2B. So you will be seeing a lot of stuff happening there.
Got it. No, thanks for adding. Harsh, any points that you want to add in on top of?
Yeah, sure. I'll quickly do that. So just one more. I like you suggested, right? We haven't reached the per capita income. But the beautiful part about our country is we are 125 crore or maybe 140 crore strong, right? And if you look at the MSME space, it's almost 90%, 85, 90% underserved. So whatever you pick up, you could have one US, one United Kingdom, one Canada for any kind and size of population that you want, or one Australia coming out of a sub-segment in the country, right? So I think we are at that stage where even if we start building for maybe one UK, right, which is what 60 million or 80 million, then the market is still pretty huge. And we currently don't need to build for entire India. I think it will be a gradual process for us to do that. But I think, yeah, that's there. So from our perspective as well, we started realizing that we could fund the digital businesses, right? Those guys who were banking, those guys who were GST and who close the digital eKYCs and eNACH processes, we could still go ahead and fund them. And as gradually the digital process improves, we could give them money. So I think the idea is that we are actually heavy reached for entire population, the per capita income and structure, which you would want as a developed economy or near developing economy, the larger ones that we are seeing, maybe not. But do we have large people in our country who are beyond that and who are already in that category who are still not served with the rightful products? We do have that. So I think if we start building for those MSMEs and then gradually migrate to the other MSMEs, it will be wonderful. So that's the thought, that we do have that kind of population rightful right now, which we can go ahead and cater in next 3-5 years. Once everyone, or maybe 7 years, everyone becomes eligible, we go ahead and serve them as well.
Got it. Now that's interesting way to segment the market, right? Usually everyone does it. Like we talk about businesses for India, but like you rightfully mentioned, pick your segment, and that's what you started with, and eventually like the market grows, and then you'll figure out. So that's a great point.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that. For the paucity of time, I might have only one more question, and this one's to all three of you all. Given the nature of your business, given your catering and the scale that all three of you all are catering to, you all have a bird's eye view and a data point on, hey, what is actually happening on the ground, right? And now that we're coming out of the pandemic, but there is a chance that we're also going into another slowdown. We're probably in the middle of that. Maybe we start with Subhash and then go around the table. But would love to hear some interesting insights and some ways to navigate how you'll have come out of the pandemic, right? Some impact that would have happened on your business, some changes that you might have done. Any learnings that you can share from here that you think might be really useful in case of another slowdown? Maybe Subhash, in case you want to start, and then we'll...
Yeah. So very interesting question, because we started in pandemic, right? We were not existing before, so everything that we did was as part of the pandemic, and we saw how much all the mostly small business owners suffered, right? That how do they actually suffer if something like that happens? And one of the most interesting point was that people as a large, right, the customer, you, everyone, we all want to shop from a small business owners. We all want to help our small business owners. We all want to go local for vocal. But when it comes to practicality, none of us will do that, because हमको सबको नहीं करना. The reason is कि the business owners that we have, they don't have a way to reach you directly. They simply don't have a way to kind of get to you. And as a person, if I like convenience, yes, I do. But do I want to help the business owners as well? Yes, I do. But for me, convenience will probably take a little bit more preference than trying to help a fellow business owner. And that is in large true. If you see, pretty much all of us shop from Amazon, pretty much all of us shop from Zepto, Swiggy, Zomato, but we don't go to the small business owner who is not actually on those platforms. We try to fill a gap, that how do we get these people to get in front of the customer as quickly as they can, as safely as they can, and as easily as they can, without getting too much into the complexity of how e-commerce and everything works. And that has worked beautifully. And not just the when I say small business owners, not the small guys, now even the more and more the people who are actually like Harshvardhan was saying, tech savvy or doing everything earlier, even now they are realizing that their reliance on a third party platform will not sustain in the long term. Tomorrow, Amazon, Flipkart, or anyone for that matter can simply come change one single algorithm, and your entire business is off the books. You don't have any customers anymore. For the platform, it doesn't even matter, because they probably picked up someone cheaper, someone better. I don't know. But for the business owner who was there on the platform, they simply lost their entire livelihood. How do you prevent something like that from happening? That is basically building your own brand. How do you build your own customer base? How do you a marketplace, or anywhere you can kind of get a quick boost is fine, but that is what is a quick boost. It's not the way to sustain for the long term. You have to have your own kind of channel, whatever you call it, identity or whatever you call it, but you have to have your own customer base that you can bank on, that you are serving well, that knows who you are, and that's the kind of way to go. It doesn't matter whether it's a slowdown or not. That is something you should always have.
Got it. No, thanks for sharing that, Subhash. I think that's a very, very interesting learning. Pratyush, Harshvardhan would love to hear, this
Yeah.
insight from
From our perspective, basically, I think it was a great learning, right? We always believed in these businesses and knew they were resilient. But COVID basically told us that they were actually quite resilient, right? Overall, other than the lockdown and everything, the people came back very sharply in their business, focusing a lot more. And I think both before COVID wave turn, we had seen a resurgence, right, or a re-emergence from all these small businesses where they were doing pretty good businesses. Overall, again, I think we normally discount small businesses, thinking that they don't understand their business, they don't basically go ahead and align their business and stuff like that. But it doesn't happen that way. They're pretty much aligned. They work and they know and understand their businesses very well as well, Suhas. So I think our fact that these businesses are backbone, and for us also the realizing that because we normally cater to micro units, they normally cater to people in and around them only, right? To the small, to the direct consumers. So we didn't see so much impact, but resilience and their resilience is one of the pretty good point that we got to understand at this time.
That is amazing. I think that's a whole lot of optimism. That is good, right? That actually gives a lot more positivity in the ecosystem. So thanks for that.
Yeah. So just to add on to what Harsh was also saying, so see, what we realized during the COVID is, any business would sustain and any business would do good, irrespective of the conditions outside, if two things are taken care of. And I will go into the financial aspect of two things of being taken care of. One is doing a profitable business, ensuring that whatever business model you're building, it's profitable, at least at the unit economic level in the initial times, and eventually it has a path to profitability. And secondly is ensuring that the cash cycle is good, like building a very heavily profitable business with a ridiculous cash cycle and matlab cash mein convert hi nahi ho raha, which is that doesn't make any sense, right? So striking a right balance, building a profitable business and ensuring that the cash cycle is good is what we did during the last 6 years. And that is why during the COVID times also, these principles we had followed at that point of time, and that is what actually made us grow even bigger. And what we ensure is that this particular principle of making profit and ensuring that the cash cycle is good, we actually trickle it down to each and every individual member of our business. So even if you talk to the most anyone in off business, actually, anyone would say that these are the two things which I have to do when I am working over here, or when I'm trying to do sales over here, or when I'm trying to convert a customer. Even in finance, or even in HR, or even in any other department, you pick up and ask that person as to what are the two financial fundamental parameters which you actually adhere to within off business, and they will tell that these are the two financial parameters which I'll adhere to in whatever I pick up. So one is profitability and ensuring that the cash cycle is good and ensuring that the profit is realized. So yeah, if that is there, irrespective of whether it's a boom or a slowdown or whatever, your business is going to do well. If it's a boom, of course, everything is going to go great. But during a slowdown, you will have a very, very resilient business, and you will make your way through it.
Thanks so much for sharing that, Pratyush. I think great points. All three entrepreneurs sharing with us that, and I think from very, very different angles. But if you put that all together, I think these learnings are definitely gold. Once again, I think I see both the mods come back on stage. So I realize that we probably overshot this by a bit. I know there are tons of questions that are coming up on the chat section. Folks, do follow. I think all three of our panelists are pretty active on social. Please do follow them on Twitter, LinkedIn. I think you will definitely keep gathering lots of insights, especially if you're building in this sector. And if there are any questions, like I think do put it on the chat section. We'll try picking that up later. But with that, thanking each and every one of you for tuning in, as well as Harsh, Subhash, and Pratyush. Thank you so much for your valuable time today.
Thank you so much,
guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Ray, Sarthak, over to you. Thanks once again, folks.
I would like to thank our panelists for gracing the stage this evening with an enlightening discussion, full of fresh takes, which I'm sure the audience will appreciate and learn from. Up next, we have a session titled Digital Finance Democratized. The speakers for this session are Mr. Sumit Manyar, founder and CEO of Rupeek, Mr. Harsh Jain, co-founder and CEO at Grow, Mr. Shashank Rishyasinghe, co-founder at MD at Capital Float, and Mr. Yashoraj Tyagi, CTO and CBO at Cashy.
Diving deeper into technology and finance, few sectors have emerged as dominant as the one in changing an average Indian consumer's outlook on the way they handle money and personal financing. The fintech industry has undoubtedly been amongst the fastest growing sectors, both in terms of market size and in terms of founder potential. From payment gateways to digital lending to BNPL and neobanks, the industry has witnessed a phase of extraordinary innovation and exponential growth. The introduction of ideas such as Digital India and revolutionary technologies such as UPI have changed the way money moves in India and have further helped facilitate the fintech boom.
Our next panel covers the evolution of fintech as a consumer solution, changing the way people look at various financial products and services. This panel will feature some of the most innovative consumer-facing ideas in fintech, which have not only helped the industry grow, but also increased the average Indian access to financial and technological awareness, driving India towards a more informed economy.
Our first speaker is Mr. Sumit Manyar. Mr. Manyar is the founder and CEO of Rupeek, an asset-backed digital lending platform which is backed by the likes of Sequoia, Axel Partners, and Bessemer Venture Partners. Rupeek raised $34 million this year in a round led by Lightbox, an IIT Bombay alumnus. He has previously worked as an equity research analyst at JP Morgan and has also served as the managing director of Manyar Seeds. He's also previously built a couple of other startups, including Function Space.
Joining the panel, we have Mr. Harsh Jain, who is the CEO and co-founder, COO and co-founder at Grow, the startup which joined the Unicorn Club in April last year. Grow, backed by Tiger Global and Sequoia, tripled its valuation in just 6 months. He heads customer acquisition, retention, and business expansion at Grow. Prior to this, he has been product manager at Flipkart, where he built products for marketplace and logistics. He holds a BTech in electrical engineering and a master's in information and communication engineering from IIT Delhi. Mr. Jain studied for his MBA in product management and marketing from UCL.
Next, I would like to introduce Mr. Shashank Rishyasinghe. Mr. Shashank is the co-founder and managing director at Capital Float, a digital finance platform serving consumers and entrepreneurs across India. The startup backed by Kunal Shah, the founder of Cred, Amazon, Sequoia Capital, and Lightstock raised $50 million in funding last year. Mr. Shashank is a former strategy consultant and investor with global experience across developed and emerging markets. Prior to Capital Float, he is working at McKinsey & Company. He's completed his MBA from Stanford University and graduated magna cum laude in economics from Princeton University.
Our final panelist for the session is Mr. Yashoraj Tyagi, an alumnus of BITS Pilani and UC Berkeley. Mr. Tyagi is the CTO and CBO at Cash, an online marketplace for personal loans which enables salaried and self-employed individuals to obtain personal loans with customized terms, amounts, and repayment options. Having raised a Series B round this year, Cashy is backed by the likes of Kotak Mahindra Bank, Pulse Secure, and Blacksoil. He's also previously served as a consultant for KPMG.
This panel session will be moderated by Jivraj Singh Sachar, host of one of India's biggest startup-focused podcast, the Indian Silicon Valley Podcast. He started the Indian Silicon Valley Podcast when he was just 21, with an aim to build a content repository for people his age who aspired to build a business. Presently, he's working as a member of the venture operations team at AngelList. I'd now like to hand over the stage to Jivraj to commence this exciting session.
Thank you so much, Sarthak and Shay. I think that was a very kind introduction to what it be, I'm sure, be an amazing panel. And I'm really glad to be doing this in the presence of some phenomenal entrepreneurs. As the organizers mentioned, the idea here is to understand how the fintech consumer landscape has evolved over time, and to understand the majority of the factors and the unique challenges faced by the diverse group of entrepreneurs we have. I think I'd like to start with Grow and Harsh, right? I think starting off with you, Harsh, if you can talk to us about what the financial penetration of the Indian consumer looks like in asset classes which are supposedly intuitive but weren't as such. Grow began with the ideology of simplifying investing, and in 6 years we've come a long way. So if you can give us a preview of what the journeys look like, especially with context to the kind of financial penetration that is still possible in the country, I think that'll be super helpful to get us started. Harsh, I think you're on mute. If you could please. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Sivaraj, and thank you so much, for having me here with the kind introduction. And thanks for the panelists to be with us. I think we'll have a good time. See, from a asset class, investing, when we call and we look around in India, the penetration is and used to be abysmally low, and few years back it used to be, in less than 5% of our country population were actually engaged with any of the capital market products. While fixed deposit is a very popular product, and if you see, there are probably to 30 million people who would have fixed deposits done across. But if you look at mutual funds and stocks and these kind of investment products, it was really, really low. Probably 2 crore, say 20 million, 25 million used to be there. In the last 3-4 years, we saw good penetration, but we still see, if we look at the other countries and we look at the kind of capital people have and investable money, I think people in India have, is still very low, and there's a lot of scope why people can participate in whichever way, small, big, more frequent, less frequent. There are different ways they can participate in, but there's definitely a lot of scope.
Got it. I think that's super helpful. And moving to Sumit here on, right? I think, Sumit, you're working in an industry which, of course, requires some amount of consumer adoption in a different way, because people have looked at gold as an asset class in a very traditional manner. Rupee changes that spectrum in a diverse aspect. So if you can shed light to, what has Rupee done differently, and what does the consumer landscape look like for gold as an asset class and lending in that aspect, I think that'll be super helpful.
Yeah, I think, firstly, thanks, Jivraj, and nice to see you after a long while. Hello, everyone. I'll come to the point. I think gold as an asset class, it's so culturally ingrained that, it's definitely going to be part of our portfolios for some psychological reasons. We still have the allure of gold shine, and everyone likes it. So I think, but definitely, as Harsh was highlighting, that there will be a percentage reallocation where more wealth will go to dematerialized form of security, and that's better for nation as a whole, where we have liquid assets and other asset classes which are going to shape up. However, I think gold is also going to go through its own course of evolution. It will be slow, and today you can only tentatively have a brushstroke. So you already have seen digital gold's emergence, where people are allocating a lot of wealth. I think next would be some form of stable coin backed by gold. Already people are doing it, and in the Web3 world, it seems logical, where if people are going to allocate a certain portion of their net worth into cryptocurrencies or any such form, definitely they would like to take care of volatility, and you would have USD stable coins and gold stable coins who will offer that diversity. So pretty much like what a bond does to our capital markets, gold can play that role in future. When it comes to monetization, I think the challenge is that we would not be able to envisage the historical ways of evolution or historical ways of how monetization has happened. There, you have to think in different ways, whether there will be destructive way, how gold gets monetized, non-destructive ways, and nobody really knows. But definitely this digital shift is going to make life easier for monetization.
Got it. So I think the digital shift is a common pattern that's emerging through this conversation. Moving to Shashank, I think for capital float, there's been a small pivot, if I'm not wrong, as well, going from the SME side to more consumer-facing lending as well, and that's happened in the last couple of years. So if you can talk to us about what the recent market trends of maybe UPI, the account aggregator framework, and multiple other initiatives on a broad basis, what does that do to consumer-facing lending, and what have you observed in the capital float journey that has been unique to building out a consumer-facing fintech product?
Sure, and thanks for having me on this panel, Jivraj. Right? Look, I think more than anything else, our biggest internal transformation over the last few years has been from a company that did credit products to a company that gives credit to customers, right? And I think in many ways that actually mirrors how the economy has evolved over the last few years. I mean, for decades, you had this banking model of products, right? Home loans, car loans, credit cards, siloed in their delivery. And that was a reality because you had to basically slice and dice the market and build physical infrastructure to go actually meet customers, right? In the last few years, all that changed with the triple whammy of kind of geo, UPI, and the rise of e-commerce. And suddenly what we found is that there was an opportunity not just to think about building a few good products, but actually to serve an entirely new set of customers, right? And if I put it very simply, there are 150 million people today who are actively transact and shop online, and there are 25 million people who have credit cards. And that gap, if you think about it, is actually insane. It doesn't exist in any other country in the world. And the only way we will grow into a $5 trillion economy is with a concurrent 2x expansion in retail credit, because that's how any economy in history has actually grown at that pace for a decade or more. So the challenge we set ourselves was, look, with these changes in public infrastructure, how can we move from thinking about building specific products to actually thinking about how you scale credit to these next 100 million customers in India? And that was a very fundamental change in thinking. That honestly has been an exciting journey and has led us down the path of saying, look, how do you build this journey as an economy, as a business, but more importantly for your customers? Because credit is in many ways not just about learning how to take credit, but also building your own credibility within your economy, your community, etc. Right? And so for us, that journey has been about how do you figure out the right starting product for people, which in our case has been buy now, pay later at checkout. And then how do you give people a pathway to build that credit history and discipline so that over a period of time, they can actually become power users of credit who can and can employ it to improve their life without falling into any of the pitfalls that we typically associate with credit. And I think all the infrastructure you mentioned, like AA, UPI, etc., have all essentially been accelerators in facilitating building out that journey.
Fair enough. And I think that's a very important point. And you briefly touched upon the fact of scale, right? How does fintech in India scale to the 100 million users and even more? And I think that'll be a good thread to double click on later during the conversation. But moving to Yashraj and, trying to understand what's more happening in terms of the, let's say, tech landscape and scaling technology for the new Indian consumer, which is trying to get credit online, right? If you can maybe help us understand what is the tech scalability that goes on in that aspect, and how do you build more vigilant products that scale for the Indian consumer? I think that would be a super interesting lens to get from your end.
Hey, thanks, Jivraj, for that question. Very, and thanks a lot for having me here. Very happy to be here. Very happy to be back at BITS. It's a very interesting question. What I would say is that a bunch of things have start by saying a bunch of things have happened in the last 2 to 3 years. If you say so, obviously the largest being COVID out of everything, and the reason I mentioned that is being COVID has been the largest catalyst of this entire offline to online sort of change, because no matter whatever you do in fintech, you can build excellent tech stacks. You can kind of build the best user journeys out there. You can use the best in class AI platforms. But I think the most crucial part of any financial technology framework is basically consumer trust, because trust is the most core tenet in any financial service operation, because ultimately you're dealing with money, and I think that this entire sort of shift in terms of people trusting online platforms a lot more. Obviously, you had a decent degree of trust coming in the Gen Z and the millennial population, but also other segments as well kind of happened during COVID, because you could not use the traditional services as efficiently as you were able to do it earlier. And that sort of then put the onus on platforms to kind of build out the relevant infrastructure, the relevant products that are able to serve a whole range of population that is now coming on online platforms and expecting more efficient and faster means of accessing those same services using online medium, and including but not limited to credit. So what we've seen is that there has been sort of a very unprecedented, obviously, growth in the kind of demands we have seen for financial services available online. We have seen a lot more investments, obviously, from the side of regulators. Some side of the government is in kind of building up the India stack. You have seen that the regulator has also been very fast moving when it comes to kind of embracing change and coming up with new guidelines and regulations in terms of how can digital financial services be offered. And then players like us have also kind of invested a lot in kind of building out sort of the infrastructure in terms of AI and machine learning platforms that allow us to profile customers in a much more different manner and allow a much wider access to financial services for them. So that is what I would kind of, among a lot of other things that are happening, I think these are the things that I would probably would like to mention at this point of time.
Got it. No, I think that's super comprehensive and like makes us understand what the deep dive to build scalable tech products for fintech is in the country. I think, with this first round of answering done, I would like to do a quick house check. I think this is the most distinguished fintech set of founders that you will come across to the audience. So I know this is a Sunday afternoon, but please float your questions. We would love to answer your questions as opposed to me, answering mine. So let's do that, and please float your questions in the chat. I'd love to present that to the speakers. But having said that, I think in the next set of questions, I'd love to uncover some unique challenges to each businesses that all of you face. And therein, I'd love to start with Sumit, perhaps. And, with Rupeek, I think, the unique aspect to Rupeek is that it's also tech enabled. There is an operational angle to it as well. And eventually, to scale to the Indian mass audience, you will need some sort of operational backend as well. If you can talk to us, Sumit, about, what are those operational challenges that Rupeek deals with, and how do you scale operations, the offline aspect as well as the online aspect of fintech? I think that would be very interesting to hear.
I think one of the things which we appreciated is that consumers have a very different mindset, Jivraj, when it comes to collateralized loan versus an unsecured loan. Collateralized loans is that I am giving you something, and whether it is gold, whether it is real estate, or even I would say vehicle finance, where you are taking like on a CV, a revolver facility. The mindset is that I am the owner, I am the king, and you need to play by my rules. Whereas in unsecured, my friends Shashank here can definitely vouch for it. People are more than happy to receive it. They would jump through 10 different hoops to get the capital. So that's a different mindset. Now, that makes a unique challenge in operational capabilities of unsecured and secured lending. In secured lending, you need to play by consumers' rule. If they want to have an offline phase, if they want to have an offline unit where they can come and address their queries, so be it. There is no two way about it. You have to build those capabilities. Now, question is how asset light you can be. And currently we're able to manage this without any brick and mortar shop, but we have feet on street teams, and we have people who go and address these queries. Similarly, we have to build certain logistics capabilities. So in terms of overnight storage of gold, and these are risk oriented. So you have, one is consumer led ask, second is your own prudence in terms of how you want to contain and control the risk, and third is your I would say the financial guardrail or P&L guardrail, where you want to be leftmost on the cost curve, where you want your OPEX to AUM ratio be lowest in the country. So those are three different sort of aspects of the secured lending as compared to unsecured. I'm sure we're not doing real estate, but I'm sure it would be on similar lines.
Got it. No, that's interesting to hear, especially when we hear about tech-enabled businesses, and that goes to show how tech-enabled businesses succeed. But talking about unsecured loans, and maybe moving to Shashank from here, would love to know from you, Shashank, that as to when you talk about scalability in terms of credit, what is the core IP that you have to build as a company so that you're differentiating, especially when it comes to penetration? Because we all hear that in fintech, lending is the king, that's the largest market, whatnot. But what does capital flow do differently when building out core IP, be it in terms of convenience of getting loans, or be it in terms of reducing NPAs, whatnot, right? If you can shed some light there, I think that'll be very helpful for the audience.
Sure, Jivraj, right? So I think the short answer is the single most important thing in our business is risk, right? Because we are in an effort to demystify the risk of these next 100 million customers in a country where 80% of people are new to credit, but the capital markets only want proven AAA risk. And if we want credit to scale in this country, someone has to go and do this, right? But what that means is we need to build in a huge amount of rigor into ensuring that as we go through this process of proving out credit worthiness in the next 100 million customers, we're able to do it while maintaining our own loss rates low, right? And it's been a journey to get here, but we're at the point today where we can offer close to a 70% approval rate. while ensuring that NPS stay around the 1.5% range, right? And I'll be honest, it's been a journey to get here, right? It's been a process of discovery that has involved building extremely strong muscles around data, underwriting, and collections, right? Because that's a big part of the story in India. Once we've figured out the risk piece and we have an engine that works, right? Then the second question becomes, how do you change mindsets and behaviors around credit so that it scales in a way that is sustainable, right? Because again, we're a country that needs credit but have all sorts of taboos around it, right? And in our mind, that starts with dignity, which is why while a customer may jump through hoops, as Sumit said, we want to give them the best possible experience, right? So the second part is rigor. So ensuring that there is the right balance between giving the customer control and also us maintaining control. So at any point in time, the customer doesn't overlever himself or herself. And then the third is about creating these positive feedback loops that create credit culture in India, right? Which very simply put means you start small, and as you demonstrate strong financial behavior, your credit grows with you, and more opportunities to use credit start to unlock in your life, right? And I think these two things, right, risk and then building credit culture in the country through dignity, control, and positive feedback. This is really, I would say, where the IP gets created in this business. And again, when I say IP, I think in India, execution is IP, right? Everyone knows what needs to be done, but it's hard to do it. And so building the right organizational muscles to be able to actually do this and then rinse, repeat, I think that's really where the secret sauce ends up. And it's a work in progress for us, as I'm sure with most people.
Got it. And I think that's super helpful. Thanks for sharing those lessons. I think, Shashank, I think a lot of important points there in terms of awareness, in terms of the literacy, in terms of trust building also. I would love to move gears to Harsh perhaps. And Harsh, as we all know, Grow is one of the most prominent and scalable fintech products in the consumer landscape. If you can help us understand till where can we stretch this depth, right? Because when we look at similar developed markets, we see that the number of demat accounts in proportion to the population is really high. We're still to achieve that scale in India. But what are some of the unique things done by Grow to expand the market and get new first-time users, especially millennials, which is a majority of our audience, to financial products, to the form of investing that Grow brings? If you can maybe talk about that awareness bit, that trust bit, and that scalability bit, I think that'll be very, very valuable.
Sure. See, one point I want to pick up on what Sumit said, right? Because if somebody's putting in asset, you need to listen to your customers, right? If it's in a way, what we've seen in the last 6 years is that it's even more tough out here, because there is no, there's no, it's not us selling our product. We are a platform. We are like 100% technology platform. We are less finance, more technology in this space, because people have to make their own choices. All we're doing is making it easier for them to do. We are making it less friction. We are building more trust around the ecosystem of investing. We're educating them about the products out there, what are the risks in it, what is the process in it, how to make the transparency, and build more comfort with those products. So it's tough. Fortunately, in India, the awareness, basic awareness of investing money, which begins with saving. You save money, which is like you don't want to spend more, and you keep the money for future. And people have an inherent interest to get more interest or more returns. Whether it's fixed deposits, or it's investment in real estate, or investment in buying gold, or investments in capital markets. So the fundamental need of getting more returns on my savings is there. So that first part of the job is done, because people, if you go and say, hey, these are the good products that you should be putting your money in so that you make more money in future on this money, it's well established. From there on to the awareness of the product, so a lot of part has happened before we joined in. There was mutual fund sahi kind of campaigns. Regulators have been trying really hard on talking about this, making it a talk of the town sort of thing. But then we felt that there is a lot of gap between just saying that something is good versus making sure that people understand what it is, what are the risks, what are the products, and when people see around them, right? Ki mera friend hai Jivraj, and he has built fortune investing in stocks, and you get attracted by doing it without knowing how to do it. So So bridging all those gaps of misconception and peer pressure. So we spend a lot of time in creating content. So if I look at my growth team, 60% of them are just creating content, and that's not really acquisition driven, or that's not really marketing driven, or any of those traditional teams. Because that's the gap here. And obviously, when we get into different products, probably the gap will be different, and we'll have to solve it differently. But large part of it, once you create that level of curiosity, then second level is remove the friction. So right from onboarding, why there are 65 to 70% of the users are the first time investor in the industry. They've never been in the space. We do their KYC for the first time. And that all come because now there's a low friction. So they see that it's easy, simple, and then they get onto it. So blocks, it's a Lego. It works, gradually. Shyam was also saying it takes time, and saying it now is, part of it is easy because we've been doing it on it for the last 6 years, and now probably next few years also will continue optimizing.
Absolutely, and I'm sure for the right reasons. We are all benefactors of products that all of you are building. So kudos to that, and kudos to how it's bridging the gap for financial access, as you mentioned. So great to hear that. Moving to Yashraj, I think an interesting question pops up is given that you're focusing on a specific consumer class, which are, let's say, salaried young millennials and employees. If you can help us decode what the young salaried employee in India really wants, what does that consumer graphic really looks for in fintech products when credit is concerned, I think that'd be a unique insight, especially to understand how to build for that audience. And I'm sure a lot of curious builders in the audience will seek a lot of value from that.
No, thanks. Thanks again, Divraj. And there is the salaried, or the salaried class in India, or the recent entrance to the salaried class in India for the last 4 to 5 years. You've seen that there's a big shift in terms of behavior and acceptance to credit. Even a decade back, the way anybody would view taking on credit is very different from the way people view credit right now. Everybody's aware that we have made decent enough shift towards a mindset in which people don't kind of mind having a healthy credit-based lifestyle, in which they are able to kind of meet their short-term obligations by taking on credit, in which they are not very over-leveraged, and they're able to kind of manage their own finances very well. And that's why kind of having credit instruments out there that make accessibility to credit even more easy is sort of the need of the hour. If you look at out of this entire sort of salary base that we have even in tier 1 cities, and then you look at the total credit card user base in India, that's peanuts compared to where it should be. And still you have the traditional financial institutions out there lending money to only a fraction of customers out there. So there is the Indian millennial and the Indian Gen Z, which is entered in the workforce, does need contextual credit, if I may say. It might not be saying that, okay, I want to go and take a personal loan, but if they're doing, kind of getting consumer durables, or kind of doing any kind of financing for them for any short-term needs, or have any medical expenses, or any other short-term obligations to meet, they would not mind taking credit for that, because they're aware of credit instruments. They know that what it means to take on credit. It's not viewed as a taboo anymore. But now they want access to these instruments out there. As Harsh said, it's then about being present out there, understanding their preferences, understanding the nuances, and giving them the kind of customer experience that solves problems for them. And and as Sumit said, hopefully not making them jump through multiple hoops in that process. The second part which I'd like to add is that while we do that, specifically to credit, which Shashank said, the most core tenet over there for building for credit instruments for them is to actually understand risk, right? Because since consumer behavior has shifted, since the nature of providing financial services has become more online in nature, the way of profiling and evaluating credit is also becoming completely different, specifically when you deal with an unsecured asset class like what we do. And hence it becomes pertinent to put the relevant kinds of investments in your underwriting and collections and operations muscle, which we've done over the last. We put a 3.5 year effort in kind of building out our own credit evaluation stack, so that then we create that playbook, and then you kind of double down on that playbook once you see that yielding results and giving a loss rate that is sort of controllable in nature. So I think that the salaried Indian millennial, to answer your question, in to sum it up, is that they do expect convenient access to credit, convenient access to financial services. Then building out there, building for them by kind of putting the relevant investments in tech is one thing, but at the same time we also need to understand that their behavior and their preferences are also a lot different from what it used to be a decade back, and you have to kind of evaluate risks in the right way as well. So that's what I would say to that.
Got it. I think that's also very valuable to just decode what the Indian millennial is thinking and how can companies cater to those needs. I think this has been fantastic, and I'm being told by the organizers that we have to wrap this up. As a final question around the room, I think what we'll do is I would request all of the panelists to maybe answer 2 questions in perhaps a line. First being, what is a future fintech trend that you feel will dominate the next 5-10 years in the country? And second being, one of the most core lessons in the company building journey, especially from a fintech perspective, that you have noticed in the past years. So this is a past plus future question to all of you. And if you can go once around the room with closing remarks, I think that would put this panel to a great close. I don't think we've been able to answer all questions, but I'm sure the organizers will do a good job at sharing them with the relevant panelists and getting the right answers. But if we can here start off with Yashraj, perhaps, I think that'd be fantastic, and we can go from there.
Sure, Jivraj, and again, interesting questions. What I'll try to be quick about them. First of all, the trends that I see is that I would probably not like jump the gun and talk about Web3 and stuff. What I would say, even when you think about fundamentals, right? Like you still have the fastest growing curve in terms of smartphone penetration, internet penetration. You have rapid access to banking with the opening of Jan Dhan accounts and stuff like that. So you see a very, very huge entrant happening into the financial ecosystem, and then it is up to players like us to actually be able to serve them with the relevant financial products. And the core aspect over here is that you have an unprecedented access to data as well on these consumers, and hence hyper personalization, I would say, is basically one of the things that would actually make or break organizations. They are able to go out there and serve a large variety of customers by giving them exactly what they would need to kind of fulfill their financial obligations and preferences. And I think that's one. Second, in terms of company building, I think that I think execution and a core focus on execution will drive the companies that kind of make it big out there. Because technology is something that you are able to kind of come up the curve. India stack is available to everybody. Everybody understands consumer behavior to a certain level equally well. And I think that you will have some great, as I say, execution artists coming out in the next 2 to 3 years who are able to kind of scale up better than others. And that's on the company building side.
Awesome. If I might request Shashank to go next.
Sure, Jivraj. So I think looking forward, I think the one trend that I think needs to accelerate and I'm excited about is full stack digital banking. We still have people borrowing at 24% and earning 3% on their savings account. And I think that's just criminal, right? And I think many fintechs are itching to be able to actually take a crack at this and take a hammer to the problem of intermediation costs. So hopefully the opening up of banking is much overdue in this country and will happen over the next few years, though it'll be a journey, right? I think the second thing, which is actually on org, which is linked to that, is actually governance, right? I think fintech is littered with risks in India, right? And when I say governance, I'm not just talking about things like audit and board, but actually being able to have the right kind of internal controls and discipline, top to bottom within an organization, right? And I think the real win for fintech in India is when some of us actually become scaled financial institutions that have the same respect and credibility as an HDFC or an SBI today, but have the agility of a Google or a Facebook or an Amazon, right? And I think that doesn't come. We're all over-indexing on the tech part right now, but I think the piece around governance and institutional strength and depth is going to be a key organizational focus for us and for many others in the ecosystem.
Awesome. I think super important point is there. Thanks for sharing that, Shashank. Next up is Sumit. You can go next. That'll be awesome.
Eerily similar to Shashank. I think with the forward looking, if fintechs do not get access to lower cost of fund, I don't know. I mean, they will be always tempted to take, especially in the tough cycles, take more risk than warranted. And what disproportionate advantage banks have is access to cheapest form of capital, which allows them to play in the least risky segment. And ultimately, through cycles, that is the segment you want to be as an asset builder. So I think access to lower cost of fund, digital banking is one way to go about it. And again, we understand there is a systemic risk standpoint which regulator doesn't want to open up and start distributing licenses like a candy. But there has to be some solutioning around it if fintechs have to thrive. Otherwise, we'll always be behind the curve. That is one. Second is, I think what is extremely important is that risk-adjusted return. You know, a lot of time I mean, it's one line statement, but a lifetime of practice. The challenge on risk-adjusted return is that you end up taking at times more risk for the same return, and again through cycles that goes for a toss. So those two are, according to me, very important to get right.
Got it. I think that's fabulous, and thanks for sharing that, Sumit. We start with Harsh and we're ending with Harsh. Harsh, why don't you go next and please help us conclude?
Sure. So, see, forward-looking, I think the prominent trend in the next 5-10 years we'll see will be of DIY. Do it yourself. Whether it's investing, lending, payments, any of the financial products, or even beyond also, because now what we've seen the last 3-4 years, and what's a trend, that this generation of people who are growing, scaling really fast, are the people who want things on their own. They have access to all the information. There are offerings a commodity now. Everybody can offer a good design and a good UI and very good, very scalable backend technology. But I think people will make their own choices. So giving them the comfort of non-sales calls, non-pushy products and kind of thing is going to be the next 10 years or longer trend of how people will invest, or people will invest their time or their money with respect to any product that they pick. And from a corporate point of view, I think, Jivraj, I mean, it may sound like, very common knowledge, but it's more like, customer focus. And that's easier said than done, because when the times are tough, people have pressure to, start focusing on bottom line more than customer, and maybe the growth or sometimes competitive pressure. There's so many different pressures that a startup or a company undergoes, and it's very easy to talk about it but lose the customer focus, the customer first, customer focus. And if companies can sustain that as a culture, as a structure, then that's going to be the one of the success mantras for the company.
Awesome. I think, again, super valuable pointers, and that brings us to a wonderful close. I think what we've eventually heard is full stack banking, digital lending on a greater level, and lower cost of interest, hyper personalization, and DIY are the future trends that will dominate. And if founders can focus on execution, customer focus, and board governance and etc., I think those will be the pillars that will stand the test of time and build the companies of tomorrow. Thank you so much to all the panelists on behalf of the event and the team Conquest. I think this has been absolutely fantastic, and I'm sure to those who listen, they have derived great value. I certainly have, and a huge shout out to everybody for spending their Sunday afternoon with us. Over to the organizers. Thanks, Shrey and Sarthak.
Yeah. Thank you, Jivraj, and thanks all the panelists for their unique perspectives on this exciting topic, which has frankly taken our nation by storm over the last 2 years. It was extremely engaging to watch such a lively and informative conversation regarding a type of technology that has become an integral part of our daily lives. Sarthak, you're on mute.
So building on this theme of fintech, for our next session, we'll be having a panel discussion on building the pillars of a cashless economy. The speakers for this session will include Mr. Mohit Sani, founder, MD, and CEO of Innova Capital, Mr. Sahil Kini, co-founder and CEO of Setu, and Mr. Javed Iqbal, co-founder of Rupify. At the forefront of the Indian businesses, the need for strong, technologically driven financial infrastructure has rapidly increased in the country. Indian founders have built on this need in a host of innovative ways, from providing seamless APIs to allowing companies to integrate their financial structures online, to incentivize last mile lending solutions and local businesses, to integrating payment gateways and facilitating the BNPL model into business lending. The B2B fintech industry has emerged as a key proponent of the successful digitalization and scaling of businesses over the last few years.
Our next panel, titled Building the Pillars of a Cashless Economy, delves deeper into the journey of the B2B fintech industry and how the evolution of the financial infrastructure in businesses and the ecosystem in India has helped revolutionize the way businesses look at finance.
The first panelist for today is Mr. Mohit Saini. Mr. Mohit is the Managing Director and CEO of Finova Capital. Finova stands for Financial Innovation. It is an NBFC which helps finance the 30 million Indian MSMEs at reasonable costs and in a transparent manner. Prior to this, he's also a joint general manager at one of the largest banks in the country, ICICI Bank. With close to 2 decades of experience in retail banking and financial services, he is known for his impeccable track record in the asset and liability business, from business conceptualization to development to risk management in products such as home loans, mortgage loans, property services, etc.
Our next panelist is Mr. Sahil King, who is the co-founder and CEO at Setu. Setu helps the new generation of fintech companies scale fast by enabling fast, reliable, and secure access to banking systems via APIs. He's also a core member with the India Stack team, where he addresses issues around financial inclusion, macroeconomic policy, and data privacy. Previously, he was a principal at Aspada Investment Advisors, where he led investments in financial services, SME enablement, and technology for the underserved markets. He was also one of the early team members of Aadhaar, where he worked to establish it as sufficient KYC of a SIM card. He received his BTech degree from IIT Madras, where he was awarded the Shankar Dayal Sharma Prize for being the best all-round student.
Our last panelist for the evening is Mr. Javed Iqbal. He's the co-founder of Rupify. At Rupify, Mr. Iqbal is building India's largest lending as a service play for small to medium-sized enterprises. An IIT Kharagpur alumnus, Mr. Iqbal was previously employed at Google as a senior software engineer. We look forward to hearing his insights on the evolution of a cashless economy in India.
Joining us as a moderator is Mr. Jivraj Singh Sachar again. He was an amazing host for the previous session on digital finance and is here again to moderate this panel to build on India's vision for a cashless economy. Over to you, Jivraj.
Awesome. I think we're live. Thank you so much for that kind introduction by the organizers, and wonderful to be moderating this distinguished panel to discuss some not so spoken of in the mainstream fintech initiatives that are changing the landscape for a majority of the SMEs in the country. As I was sharing at the backstage, I think the idea with this conversation is to decode much of the major trends, the headwinds in the industry that have led to the democratization of capital and services for SMEs, and a lot of them are, a lot of the panelists can share some light there. Starting off with Mohit, I think the interesting aspect of building for SMEs at scale and enabling credit for them is something that remains to be a mystery, especially from a consumer standpoint, which is not too close to the SME, and a majority of our audience is a millennial in colleges, right? So if you can maybe describe to us the consumer persona that you cater to, and what are some of the core observations from having served them for a large variety of time, and also in at scale, I think that will be very helpful to get us started.
Yeah, hi. First of all, thanks for having me in. Yes, as you rightly pointed out, in fact, we are NBFC. We are focused on MSME. And while working with one of the India's largest bank in my previous stint, we realized that there exists a humongous potential. Whatever data we look at, whether we look at credit to GDP, whether we look at mortgage to GDP, we realize that we are very, very credit underpenetrated. And this credit underpenetration does not happen in major towns. This is happening in smaller towns. So we said that we will be going after Cat B, Cat C, Cat D towns, and we will try to cater to unreached, unorganized people, because even the opportunity sizing there itself is very, very humongous. Just to, though everyone would have access to data, but we would still need to understand there are 63 million MSME out there. There are 69% of that is from services. 130 million people are employed, and overall the opportunity sizing, which comes even close to 930, 940 USD billion. And that's what overall the opportunity sizing which exists, only 15-16% of that is catered by the mainstream banks, NBFCs, and cooperative bank. And overall, people say that around 85% of overall market sizing is going to informal segment. And India's growth story revolves around this segment. And this is something which people need to focus on, because on one side we say 29-30% of MSME contribution happens to GDP, and on the other side we say 85% of the finance which happens through informal segment. So that is what happens to be the crux of our business. And we always believe, and as you would also know, any business which has to start, which has to become sustainable, should first start with opportunity sizing. We should know whether the hidden need is there or whether the explicit need is there, and then basis that one need to start the business. So our entire focus is getting into MSME, getting into Cat B, Cat C, Cat D towns. And another thing here is worthwhile relevant is people consider that MSME means only manufacturing, small manufacturing, whereas roughly 69-70% of overall MSME are into services sector. MSME manufacturing still can get a loan because they have some plant machinery, they have some documentation, they have some inventory, they have some documentation. But roughly the 70% of MSME which is into services and trading, they still struggle because they don't have the formal documentation, they don't have a formal access to credit. And that is something we thought would be a focus area, and that is something which we thought will take India ahead in terms of all those figures which I have quoted. So that became the fulcrum of our business, and that became the fulcrum of our journey.
Got it. I think that's super helpful in establishing context, especially from a problem statement point of view, and the kind of penetration that is still lacking and the opportunity that lies ahead of us. I would love to move on to Sahil further and understand the kind of adoption in MSME in SMEs that he has seen, perhaps with your set of challenges of especially tech enablement with APIs. If you can focus on what has the experience been in terms of the adoption, the penetration, especially market tailwinds that have led to this in the last couple of years, I think that would be very valuable.
Sure. No, thank you. Jivraj, if you'll allow me, I'd like to publish a poll on stage here. I just wanted
Please
to get a sense of the background of people who are listening in the audience. Because we're talking about MSMEs, I wanted to get a sense of how their family earns, just to get to see if anybody here comes from a business family or not. Or is most of the people here, because then giving people a sense of context of how their life is very important. My guess, and I think it's bearing out slowly. We have a very small sample set of polls here, but my guess is that most of our audience comes from a salaried or a professional background, and very few people would have had grown up in a business family, and a business family is very different. The nature of existence of a business family is they're typically very small. Most businesses, we hear numbers of 20 million, 30 million, X million SMEs in India. Usually they're like 1 man, 2 man, 5 man operations, and if it's 5 or 10 people in an SME, then they are usually family members of people who worked in that same business for a very long time. The makeup of a small business in India is very basic in a sense, and so thinking of them as much more sophisticated than individuals or even well-educated retail people is not the way to kind of look at it. And that's why you've had they have been, I think, lots of there's a lot of software, a lot of tooling being invented to help businesses run themselves. And probably the biggest success story in India really so far is an old success story and continues to be the biggest one today, is Tally. Tally, I think, is paid for by more than 2 million businesses. There are universities, literally, there are colleges that teach people how to use Tally. And that should tell you something about how when a software is truly taken up at scale, and actually used for digitization or running. It is, again, there is someone who is doing it for that business. That it's not like the proprietor is sitting there and doing tally entries. That almost never happens. In fact, I'm fairly confident that more than 95% of the users of Tally are not proprietors. And when you start thinking about software adoption or digital adoption by small owners, I think there was a lot of talk around Kirana Tech that happened in the last couple of years or so, and a bunch of companies received large amount of funding to build this, and a lot of them have struggled to monetize as you've gone forward. But there is one place where the promoter really gets involved, and that is credit, and that's why you see Moitzer's business, Finova, and even George Javed is doing with Rupify. A lot of the work around SMEs is around getting credit to them. And there again, the challenge ends up being that, how do you distribute credit to all of these people? And there are different ways of distributing. I think branch-led models have done quite well, and some of the largest NBFCs in India still depend on branches. So the only difference here is the moment you have a branch, you have a higher cost structure, which means giving loans and your approval rates and your standards for loan approval and all go up, right? Whereas if you're able to do it digitally, the costs are lower. But then again, sourcing the right set of borrowers is not easy. So the way you go about distributing it ends up being a massive differentiator. Obviously, there are many aspects to the lending business, but it's a simple business at the end of the day. It's about getting the right borrowers and giving them the most amount of money that makes sense to them at the right price, and then collecting that money. Each part of this is hard. But I think since we're focusing on how do we take penetration further, distribution is an important part to sit and focus on. And what our theory is, I'd say too, is that to be able to actually distribute at the lowest cost, you need to make it almost ubiquitous. You need to make credit available in nearly any application wherever it makes sense contextually, right? Today, you can source loans through a branch, you can source loans through your app, you can source loans through some agent networks, etc. And I don't think any of these are going away anytime soon. They're all right for a certain type of loans. But I think to actually push beyond the kind of rich, creamy layer that we've been able to profitably serve with credit, you've got to be able to adopt interesting ways of distributing credit. And that's what part of what we do. We make it possible for you to embed different types of financial products, and credit is one of them. And business loans in credit is a particular type of credit. And so that's what we enable. We make it possible for any third-party application to not only source a loan, but go through that end-to-end onboarding process and get access to a loan. And we also provide collections infrastructure so that third-party applications can enable credit on their app and collect money. And that adoption, I think it's very early days yet. I think there are lots of problems that we need to solve for. And I think, like I said, these 2-3 parts are important, where who does the underwriting, who's going to guarantee the risk, how much, what is the approval rate? Because if you're sourcing loans on a particular platform, then the platform will be like, if you don't approve most of my merchants, then I will have a bad experience, and they will, my rating will go down, or my customer satisfaction rating will go down. And so to solve all of these problems, I think will take a long time. But I think we're starting to build some compelling infrastructure to make credit accessible at scale.
Absolutely. I think that's super comprehensive, Sahil. Thank you so much for that. Addresses the problem of how to scale distribution and use tech as a lever to scale penetration. So I think that's super helpful. Moving to Javed, I think it'll be really great to hear from you. In your experience of building Groupify and leading the wave of lending as a service, I'm sure there are multiple stakeholders that you have to deal with, and scaling with SMEs and especially in credit with a platform approach seems to be a challenging problem statement in and of itself. If you can help us address what are some unique things that you've done along the journey to address this problem statement, and where does this head perhaps, right, in context, I think that will be really helpful.
Yeah, sure. So basically, when we sort of started, we looked at the small businesses, and working capital was one of the biggest challenges for them, especially that got accentuated when the pandemic hit and there was a lockdown. But sort of one thing that we sort of thought we may not be the best at is sort of giving them loans. There are multiple players out there, and sort of I don't think we could have done that the best at the best rate or the the best possible fashion. So we sort of looked at what are the other ways to help them and help them massively. So that's where we figured that one of the biggest sort of working capital requirements for them is sort of to purchase inventory, right? For example, if you look at any kirana store, every month 4 or 5 times he has to purchase inventory so that he can sell it and make money profit of that. Similarly, if you look at a pharmacy store, similar story. If you look at an agri store, similar story, all of that, right? So that is where we sort of figured out that if we connect very technologically the two parties, which is the buyer and the seller, that is where we can do contextual credit, and we can in fact do it in a way where the interest is not even borne by the shopkeeper or the retailer. The margin can actually be borne by the seller because eventually their sales are going up. So that is the product that we took. It took us some time to develop that. This is because we also wanted to do it very formally, in the sense that these are ticket sizes that are slightly higher than what you see in the consumer world. So there was no informal thing that we could have done. So we partnered with banks, we partnered with NBFCs. We took the entire infrastructure that could, do it in a very compliant KYC way, and we handled all regulations with respect to the interest or the MDR being borne by the seller. All of that, we built that, and I think today we partner with more than 30, 40 marketplaces, or even more than that possibly, and serve more than 1 lakh retailers. So that's what we do.
Awesome. No, I think that's super helpful. I would like to, I think, very quickly double click on that and understand from you, when you're working with multiple stakeholders, partner banks, NBFCs, and, addressing your core consumer, how do you manage stakeholders effectively, right? Because these are fairly diverse folks in nature. And while the objective may be common, it is difficult to align themselves towards that common objective. So for any young builder listening in the audience, I think aligning stakeholders can be a great point. So would love to hear your thoughts there.
So yeah, I mean, what we try to do is sort of create a very transparent and transparent platform. For example, the lending partner, for example, or the bank or the NBFC can very easily, transparently see all the retailers who are signing up from, say, marketplace A or marketplace B. Similarly, the marketplace can very well easily see that my retailer X is going to, say, lender Y or lender Z, right? Similarly, the retailer can see very visibly and transparently. Okay, I'm gonna get credit from, say, lender Y. So all of that visibility is built into the platform, and I mean, it's not easy. I mean, there is a lot of compliance that we deal with in terms of money flow, in terms of collections, in terms of what we can do as a business correspondent of these banks. But eventually, over time, we have sort of built that.
Got it. That's super helpful. Thanks, Javed. Moving to Mohit, I think would love to know from you, Mohit, in your experience as to how the regulatory framework, which is of course ever evolving, has impacted lending, especially from an NBFC point of view, because I'm guessing that there are multiple, challenges, not just internally, but regulatory challenges are often very outwardly. There's very little control you have over them, but those are something that you of course have to be compliant with and work alongside in the journey. So maybe if you can focus on the qualitative aspect, it means to challenge not challenge, but work alongside the regulators and manage that, and also what some of the regulations mean for the overall ecosystem, so that young builders can have a more foresight to what to do in B2B lending, what to do in B2B SMEs. So I think that would be really helpful.
Yeah, I think this is a very, very relevant and kind of current kind of question wherein people are grappling with. The NBFCs normally have boomed earlier because there was an arbitrage opportunity available. People used to say that there is a less regulation in NBFCs, and that's how this got sprung up. And they are easy, they can maneuver in the field and all. Of late, what has happened because of some crisis, because of issues which happened with some of the NBFCs, the current scenario is that I would say regulator has tightened up NBFCs more than even the banks, I would say, because, a couple of examples which I would say, the accounting system, Ind AS is applicable to NBFCs and it is not still applicable to banks. the NPA norms, recent NPA norms which have come in, it brings NBFCs at par with the bank. Earlier, there were long recognition period for NPA for NBFCs. Now it is no more available. In terms of governance, in terms of controls also, those NBFC ombudsmen have come. The internal structure also, the circulars of regulator has come in. Even a recent circular has come in related to even the compensation which is there for senior management and those. And RBI or regulator has come down very, very, I would say, heavily for compliance of even for fair practices code. Having said that, of course, this has taken away a lot of leeway from NBFCs and some of those who started their foundation on this. But I am a firm believer that if you are not in the sprint, if you are in the marathon, if you are thinking for a long run, this still is good and healthy for NBFC business, because you are creating a sustainable. For a founder, my advice has always been a couple of things. One, don't create a business just for the valuation for a couple of years or something. Think a model. Even if money is not available for a year or two, can you sustain that business? Because we have seen so many people doing good during heydays, and when the crisis come in, then the layoff, then those things have started coming in. People are in profits in good days, they come into losses during bad days. In fact, having I would say founded this business for last 6 years, every year we have seen crisis. First year it was demon, then there was GST, then there was a liquidity crisis, then there was COVID, then COVID wave 2, then now even geopolitical issue in terms of higher interest rate scenario. So I reiterate that any founder who's out there normally has to look for a model which is slightly immune for some point in time, whether the capital is available on an ongoing basis or not. It has to be self-sustainable during the crisis time also. So that is something. So that's how I even welcome this regulation also, because this regulation at every step is separating men from boys. Clearly there are people who could not do well during COVID. There are people who could not do well maybe during liquidity crisis. There are people who struggled during this recent RBI circular on, I would say, NPA norms, even on India's accounting practices also, even the transparency and the governance related circulars which has come in. However, I believe that this is a welcome step and people should adapt to them, and it will make a very, very sound foundation for any business for a long run. However, still there are a couple of things which I feel that should happen when the regulatory getting tightened up. There has to be same way the supports also need to go up. That's something which I think we would be looking for. But yes, any prudent businessman which is in for long run would always welcome all these kind of regulatory framework which is coming, which for the long run is also supportive for these kind of businesses and will weed out the people who are there for short-sighted approach.
Got it. I think that's super helpful. Thank you so much, Mohit, for sharing that. It speaks a lot about, I think, the kind of focus you have and the kind of knowledge, of course, you have in this aspect, and more importantly, the long-sighted ideology that young individuals need to have when building out companies, as opposed to taking a very micro or myopic approach to building a company, especially in this space. So kudos to having mentioned that. Moving to Sahil, I think Sahil, the interesting part about your background is also that you've been involved in initiatives where you've contributed and worked directly in this space before having started up your own company. What I would love to understand from you is that what goes into developing empathy for a consumer set that you are perhaps not closest to, as a team base. So if you could talk to us about what the core consumer as a SME needs and how do you develop empathy when building products for them, I think that would be an interesting thought to understand.
Thank you. That's a very nice question, Jivraj. I'm fortunate in the sense that I grew up in a business family, as they say, right? And I think it's important to recognize that a lot of business families are dynastic in the sense that it gets passed on from one generation to the other. It's much more likely to be a business person or a self-employed person, if you come from that kind of business, that kind of culture. And so one of the things to understand is the history of how businesses have been treated in India, and for a long time, and I think until the mid 90s. And there is an element of that even today, that businessmen were mistrusted. And this was a socialist economy where, trying to make money was not considered the best thing. Our values have obviously changed as a nation post liberalization, but I think there are some things that continue to be the case, and you'll see that even in, for example, the marriage markets, where if they say, oh, business family, then professional families will be like, this will not fit well because it's very different, etc. And the lifestyle also is quite different, in the sense that the way you think about money is very different. For a lot of professional people, money, it comes down to buying a house and some major purchases, right? Purchase of a home, purchase of a vehicle, getting a wedding done in the family. These are the major expenses, and all planning and salaries and all of that is savings, and pension programs and stuff like that is for that. Whereas if you look at businesses, they think very differently, and even a lot of times, if you'll be surprised, a lot of business people won't even be able to tell you how much revenue they make in a month. They know only their cash flow, right? They know kitna aaya, kitna gaya, what was the receipt, what was this thing, and galle mein jitna bacha hai, they will take whatever they can for spending, baki rakh diya in the business. So a lot of and I see Mohit smiling, because I think he's experienced that before, right? And so when we are assessing risk, or we are thinking about how to underwrite for a business, funny thing is, as an NBFC or any, one of the first questions you'll ask is, aapka revenue kya hai, aapka turnover kya hai, and it takes them a while. They're like, turnover, okay, fine, I'll be doing this. They'll actually do maths and come to you with some estimate amount, and then that won't tally with their bank statement, and you'll be like, yeah, what did you write in this file, and what is actually happening with your statement? And then they're like, yeah, sach mein pata nahi. I mean, honestly, what I'm doing is, and they move from cycle to cycle, right? How much working capital, they're keeping track of who they've lent to and who they've borrowed from. And remember, it's not just with NBFCs that lending and borrowing is going on. Most of the lending and borrowing is going on with suppliers and customers, right? So how much stock is there, how much moving. So our understanding of their life is quite limited. At least I would encourage anyone in the B2B business to actually go and live with these people for a little while, because I think the flow of decision making, and see, that's also the problem with regulation sometimes, right? I really think that regulators are wonderful people who are there to look out for the common man, and I think, if you think of the large majority of the population of this country, be it farmers or be it government PSU employed people, very small, single person service people, they will get scammed, and they will get this thing a lot. So it's important to have a proactive regulator, and so it's right. But a negative outcome of that is an over prescription on process sometimes, and that's the reason why I think informal finance thrives. Because when you over prescribe process and say, this is the way you should lend to someone, this is how you do KYC, this is exactly the data that you need, वीडियो केवाईसी के लिए बैकग्राउंड में व्हाइट होना चाहिए, ऐसे होना चाहिए, वैसे होना, which is fine, and it's right. But then you start limiting the number of people you can actually serve in that way. It's a reason why if you go to your, if you've done business with and there are communities that do very well, be it the Gujjus or the Sindhis or the Madhus, they do very well because they have community banking in they have informal finance, which is very tight and very it meets their credit requirements. It's just like, Parekh sab ka beta hai, use de do yaar 2 lakh. And the guy will show up and it'll just be like, loan will be given, business will be started, there won't be any KYC, there won't be any of that, right? And so that's not like that is wrong, and that's not like that is going to be at 24%, because he's Parekh sab ka beta, he will get it at 11% and 12%, wherever his cost of capital, those markets are surprisingly efficient sometimes. So I think, we don't know the half of it. We've not even begun to solve really the massive scale of our problems. We are lucky that we live in an ecosystem where equity cash is high, and lenders can borrow, can at least get some money to get leverage against, so that we can have many more starts. But I think our ecosystem takes a lot more credit than is due to us, because we've not even begun to scratch the surface of Indian SME finance. That's my view.
Absolutely. I think that's a super candid and practical answer. I love the nuance and finer details that you went in to, because I think that gives us a greater preview of what is the ground reality, as opposed to being in the bubble of everything's great and everything's just moving forward. So I think your last point of the opportunity and we're just getting started is one to echo. Unfortunately, we have some sort of paucity of time, and the next session needs to begin in a couple of minutes. So what we'll do very quickly and bring this panel to a close is by this quick one-liner from everybody. I'm sure everybody who's in the audience is curious to understand more about what some of those opportunities are that will dominate SME finance, SME fintech in the next couple of years. We hear the buzzwords around SME lending, SME digitization, and multiple products being built for that space. But if all of you can shed some light on what one of those pillars that excite you the most is in the next 5-10 years when it comes to fintech for SMEs in India, I think that would be a perfect close to what has been a great panel conversation. So I think I'll request very quickly Javed to get us started here, and we'll go around the room to get us to a close.
Yeah. So for me, I think I do feel that verticalization of the financial products and services for SMEs will be one big sort of change that will happen in future. For example, the requirements are so different across different verticals that if somebody gets deep into that particular vertical and tries to solve it deeply, both the financial, payments, credit, and banking sort of problems, as well as allied problems like accounting and all, I think that's a very big sort of and a deeply moated proposition that they will be able to build. So I do think that is one.
Awesome. Verticalization in this space. Sahil, do you want to get us started with the second one? Sahil, I think you're on mute. Thank you.
I think it'll probably be at least for me, I've a very long been obsessed with the invention of the intraday loan, where you give a loan one morning and you collect the next morning, and you can actually make a surprisingly large amount of money. For example, for something like a vegetable vendor, and anyone has a very small inventory business where they clear on a daily basis. Currently, their daily interest rate could be well north of 5 to 10%. Well north of 1 to 2%. So annually, it can end up becoming like 365%. So invention of the intraday loan.
Got it. Interesting. Mohit, what would be your thoughts on this?
See, I think in this country, agriculture and allied agriculture is one area which is spoken more and acted less. I think there are a lot many ecosystem which is involving from farm to fork kind of thing, wherein a lot of linkages can happen, wherein I feel a lot of things can be linked with skill to the market. There are so many things which can be done there. That's what I believe. However, there would be one more statement which I would like to attribute to future startup people or people who are looking for that, is that, in current fintech, sometimes the people wherein people are struggling is where the tech is more and fin is less. See, one need to give due weightage to even fin portion also. One need to understand how the ecosystem function, and it's not only about distribution, it is all about collection, it is all about even maintaining quality. It's not only about scale, it is about even quality also. It is not only about during as I said heydays, it is all about the crisis days also. So if we think of those things, because now people are saying that next 1 to 2 years is kind of winter for capital raising, so one need to be prepared for that also. When and what amount of cash burn and what kind of profitability is one need to be looking from. This is from startup perspective, and of course there are many facets around that.
Got it. Thank you for that, Mohit. I think the themes that I've established here is verticalization, understanding the agricultural MSMEs in the country, and also the intraday loan as mentioned by Sahib. With that, I think we come to a great close to this wonderful panel. I think we've learned a ton about B2B fintech, which is not the most sexiest or best thing to talk about, but something that moves the economy of the country by great virtues. And we had some of the best people on the panel to address this. Thank you so much on behalf of the organizers for spending your Sunday afternoon with us. I'm sure the audience, including myself, have taken back a bunch of wisdomous points that will help us in the future. So thank you so much, and over to the organizers, Sarthak and Shay.
Thank you, Yuvraj. That was a great discussion to watch, and one I'm sure our audience has taken a lot from. All the points have been raised in the past half an hour. I'd like to thank our panelists for taking the time to come and have this interesting discussion, and thank you for hosting this session, Jivraj. Our next session is a panel discussion called Creators Inc., where we will be joined by Manish Pandey from Josh Talks, Ranjit Pratap Singh, co-founder and CEO of Pratilipi, Swaroop Nanda, co-founder of Pencil, and Vinay Pillai, who is a VP at Cloud.
We now move on from the conventional industrial ideas that have built on and revolutionized business structures to a more recent phenomenon, not just in India, but in the global business world as a whole. With the steep rise in consumption of digital entertainment media, such as audiobooks, ebooks, movies, shows, webinars, etc., the age of content is well upon us. Moving online due to the pandemic has allowed incredible potential for both creators and consumers in the content space, and the creator economy has seen exponential growth in the Indian landscape over the past few years.
Our next panel, Creators Inc., seeks to cover some of the biggest proponents of driving the creator economy space in India. The panel will cover the growth of the content space through the eyes of businesses and personalities that have played a crucial role in the realization of the creator and content boom by bridging the gap between creators and consumers across India. The first member of this exciting panel is Manish Pandey, or Bade Bhaiya. As the head of people operations and culture, is the go-to person for everyone at Josh Talks. Aside from his full-time job, Manish is primarily known for providing mentorships, consultancy services, and guiding entrepreneurs and creators build and scale their brands. Having coached some of the most successful creators like Ranveer Alabadia, aka Beer Biceps, he has been dubbed as the unofficial coach of India's content creators.
Our next panelist is Mr. Ranjit Pratap Singh, co-founder and CEO at Pratilipi, where he's trying to make India read again in a language, device, and format of their own choice. Pratilipi is the largest Indian language storytelling platform with over 400,000 writers in 12 languages and over 30 million active users every month. Apart from being distinguished student of university during his undergraduate years, Ranjit has also been included in Forbes 30 under 30 and Entrepreneur India's 35 under 35.
Next on the panel, we have Mr. Vinay Pillai, who is the VP at Cloud, the talent division of Pocket Aces. Prior to that, Mr. Vinay was the co-founder of Deko, India's first content streaming OTT platform, after which he moved on to TVF to head TVF Play. Vinay is a computer science engineer and holds an MS from Columbia University, New York. He has spent a considerable amount of time in the United States consulting with companies like Drama Fever, Doc Place, and Goose. His insights in this space will be valuable for our audience.
Our last panelist is Mr. Swaroop Nanda, co-founder at Pencil. He may be simply described as a man with a burning desire for stories. His grandmother's success as a published novelist had such a radical impact on him that he began his career at a consumer magazine firm to get a taste of the creative world. As a born entrepreneur, he turns his aspirations into reality by founding Leadstar Publishing. It was there that the issue of commercial predictability was brought to light, and Swaroop vowed to address it once and for all. Pencil, a content publishing firm that collects data on consumer consumption so that authors may increase their traction, was founded as a result of this resolve. Today, Pencil is valued at over $1.5 million and has proven to VC industry how the book publishing domain can be turned into a profitable venture.
And finally, the moderator for this panel, Gaurav Mandlecha, our very own BITS alumnus. He's a staunch believer in the power of community. He took his first stride in the creative sphere after authoring The Pilani Pioneers, a book that chronicles the journey of 25 renowned BITS Pilani graduates who have left an incredible impression on the Indian and global landscape. He's presently working on his passion project, The Fresh Potpourri, which tries to create valuable relationships among a diverse collection of people who are united by similar ideas. So, over to you, sir, to start the session.
Gaurav, you are on mute.
Oops, sorry. Yeah. I think good evening to everyone. Thanks, Shrey and Sankalp, for the kind introduction of all the panelists. Took a very heavy burden off my chest, and it's just so wonderful to get into the conversation right away. I think all of you gentlemen here have built out and put your own mark in what content is in India today, and I'm so glad to be having this conversation with you. To begin with, I want to pose a very straightforward question to all of you. And again, feel free to take it in the order that you'd like. In my opinion, in 2016, when Reliance Jio actually made data cheap, that was a landmark event for content industry as such, in terms of content creation, consumption, monetization, all of it. And that led to people thinking and believing, hey, content can also be my career. It needn't be a side gig. So just want to open the floor to all of you and understand what is your definition of content and creator economy in general, and would love to know how has this definition in your head evolved over the years. So we can start off with Ranjit.
Sure. So I think, to be fair, Geo has played a big role, but it's not like it started something which went from 0 to 1. It's essentially that data prices in India were always one of the lowest in the world. India always had a large population in general. I think what happened was that the progress that was typically going to take maybe 4 to 5 years, Geo just kind of condensed all of that into maybe 2 years. So it just accelerated what was already happening across different domains. Coming to more specifically creator content, I think essentially you need to get to a critical mass where there are enough consumers, enough creators, and enough capital available where things start making sense. And over the last 3 to 4 years, we are getting to that stage where it kind of starts making sense for a lot of different formats. Uh, that is probably it. It's still a long way to go. Even today, I do think that there's still a bunch of problems that we still need to resolve. Creator monetization is still a largely an unsolved problem, at least from direct consumer perspective. Moderation is still largely unsolved problem. We still need to figure out a way to solve that at scale. I think it's still very early days, but we definitely have some promising signs ahead.
Got it.
Yeah,
Vinay?
I don't mind going next. So I think one of the core things that it changed was that prior to, and it's attributed to two things. One is obviously Geo, and the other is the boom of low end smartphones in the country. Because and again, agreeing with Ranjit, I think it would have happened regardless. It's just that it accelerated the process. But the major thing that these two things, these two factors created is, prior to this, content watching was a collective experience in India, right? So we watched movies in theaters. We watched, some people had one television, some had two, but it was largely, not a very personal experience. I think one of the core things that both of these factors changed is now, everyone with a phone was a consumer and had their own device for the same. Laptops as a whole didn't really pick up as in the personal sector. It primarily stuck to the business sector in the country. And the moment it became personalized, that's when there was so much more appetite for individual interest content, and making content that's catered to even niche communities. Otherwise, prior to that, essentially, if anything went on to become popular, it had to appeal to a large mass of people in a community setting. So if your most of your 9 o'clock shows, or any of the prime time slots were things that the family could watch, or things that, like sport, that everyone could watch, now you see so much more of unique individualized content. Like now, if you're a gamer, or you're interested in gaming, you can specifically just go and watch streamers. I mean, those kind of things could only happen with individual devices coming into equal play.
Yeah, thanks. So Gaurav, pencils. Okay, so to give you a little of my perspective on the content economy, there are three core functions for a creator to do: to create, to distribute, and to monetize. Right. While majority of the content creator economy or startups have been focusing on distribution, we've been focusing on creation and monetization. Right. So having, so Pencil has just about 30,000 creators right now, right? But are possibly the highest earners in the writing space, right? So where we have been focusing on is to take creators where money is being made, right? So we began with the the consumer layer where our set of creator tools can be used to create an ebook, a paperback, an AI-enabled audiobook, an enhanced ebook, and directly push it to 400 plus retailers globally. So whether it's Kindle, Kobo, wherever the audiences were there, we would take you there. We are just opening our enterprise layer. It's opening on 15th of July. So creators can directly start pitching their stories to studios and already platforms in India and US. And the third layer is going to be opening up for speaking engagements. So our focus entirely has been creator tools plus helping creators monetize. It's also great to see Manish here. So Manish happens to be one of my authors as well, and it was something that we were trying out with a new experiment called Pencil Select for very selective writers. So yeah, thanks for that. Yeah,
Got it.
yes.
Yeah. Manish?
Thank you everybody for adding nice perspective. I mean, you guys have been there, done that kind of a thing, right? And been enabler of the creator economy. I have, in contrary, having fun, right? I've been having fun with creators, trying to jam with them, try and see what works, what doesn't work, right? So again, Gaurav also did put a stress saying, hey, after 2016 when Geo came in, data became cheap. Yes, things got more democratized, and or maybe things became a little easier than before. Yes, most of the content creators who I have been speaking to and am speaking yet, and all of those who are in the book as well, which we did together with Swaroop, have content creators who started before the Geo era, right? And what I always stress upon is forget about consuming. Even uploading content was expensive, right?
Yeah.
It was expensive, and kudos to the guys who did without a blueprint, who did without a direction, maybe followed a couple of content creators from the West, or the nearest that we had was TV or reality show, right? To kind of even understand what works, what doesn't work, and all of that. However, I mean, Gaurav, I think the real revolution began in the lockdown, right? When 2019, when the COVID hit, and we all were in house, and we had maximum screen times. I think all of us have maximum screen time then is when the real rumble began. And in talking all of that, while you said how big is this economy and this and that, trust me, we've scratched the surface right now. There is much more that's going to happen. Time is going to get magical. There will be a lot of experiment in everything, right? I mean, I'm a huge fan of analyzing data, and I was talking to a few friends who work at YouTube at a very senior level, and I threw a question saying, guys, give me something on how many people are searching using sound, using voice, and that also gives me a perspective that where will sound go, how will audio creator where will they reach, how many people are watching videos on mute. So what is the market of a subtitle industry, or
Interesting.
uh, what is the market for somebody who is doing long form but want their short form to be automated. That means content being edited automatically in whatever size form they want, subtitles done by automation, can upload be automated. you know um, uh, I kind of joke with few of my friends, and I say that there are more creator economy startups right now than creator itself. But I think it is a better thing, right? So yeah, I mean, the time is gonna get magical. Indian content industry has just begun. That is what I want to say.
Wow. I think interesting points by all of you. And I want to individually pick threads. Would like to start with Vinay. Firstly, when I'm a big fan of Pocket Aces, like I've grown up watching Filter Copy, Dice Media, TVF also has just innovated so much with formats, right? And a very interesting point you made earlier around, the individualization of content, right? It wasn't the prime time slot that you were now looking forward to content. It was on demand, personalized, right? So with this in mind, question to you is, how have brands evolved in their thinking, right? We've seen branded content come up. So how have brands evolved in their thinking of, say, measuring ROI or just thinking about influencer marketing and things like these, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, would love to understand brands thinking.
So there are, two pathways. First and foremost, I think most brands are not ready to buy it early, right? In fact, some of the larger brands are actually okay with letting someone else get maximum value in the early days by starting to invest in it. And once it's a little established, they don't mind paying that premium. So to give you an example, all of the initial investments in branded content are usually by startups, people who kind of are already facing new users and are more in touch with that, whereas someone like a Unilever, PNG don't mind waiting for a 2-year cycle across that and then investing into it. But it is actually, at the end of the day, they are the ones who've been brand building in this country or globally
Yeah.
at scale, and that's when you kind of get stabilized as a business. But having said that, some of the earlier brands, right, like who invested and were part of this journey, someone like a Boat or a Mamaearth, what they ended up building on top kind of is the blueprint for the creator economy going forward. So what I mean by that is, I remember we used to get really excited when in that sense we thought that we were getting paid absurd amount of money, until we saw that a lot of them went out and built out businesses which were worth a lot more out of it. And I think where all of this kind of pans out to is, even creators are going to now like focus and see on what is the purchase power in different audiences that they cater to. And secondly, once they establish that, what is the right product for them to build, and what is the right service or product for them to build to go out and address that need, because their voice is so strong with a lot of those consumers. So it's an interesting problem, but yeah, the initial phase was very education driven, and similar to what
Yeah.
Manish said, like, I mean, when we were at TVF and at Pocket Aces, like in the first few set of years of trying to convince for branded content, it was essentially trying to teach brand managers why you should invest in digital. Forget about investing in branded content in a YouTube video. Like, why should you invest in digital? And then after doing that, why to invest in brand building in digital? Because I guess because of the ease of measurement of media,
Yeah.
most people found that easy to go and invest in ads and measure that. But brand building is a little bit more of a patient process.
Yeah, it's a long
But
cycle.
yeah, but the good part was the ones who invested early on usually did not have a very large brand, so they saw their jumps happen much quicker, and that really aided into the whole process of building out the branded content space in India.
Got it. And you made a very interesting point. Given the ease of measurement was so easy, right? Like click through rate, return on ad spend, people would prefer performance marketing over like brand building per se
Yeah.
through digital.
And they're two different things, right? In the sense where um, there is a value of trust and intent built between the creator and the audience. So no amount of ads and you talking about your own product and your own features as an ad is going to cater to that. Secondly, like what we have to realize is, the internet, unlike any other previous media form, was not built to deliver advertisement. So if you like, the radio, television, all of these are actually ad products,
Yeah.
come out
Yeah.
of, like, television is essentially focus groups taken into each person's households, right? So which is why the moment there's an ad, everything stops, your entire screen is an ad, and you can't really do anything else. With the internet, it was not built for that. It was built as a communication platform. Media delivery became one of the ways of doing things on it. But even today, if you're viewing a YouTube ad, you can basically work on another tab. So how to integrate and be part of the actual content that someone's there for, and more of a pull mechanism of delivering brand messaging, is why I think we've seen the rise of branded content.
Got it. Very interesting points you made, and I'll come back to you very soon with further questions. But my next question is to Ranjit. I think, Ranjit, what is very unique about you is this passion for storytelling per se, right? And you've been building Pratilipi right from 2015, if I'm not mistaken. I was just reading one of the media interviews you had done, and it said you used to read as many as 140 books a year. Is that true?
That seems about right.
Wow. That's just a large number, and I can just imagine the kind of passion it has developed for you to build a platform which was agnostic of language, device, format, right? Curious to understand, and a difficult question though, what has been the most unique insight you've found about the Indian audience over these years, right? क्या कंटेंट जॉनरा फॉर्मेट चमकता है इंडिया में, राइट? कैन यू गिव अस अ पल्स ऑफ द इंडियन ऑडियंस?
Funnily enough, the biggest insight has been something that I've been saying all the time, that somehow people are always looking for magic bullets, that this is what works for India but doesn't work for US, this works for Europe, doesn't work for Germany, I don't even know what. Unfortunately, the world is a lot more nuanced than that. The world is that, like, some people would like X, some people would like Y, some people like Z. The beauty of internet is that we can personalize and figure out that, okay, for X kind of people we recommend X content, for Y kind of people we recommend Y content, for Z kind of people we recommend Z content. The honest answer is, like, so, like, for example, literature, which is our biggest product, our top 3 genres are suspense and thriller, love and romance, and horror and paranormal. But all of these 3 combined is only about 31% of readership. If you combine our top 50 genres, that would be about 80% of our readership. Just to be clear,
Wow, so diverse.
500 million reads a month. So the remaining 20% of readership basically means 100 million reads a month. So essentially, there is, it's just lazy thinking to generalize and say that X works in Bihar and Y works in UP, because there are people in Bihar who like Game of Thrones, there are people in Bihar who like Gangs of Wasseypur, there are people in Bihar who like Iron Man, and so on and so forth. And like, it's our job as founders, as storytellers, as creators, to essentially figure out what our niche is, instead of saying that this is what is going to work for everyone.
Yeah, fair enough. I think, it's lazy thinking to think, this is the one size fits all, right? So thanks, Ranjit, for that. Swaroop, I have a very personal question to you, right? And kudos to the work you've been doing with Pencil. I tried publishing my own book, and I can imagine the kind of difficulty, a first-time author faces, right? Curious to understand your take on. So what I think social media has done is made us seek for instant gratification, right? Like, our attention spans are decreasing. So my take is that books as a category are becoming difficult for people to read. What is your take on just the long form content per se in text? Swaroop, you're on mute.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Gaurav. So prior to Pencil, I have built LeadStart, which is a card publishing company. I've built Become Shakespeare, which is a supported self-publishing entity. And then from our learnings from those 2 companies earlier and now brands, we built Pencil. And at LeadStart, we've built some of the largest selling products in the country. So with that diverse, and there's many years, it's over a decade, about 12 years of a journey now, right? So that readership piece is something that is really unsolved for. Thankfully we had platforms like what Ranjit built with Pratilipi or Wattpad, etc., where free and vernacular reading really moved the charts up, right? Yet the challenge that we wanted to solve for is to enable, because both of us have writers as a type of creator, and writers barely have made money, right? So whatever Manish and Vinay were mentioning, they were about the video creators, right?
Yeah.
And we've seen a lot of breakthroughs there, right? So even with platforms that have enabled a lot of reading, creators were not making enough money, and which is where we started doing a few more altercations to see how can we enable these people to make something that their skill can provide. So where are the people, and so what are the places that we found where people would make money?
Yeah.
Right. So publishing we've made easy, as in we largely work with long format.
Correct.
Right. So once you use pencil, you can get it live across many places. But again, promoting that, distributing that, marketing that is another challenge yet. Right. There are the three broad layers that we saw. So long format was selling more than short format. People had a propensity to pay for books in that sense instead of shorter format content. So we were doing that. In our enterprise layer now, we have in the last 10 years, we have also seen that in the home entertainment space, okay, two major changes happened. And I'm coming back to the writing space and answering your question. One thing that changed is, we had these perpetual series in West and in India, like Bold and Beautiful or Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi kind of
Correct.
stuff. Right?
Yeah.
And people were getting bored, and OTT came in and changed the home entertainment space. And books, because they are non-linear narratives,
Correct.
became the go-to places to source the story. So if you look at Netflix today, all the content that they have created in India are essentially screen adaptations of books, nothing else, right? From Sacred Games to
Correct.
till here. So at our company, we sold about 10 titles yet. It's a small number. Two already platforms, movie studios. Couple of them are already live on screen. And discovering that layer, now we created something where anybody can come in and start to pitch a story to a movie studio or an OTT platform, where the payouts will be significantly higher.
Correct.
Right. We're building something for audio platforms where maybe you could pitch it to like a Kuku FM or somewhere else as well. But largest focus has been to have creator tools that help creators monetize. We were not solving for the distribution layer.
Understood. Yeah.
Right.
Got it.
So I think that's that. Yeah.
Got it. Thanks, Varup. These were helpful insights. I think we're running low on time. So just one question quickly to Manish Bhai, and then one question to all of you. But quickly, Manish Bhai, you've have got this ringside view of a lot of leading digital content creators in India, right? You've mentioned a lot about it in your book as well, Booming Digital Stars. Curious, what do you think new content creators are getting wrong? क्या गलत mindset से लोग घुस रहे हैं to get this as a career?
Well, I don't think any of us hold or stand to say that ye galat hai, because there isn't a Bible for it, right? There isn't a structured something for it. However, just a submission of thought, and I would like young content creators to think about it, right? So traditionally speaking, and I'm a guy who likes going back to the roots and thinking about stuff, right? Before writing a book, you read 100 books. Same rule should apply for content creation also, right?
Yeah.
If you picking a niche and a subject, you should have a good muscle knowledge of that particular subject. I kind of sometimes get scared when 18-year-old guys start giving financial, what do you call, suggestions or personal finance, ideas, right? That somewhere gets a little scary for me, but I think again, that's how you would learn what to do and what not to do, right? Few things is that's kind of getting wrong. Not wrong. I mean, I think the time will teach is before the content creators, before they create any content, they start thinking about monetization, right?
Yeah.
I was interacting with Ankur, and Ankur does a course called How to YouTube, and he invited me to speak to 30, 40 young content creators who've joined it. And when we say young, they are decently good. They have been creating content for a couple of years. That means they must have done like 100, 200 pieces of video, right? I said, guys, until and unless you've done 300 days of work in it, or sorry, 700 days of work in it, don't think of monetizing, right? And if you read Bhuvan's chapter in the book, wherein Rohit has explained it very well, and he actually, there are two pages dedicated to it, where Rohit says and puts it very hard that why did Rohit and Bhuvan as a team take a call of not monetizing with certain at when they were at certain size, and only monetize after a certain size, and why do they say no to many brands, or strategically choose say to no to many brands, so that they can work with the best of it, and make a smart chunk of money, right? So these are two things that I would like the young content creators to think of. There is where role of people like Vinay or Pranav and Viraj and Rohit bhai, they all come in place, and they mentor these creators that when and how should they monetize, right?
Got it.
And this is where I am seeing that there is a lot of wisdom which is coming, and I'm grateful for people like Vinay who've been in it for like 7-8 years. They've gone out, studied. I mean, Vinay is an Ivy League graduate. He's gone, seen the world, and come back and contribute to this particular thing, right? We are a juvenile industry. The content creation, the creator economy is a word that we've got, बहुत swaggy लगता है कि यार एक industry को एक word मिल गया है, right? So it is a very juvenile kind of a teenager kind of a industry, right? I mean, we have 20-30 years to learn and implement. So yeah, these are a couple of things I think, but who are we to say who's doing what wrong and right? I mean, the results will speak for it. The work will speak for it. And by the time we are speaking, I mean, there are people uploading videos and turning entrepreneurs, and now we also have a unicorn from content creation world. So it's great, man. I'm like, I get up with so much energy every day. So I'm really enthralled with what's happening around, and happy to be contributing in whatever ways I can.
Awesome. I had one more question, but seems like we are short on time. But this panel has been extremely insightful. Thank you, everyone, for sharing your insights. I'll pass it on to Shrey and Sarthak for the next session.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure listening to all the panelists' takes on the creator economy, an industry we're all exposed to, but don't necessarily analyze in such in-depth manner. Up next, we have a very exciting fireside chat on the quick commerce boom with Mr. Ajit Balakrishnan, founder and CEO of Zepto, to be hosted by Ayush Wadhwa. For a long time in the ecosystem, the first question that any aspiring founder thought of was, why do people need this product? While the sentiment was an extremely good representation of an Indian consumer spending habits a decade or two ago, a lot has changed over time. With the continuing effects of liberalization and the creation of a huge market of Indian consumers with a propensity to pay for convenience, the question is now not just about need, but rather who would be willing to pay for a product or service.
It was with this idea in mind that two Stanford students created not just a startup, but an entirely new market in India. Building onto the idea of quick commerce, Zepto's creation of an incredibly efficient and optimized model to ensure deliveries in just 10 minutes has revolutionized the field of quick commerce, making waves so large that even existing giants in the industry turned their heads in order to make an attempt to compete in this sector. Zepto's continuous innovation has allowed it to emerge as a market leader in the hyperlocal delivery space.
Our next session for the day is a candid conversation with one of the brightest minds in the Indian startup ecosystem, Mr. Ajit Balakrishnan. Mr. Balakrishnan is the founder and CEO of Zepto, a startup founded by two then 19-year-old dropouts from Stanford less than a year ago. Zepto recently raised $200 million in its Series D from investors such as Y Combinator Continuity, Nexus Venture Partners, and Glade Brook Capital. If this isn't a testament to the rapid growth of Zepto, the company witnessed a whopping 946% user growth between December 2021 and March 2022. Mr. Balakrishnan is the archetypical passionate founder, which any startup with ambitious growth goals needs to match the execution with the fundraising.
And moderating this session, we have Mr. Ayush Wadhwa, who also moderated yesterday's fireside chat with Mr. Piyush Shah, the co-founder of InMobi. He's the founder and creative director of Out Media, an award-winning creative tech agency and video production house. He's a BITS Pilani alumnus and a former member of the CEL BITS Pilani. He has created over 1,100 videos in collaboration with leading names in the industry, such as Cred and Mr. Ankur Warikoo. Having him as a moderator always guarantees an extremely engaging and enlightening conversation, which never seems to last long enough. So now I'd like to hand over the stage to you, Mr. Ayush, to get this conversation started.
Wow, that was a very, very heavy and pressure-inducing introduction. I think I'm going to start the conversation with that. Firstly, hi Adit.
Yes.
Very, very excited to chat with you. And I think I've been a Zepto user, just like a lot of folks on this chat. I want to start with what like this guy mentioned in your introduction. You're one of the smartest folks. People are giving Zepto like names. People are like the kind of branding and marketing that has been happening around you and the company is incredible. It's insane. It's at a crazy scale. I want to understand how it impacts you personally. It must be, isn't it pressurizing? Like, does it like affect you on a day-to-day level? Ki boss, ye to bahut, like this is a lot of expectations on me.
Yeah, no, I think before I get that, it's great to chat with you, Ayush, and I've been excited for this conversation for quite some time. I think the introduction was very generous, probably a bit too generous. I think it was a lot of kind words that maybe might be giving me more credit than is due, but I do really appreciate I do really appreciate this platform and yeah, I mean I think the to answer your question, we've scaled obviously in an incredibly short period of time, and we see that as an advantage because when we look at this business, the faster you scale, the cheaper operating costs get, the harder it is for the next person to acquire incremental customers. So there's sort of this, when you look at businesses, there are network effects. If you're a social media company or a traditional, let's say, network to network or peer-to-peer business, we don't have network effects per se, but we do have pretty strong economies of scale benefits that make it harder or easier depending on level of scale that you have. So that is one context. It's the reason why we've grown fast. In terms of how it's affecting me personally, I think I think the fact of the matter is that we've got genuinely such a strong team, and that makes life a lot easier. I think if it was me involved in the complexity of day-to-day operations as I was maybe 6 months ago or even a few months ago, right, it would make it a lot harder, right? But because we've got a team that's scaled pretty well, an executive team that's got a lot of maturity and a lot of experience, that puts us in a position where Kevalia and I can actually just focus on projects that might not be impactful tomorrow or day after tomorrow, but could be impactful 2 quarters from now, 4 quarters from now, right? And that involves everything from the traditional projects founders work on, like fundraising or non-equity capital, to launching new categories like Zepto Cafe and a few other things that are on the pipeline. But to summarize, I think having a great team has made me has made it easier for me to handle the situation. I think we've shared the responsibility a little bit, which is a good thing. So I'm thankfully still I still have a hold of my senses at this scale.
That's incredible. And now that you're talking about team building, in fact, I had a couple of questions. And yesterday we had a very similar conversation with Piyush as well, that no matter what the startup is, no matter what the product or service is, the team is always one of the modes for any startup. How important like that, especially the first 100, 200 people are.
Yeah,
I want to
absolutely.
take a step back, ask you a slightly controversial question. So, forgive me if this goes beyond, but as a young founder, and I've seen this myself, that initially when I was scaling from, let's say, 1 to the first 30 people in my company, I had to prove myself at every stage, like it's as if the older folks who had 8-9 years of like industry experience used to work with me, used to believe in my vision, but also used to look at me with a sly of doubt.
Yeah.
Now this guy will mess up. Now this guy will take that wrong decision, which was and I don't know how to tackle that initially.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you have that phase? If yes, how do you tackle such a phase? Because there are a lot of young folks here in, colleges in first year, second year, and potentially a lot of founders as well. So
Yeah.
how do you navigate through this entire route?
Yeah, I think it's a good point, and it's not, when you look at sort of credibility building for a founder, right?
Hmm.
It's not just internal credibility building, and it's also external, whether it's customers, partners, vendors, anybody that's making an investment, whether of bandwidth, whether of capital, or even of just general business scale, right? Those people need credibility in the people that are running the company. In terms of my experience with this, frankly, obviously, you and I were both young founders, and there is some dynamic there, especially as things scale. The burden becomes more. But in general, what I've experienced, I personally think that the credibility building journey for me would probably not have been different if I was 19, or if I was 29, or even if I was 35. Right? I think every founder has to go through that, because effectively what you're asking a founder to do is to go from being an ordinary person. If you're building, let's say, with the ambition of a billion, $5 billion company, going from an ordinary person to, let's say, a $5 billion company CEO in the span of a few years with no prior experience, you're basically asking somebody to be extraordinary. So when you talk to large scale venture capital investors, growth investors, they'll tell you the same thing, right? Which is, for us, the amount of people there is like the percentage of people that can make it there is such a small percent that everybody is viewed with some level of skepticism. Right?
Right.
If it's someone that's too old, does this person have too much baggage to build a new age company? If it's someone that's too young, does this person have the gravitas to lead a team? Right? All sorts of different nuances. I think
Right.
for us, so for Kevali and I, the way that we approached it is, and this was true whether you're a young founder or a middle-aged founder, in my opinion at least, because I honestly didn't, at least in the early days, didn't feel as much pushback because we were young, precisely because Kevali and I took an approach of building what we call a staircase of credibility, right? Which is, if we can, like you mentioned, prove ourselves step by step, then there's a positive flywheel that kicks in, where now we get to a point where it doesn't matter anymore. So the way that worked is, if we started on the ground where we've got no credibility, we're just two kids with an idea, the first thing that we had to do is that we had to show some execution, right? So we
Right.
built the first iteration of the product ourselves. We launched early versions of what was then called Kirana Card, in bits and pieces, and saw scale, right? A very small amount of scale, but saw some scale, and had and this was in the matter of like 45, 50 days. We went from, hey, this is a cool idea, to, okay, hundreds if not thousands of people are using something that we just put together in like a couple of weeks, and now we know that there's something there, right? So that was the first step of credibility for us, right? That first step of credibility made it easier for someone like a Nexus Venture Partners to come in and say, wow, these guys have executed in a really short period of time, maybe they're young, etc., but the results are right here in front of me. Let's invest in these people. They've proved that there's something there, and they've proved that they can do things quickly that would be difficult difficult to do on a whim, right? So they come in with their first check of capital. If you convince Nexus to give you that check based on that base, now you've got a second step, which is you've got a very credible investor
Right.
giving you multiple millions of dollars to build the early version of your business. At that point, you can go to senior executives that you want to hire and say, hey, I've got the early version of this product that's working, and I've got cash, and we're building a great team. And that executive will come in and say, these guys have got capital from a great investor. That gives him the comfort to join us. At that point, now you've got a senior executive. Now, if I need to onboard, let's say, an important vendor to scale, that important vendor goes and looks at a company and says, wow, they've got someone here that's senior leader from Flipkart and has done
Right.
some excellent work over like a 15-year career. These guys must be serious, right? And they've got capital from a great investor, and they've got early signs of success in a short period of time. So it's like the staircase of credibility. Then you get the vendor, and then you get to a certain scale, and you raise your Series B. So it's like the staircase, but it always starts with execution, and then you've got to keep extrapolating from that bout of initial execution. Is like the way that we approached it.
Interesting. And I think this is a fairly staggered staircase. Like I'm sure the first step must be the highest, and then
Yeah.
the height of that next step decreases every single time you increase your credibility. And one thing
Absolutely.
that I liked is that this execution first approach. Because
Yeah.
without proof of work, nobody's gonna give you anything, which I feel is a mindset that a lot of folks who, and this question is something which we get a lot, especially I'm sure CL folks get a lot. I want to start up, but I don't know what to do. I don't know what problems to solve. They just have
Yeah.
this notion of starting up. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to take a step back quickly. You talked a lot about hiring and team building. I want to know like 2-3 points about like the culture at Zepto. There must
Yeah.
be, every company has a very different fabric. Like they're
Absolutely.
built very differently, but at the same time, how the interpersonal relations happen within that organization, and I feel this is a very very important thing. So I want to know and dive deep into how did you structure that culture? What were some new things probably that you introduced? A little bit about that.
Yeah, I think that's actually a phenomenal question. For, for us, what I'll say is, okay, just one pretext before I jump into this answer
Okay.
is I think there is uh, some slightly unhealthy obsession in India with the founder, right? And I think that's somewhat unwarranted. Like this introduction is also
Okay.
nicer than it needed to be, but people say, oh, it's if there's a company that's successful, it's this is the man, right? Like, and that person gets lifted on a pedestal, which is fine.
Right.
I personally think it's significantly more nuanced than that, right? And I genuinely don't think like it's as much because of the work that Keval and I did as it is the work of the executive team, as it is the work of the people that are on the ground, right? And I
Right.
don't mean that just to say it, but genuinely I feel like that obsession can get unhealthy. So when I go and answer this question, don't get me the wrong way. So although I don't think that founders are the be all and end all of a company's success, it requires everything, including the founders, right? It's a critical point, but everything else is almost as critical. um, what I can say that is a is very founder centric in a company is culture. And when I've spoken to CEOs of companies in Silicon Valley, what they'll tell you upfront is that the personality of the company is almost always a reflection of the personality of the founders, right? In some form or fashion. And
Interesting.
it's kind of poetic because people don't do what you, or people don't imbibe values that you tell them to imbibe. They imbibe values that they see, right? And if the first people of the company are behaving a certain way, it creates a flywheel that ends up you know spreading across the company usually. And obviously there's lots of nuance, but some of the key principles, I think, what Kevin and I were lucky enough to have mentors that told us this on day one, right? That said, what you do is going to happen when what you do with 5 people will be the same. The approach that you take to a decision when you got 5 people is the same approach to a decision that your company will take when you got 1,000 people, right? And so be very careful about not just the decisions you make, but how you make them, how you approach them, and how you treat other people. And
Right.
so for us, I think the fabric of the culture at Zepto is very it's 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 very transparent, right? I think that's probably the biggest principle, which is we don't beat around the bush. If something is going well, it's going well. If it's not going well, it's
Hmm.
not going well. And there's a lot of transparency there, and it's also that there's also a lot of as a part of that transparency, there's a lot of trust in what people say. So if someone commits a metric, right, and says, even if it's a corridor conversation, someone says, yeah, I can get this to X, this number to X, or last mile cost can get to Y, right? We take all of that seriously, right? If someone says something, we trust, and we have this we believe in the gravitas of the person to say, actually, this person means what he.
Hmm.
So there are not things thrown around, right? There are only serious, transparent conversations that happen at Zepto. I think that's one of the things that we really strive for. Other than that, one of the other core principles is obviously rigor, attention to detail. We've got a very complex business. It's a lot of intricacies in logistics that mean you can't afford to you almost can't afford to look at the big picture, right? You have to be in the tiniest of details,
Right.
because otherwise the business starts operating incredibly inefficiently, right? So attention to detail and rigor is the second piece. And I think the third most important part of the culture is, so I would say, like, transparency, rigor, and like the third most important tenet that I would probably push for is, There are a couple that are coming to mind, but I would say self-awareness is also pretty important, right? Like the understanding that like people are very upfront to say that this is something that I could have done better. This is something that I'm doing really well, and we should double down on it. So I think those three things are pieces that we keep in mind. There are also some things that for example, Kevali and I did that we see in the company, which is not really a massive deal, but we're kind of amused by it. Like one of the things that I do that I'm not entirely happy with is I'm actually not very as a person, I'm not very celebratory of wins, right? I usually only focus on what's going wrong, even if we're winning, right? So always there's always something that can
Wow.
be done
Yeah.
better, which means
Hmm.
that I saw at least in the mid stage of the company that there would be an insane metric that was delivered, and people would just pretend like, yeah, okay, let's move on to the next challenge, right? Which was a problem that we needed to fix, because then that has like demoralizing impacts in the long term. So that's something that we fixed, and both Keval and I said we need to do this personally as well. So there are bits and pieces there, but I think the three tenets are, like I mentioned, self-awareness, transparency, attention to detail.
I loved how transparent you were about your the last bit of the answer, because I feel that's a weakness that I share, which is I find it very, very hard to celebrate even the little wins, if not even if so major wins I still feel a lot of people celebrate, but I feel the team needs those little like bounties of appreciation when they are doing those operations. And I feel this is something which I personally realized that I wasn't doing right. But this was such an incredible answer, and for the audience, I'm gonna probably summarize learnings that I was taking away from it. One thing was show don't tell, right? If as a founder you want something to be implemented, you have to implement it first. Like my dad used to say that if you want people to come at 10 a.m. in the office, you have to reach there by 9:45, 9:50. Like otherwise people won't. Of course, this is the archaic way of running a business, but it's really, really important. And second is that culture flows.
Yeah.
We expect things from people which probably we don't even do, which can send a wrong message. I think that's incredible. I'm going to get a very, very sort of a repeated question out of the way very, very quickly.
No worries.
And I think I've seen you answer this like a bunch of times, but because everybody has asked this question, I'm going to ask it again. Who needs this? Like,
Yeah.
how do you tackle? Like, okay, don't answer, but I want to understand, how do you tackle this question? Who needs Zepto? Who needs 10-minute delivery? Kisko chahiye? How do
Yeah.
you tackle it?
So I'll give you the actual answer, right? In terms of I know you would have heard it. I'll give you the answer, and then I'll also talk to you about how I tackle it. See, one of the things that I didn't mention, right, there are dozens of pieces that are important in terms
Right.
of our culture at Zepto. One of them is incredibly data oriented, like a high degree of data orientation. So for us, when we talk about, okay, who even cares about 10-minute delivery, we just say, look, we can have a debate, right? We can have a philosophical 140 character debate on Twitter to say, X versus Y, and I need this, you don't need this. And essentially we're talking in terms of units of one, right? But today Zepto is operating at a scale where we do lakhs and lakhs of orders every day, right? We're in a position where, millions of orders a week at a scale of thousands of crores of revenue per year, right? And as a result of that, what Ayush thinks, or what even Adit thinks, as a unit of n equal to 1, it really doesn't matter when you're operating at lakhs and lakhs of orders a day and millions of unique customers that interact with the platform on a weekly and monthly basis.
Right.
So when we look at scale, right, data is the truth bearer, right? And for us, it's very simple. When you look at consumer transaction labs in India today, Zepto's got the highest NPS score, full stop. NPS, by the way, for folks in the audience, Net Promoter Score, it's a measure of customer experience and satisfaction, right? So we're in an 87-point NPS, stable right now as of last month, May average, compared to any e-commerce platform or hyperlocal commerce platform would be between 50 to 65 points, right? So we've got an incredible customer satisfaction score. Retention, which is how many people come back to the platform, month one buyer retention is 63%, compared to 35 to 40% for traditional e-commerce, right? So customers are loving the platform. That's in the data. More people are coming back to users, and when people finish using the platform, they rate us 5 stars, right? So they enjoy the experience and they're coming back month over month, and the amount of money that we make or the amount of revenue that we generate per customer is much higher than even what you'd see on ride sharing or food delivery, because people are investing significant amounts of their wallet share on the platform. So the data is there, right? And for us, we don't really care about the question. But even when I want to talk to someone that's more interested in the philosophical answer, right, I give people the reality that, look, as of like the past 6 months, if I take all the data of the past 6 months, 2022 roughly, I look at our median delivery time, it's around 9 minutes, right? And we can say 9-minute delivery technically and be intellectually honest, but we say 10-minute delivery because there is a certain brand cut through there that's helpful for us. And when we say 10-minute delivery versus rapid delivery, there is a difference in how much conversion customers have, how many people respond to that messaging, and we see that in our customer acquisition costs as well. Right. So 10-minute delivery is a very solid brand cut through when you're communicating to customers. It's just an immediate understanding of wow, I get what this brand is going to deliver to me in terms of value, which by the way many
Right.
apps don't have, right? Or many services don't have. You might say, XYZ company is, delivering delivering excellent experiences, etc., whatever. Right? For us, we don't need to, like, it's very simple. Zepto 10-minute grocery delivery, right? It's just the entire thing is communicated. So the brand cut through is strong. But the reality is that people actually fixate on the 10-minute element because it's a very, effective brand cut through, one of the reasons why we've grown so fast. But the reality is that if you actually look at the business, effectively we are not a, 10-minute grocery delivery company. We're a grocery delivery company. And that seems a lot bigger when you remove the word 10-minute, because for some reason 10-minute feels like a narrow market, but there's no,
Right.
there's no real difference. The reality is that customers are coming on the platform because we've got 3,500 SKUs that has, an 81-point fresh fruits and vegetables NPS, which is 18 points higher than even offline supermarkets have on fruits and vegetables freshness. And we're delivering in 10 minutes. Right. So it's exactly what you need, right? Delivered in the freshness that you like, with convenience that's unparalleled, right? So you basically become that one place that people can actually just get everything that's necessary in this grocery buying chore done in a very short period of time. When you pitch it like that versus a 10-minute delivery company, it starts clicking more that, okay, this is actually something that replaces the chore of getting my groceries and does it in a way where I get the freshness that I need and the SKUs that I want or the products that I want without much hassle, and it comes in 10 minutes. Right. So that's the functionality. Like, I mean, the way that I would describe it is we're a grocery delivery company. People are loving that. The data is there. And when you actually just dive deeper than just the headline, right, you realize that what the actual value is not just 10 minutes. If you were delivering in 9 minutes or 11 minutes, it doesn't make a difference. But what does make a difference is that element of instantaneousness, that feeling of it, coupled with the right assortment and the right freshness. That's when you have like a large company, right? So yeah, that's the way that I answer the question. And I think more importantly, nowadays when people ask me that question, I just say, just talk to the 5 million people that have placed an order on Zepto, right, over the past 6 months. Like, I don't know why. Like, you just have to ask
That's the thug life answer. Those glasses coming in. I think that's the which a lot of people should get now. Do you want to take a moment to have some water?
Yeah, sure. I've just got a bit of a, but yeah.
Super. That's incredible. Yeah, a couple of people have asked this very fun question, which is, and now I'm wondering after looking at that question, what is the name Zepto? Like, how did this name come?
Yeah. So Zepto is the shortest unit of measurable time in physics. A zeptosecond is, I think, 10 to the power minus 23 seconds. So it's like this shortest unit of time that's ever been measured in history. So that's where Zepto comes from. In summary, and there were all sorts of reasons why we picked it, but that was basically Keval and I are, we're not the most exciting teenagers. We were more interested in things that most people were not as interested in, like physics, science. But yeah, that's probably why.
I think you need to push this reason more, because this is gonna get a lot of, like, especially people that are there, and like people like us and people like who are there in this comment section. It's gonna excite them a lot. These are mostly PCM folks, and I'm gonna actually ask this question to this guy Deep. Deep, you must know this man. You're a software engineer. but anyway, let's come back to Adit as a person. I'm sure a lot of people talk to you as now the co-founder and the CEO of this company. I want to understand that where did this come from? Where did the element of entrepreneurship come from? Can you, because this is technically like a third startup, like if I count like Kirana Card into like as a separate, but you have started up like a couple of things, right? Can you trace it back? Like, did you have business in your family that motivated you, or role models around you? I want to know, like, कैसे हुआ है कि बहुत छोटे तो थे तुम बहुत ना, मतलब तो शुरू कैसे हुआ?
Yeah, so my mom is an entrepreneur, and she runs her own business. And she actually started that business when I was very young, so I kind of grew up with that business in a sense. So it was always a big part of family life. It's a recruitment business where she helps banks hire folks. So it's a different type of business than what we run, but just the element of putting blood, sweat, and tears into something that's your own was part of the conversation very early on in life. But I think in general, for Kevali and I, we actually never came in and said, okay, we want to be entrepreneurs, right? We had that never existed when we were
Okay.
younger. We were just, so both of us just like building stuff, right? And Kevali was always better than I was in terms of his technical ability. But we just enjoyed the idea of building something that people would use. And we did that multiple times until one day we got into a position where a lot of people started using one of the things that we built. And we said, wait a second, there's something, this is not just a hobby. People are using this. And we need to now answer their calls of customer support. And, shit is actually starting to happen. And so, the
Right.
bad
Okay.
language. But as a result of that, I mean, we just came in and said, okay, this is interesting. And now there's probably the reality that people might actually pay to use a platform that we create. And that's when we realized that this hobby of ours of actually building out interesting technology products can actually be a very rewarding career path. So that's when we came in and said, but it always originated from the excitement to build something. Like even when Keval and I started Kirana Cart, which eventually became Zepto, it was just two guys stuck in uh, a pretty tight apartment in Andheri in Mumbai in the middle of lockdown, and we were like, man,
Right.
we need to get groceries to survive. Like we're highly in a highly worrisome situation. It's lockdown, and we need to figure out how to get groceries. And online platforms are taking 4-5 days to deliver. Most of the
Right.
local stores were shut. So it just came out of that, but we never came in and said, okay, we're here to build a business and drop out of school, right? That was never the intention. It sort of evolved into that, which I think if you look at Y Combinator and their philosophy, that's what they say, right? That most, I mean, not most, but a good amount of great companies are built as fun projects that people do when they're bored, right? In the early days. So yeah.
Interesting. And the conversation is about to come to the end, so I'm gonna dive straight into Adit's personal secret diary and understand what are Zepto's next plans, where are we headed. Zepto Cafe, I just saw the announcement. What's in the news? Let's just assume nobody's here and let's answer this question in a silo.
Yeah.
What are the next steps forward?
Look, so we're in a position where the reason why we've had success in terms of capital raises, where we've raised like $360 million in the past 9 months. The predominant reason why that's happened is because of very strong focus on capital efficiency, and we're in a position where the the amount of capital we've used versus the revenue that we have, that ratio is best in class, right, compared to consumer transactional platforms in India and globally in Q-commerce, right? So that's one thing that we're going to double down on, right? That focus on capital efficiency and unit economics. It's the reason why investors have had confidence in us so far, that we've gotten micro markets to profitable, and we've got all our later micro markets now coming into that zone as well. And we're in a position where, in terms of the capital that we spend and the revenue that we have, it's a pretty comforting ratio. So we're doubling down on that. I think obviously in a market like this, you hear that from multiple entrepreneurs, but that's actually been the philosophy since day one. So focusing predominantly on capital efficiency and unit economics, and beyond that, I think the usual objectives. You mentioned our growth rate over the past Q4 calendar year 2021 and Q1 calendar year 22. We want to continue growing incredibly fast. We're in a position where we're still growing in terms of multiples and not in terms of percentages, which is a privileged position to be. It also gives us a sense of how large the market is, right? So very excited about that. And yeah, I mean, I think we're just going to keep growing in a way that's capital efficient. And beyond that, you mentioned some initiatives, things like Zepto Cafe, we're excited about, right? The idea that you can pick up coffee and chai along with your groceries is great, because if you walk into a 24/7 in Delhi, for example, some of you might might be familiar. Even things like a Nature's Basket, right? You'll find a cafe along with your groceries. Or even if you walk into 7-Eleven in the United States, one of the biggest sellers that 7-Eleven has is a cup of coffee with your groceries, right? It's just sort of a pick me up while you're doing a chore. And we saw that request coming in from lots of our customers. So we launched a pilot for cafe. It did incredibly well in a very short period of time. And now we're scaling that across the country. In fact, as we speak, we've launched about 2 dozen sort of Zepto Cafe micro markets in this week, and we're going to probably going to 3x that number in the next month and a half or so. So we're feeling pretty excited about that. And beyond that, it's just, again, core focus on execution. There's a lot to do. There's a lot of work to do, right? A lot of things that we can continue to improve, like I mentioned. That's
right.
Really, or unfortunately, most of what we obsess about is how can we just make this better.
That's incredible, yaar. Adit, thank you so much for your time and all these insights. It was lovely talking to you. And I'll just, just to wrap this conversation off, you're extremely humble and transparent, which is something that you don't see in a lot of people, especially in the startup industry and culture. Thanks so much for being like this, sort of humble about it. And thank you so much for giving us your time. It was a pleasure speaking with you. I don't know if you have time to pick up questions from the audience, but I don't know if CL folks, if somebody can, or I think Adit, you also have like, I think like an upper cap. Let me know if you can take.
I'm good for time if the Bitspilani team is okay.
I mean, guys, can somebody give me like a quick? Okay, we can do 2 questions.
Okay.
Super. I think this a question for Adit's rapid discovery is, it was a market gap that you identified. Any other market gaps that you thought or have? I think this person is just simply asking, do you have any other startup idea that?
I mean, honestly, so the way I look at it, and Ayush articulated this very well, right? Which is, you have to show reality on a micro scale before you even start thinking about the big picture. Even today, I still think of the scale that we're at as medium picture, right? There's a much bigger picture, but that we now need to move forward to. In terms of the concept of having a startup idea, to answer the question, I think I don't have one on me. Like I don't really spend too much time thinking about that. What I will say is that it's not productive either, right? Because whatever I tell you will almost certainly be wrong, right? In terms of whatever assumption I've made, precisely because I've not gone into the micro levels of whatever I would say, any startup idea that might be in like the back of my mind somewhere. The right answer to that question is, for you to have a successful startup idea, whatever you being wrong, and we also were like wrong multiple times before we ended up being right. You'll never find a startup idea that was like, this is my idea, it worked, brilliant, and we're off to the races, right? And we're growing the company. That's never happens, right? As much
Right.
as I would have liked it to be the case. So what I would recommend is throw yourself out there at anything, right, that you find exciting and you think is a big problem. Even if you're not sure about a lot of things, throw yourself at it. The best way to get something as a like quote unquote real startup idea is to have micro validation for it. Other than that, it's just hearsay. So if you can show, hey, I built something, or I've spoken to X number of people and did something for them that they were willing to pay for, they were excited about, right? That is much more valuable than even the best startup entrepreneur in the ecosystem coming in and saying you should do X, right? 100 customers saying something is much better than even the most eloquent or the most important startup founder. So yeah, what I'll say is just throw yourself at something, and you'll figure it out just by talking to customers. The reality will be on the ground. It will never be a big picture answer almost all the time.
That makes a lot of sense. I hope you got your answer, but I think it was a much more detailed answer that probably this person expected. But thanks so much for the time. I think we can't take another question, sadly, because we have another session after this. But thank you so much, Adit. This was a lot of fun. I'm glad we got a chance to do this.
And yeah,
Thanks.
it's great chatting with you as well, Ayush, and thanks a ton for taking the time, and it's been lovely.
Thank you.
All right. I think I speak for everyone when I say that was an engaging and insightful conversation. I'd like to thank both Mr. Palija and Mr. Vadra for their time. With their unique takes on different agendas, it's clear that the budding entrepreneurs in our audience have a lot of food for thought. It was a pleasure having you both join us. I would now like to present the final session for the first ever India Portfolio Summit, ONDC, Empowering the Merchant. And for this, we're joined by Mr. Vibhor Jain, CEO at ONDC.
Aadhaar and UPI have revolutionized the movement of information, identification, and money in India. They've helped India make incredible strides towards a cashless economy. The creation of these policies, frameworks, and technologies have helped facilitate higher convenience and options for the Indian consumer, while leveling the playing field and creating new avenues for founders to build upon in the ecosystem.
Our final session at the India Portfolio covers the introduction of yet another innovative government concept to revolutionize the field of commerce and e-commerce in India. The Open Network for Digital Commerce, ONDC for short, aims to create an exhaustive network of e-commerce and commerce platforms in order to facilitate the display and selling of products from all its connected platforms on any of its apps. The ONDC initiative aims to formally digitize the massive market of offline commerce and retailers and level the playing field for newer e-commerce ideas in the ecosystem, all while helping Indian consumers come to a more informed and all-encompassing decision and facilitating healthy market competition.
And hosting this session, we have Mr. Vibhor Jain. Mr. Jain is the COO and the President of Network Governance at ONDC, a network-based open protocol which will enable local commerce across segments such as mobility, grocery, food order and delivery, hotel booking and travel, among others, to be discovered and engaged by any network-enabled application. Mr. Jain also serves as a senior advisor to the World Bank and the director at Atlanta Healthcare, where he's also a co-founder and was previously the CEO. Mr. Jain has also served as the CEO of Mobike. Sir, I'd like to hand over the stage to you to start this very interesting presentation.
Thanks, team Bits Conquest. I think it's a privilege to be here today evening. And I do understand it's the last session, so obviously I think I'm standing between everyone and the dinner. But yes, I'll try to keep it crisp. At the same time, I think the focus of this session would be to really sort of, go into deeper understanding of what ONDC is. I'm sure it's a new concept for most of us. And if I'll just spend maybe next 20 minutes to talk in depth in terms of, how does it really empower the merchant, which is what the agenda for today is. So again, if I look at from a commerce perspective, I think we have had various waves of commerce over the last decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, right? We started from online classifieds and booking platforms, moved to very early set of marketplaces, and today we see very mature marketplaces and vertical apps, right? I think what this has also led to, if one sort of takes a step back and looks at it, has sort of led to a lot of centralization of the entire approach of how commerce is done, right? From where it was a completely decentralized approach, it has moved to a lot of centralization, and that's good and bad. And I think let's talk about when we say it's good and bad, what does it really mean? So I think from a buyer experience perspective, I think all of us have benefited, right? We have quick and easy access to products today. There's a lot of trust and reliability for the customers that has been built in with this entire centralization that has happened. More, when I say centralization, think of it more from a platform-centric approach, right? So today, if you look at any buying behavior that each of us have, we go to a platform to buy a product. We might go to an Amazon or a Flipkart, we might go to Swiggy or a Zomato, we might go to a Uber or an Ola, and you can just keep extending this discussion to any stream where you do commerce, where it's all getting centralized, and that's the platform approach we're talking about. And it also helps make for its consumer a one-stop shop for multiple products, right? So today, if I want to buy anything, simplest thing is, and I think, and Adit spoke about grocery, right, in the earlier session. So if you want to buy grocery, only thing you need to do is just go to Zepto and start buying a grocery. So, and obviously from an offer and discount perspective, I think all of us have been sort of, taking the benefits of the offers and discounts which come with these sort of platforms as well, at least in the early days. From a seller perspective, I think what we've seen is the access to wider markets. And obviously, there is very specific segmented targeting from a customer access perspective. So obviously, this is the good side of that centralization which we see. At the same time, this centralization comes at a huge cost and has led to a lot of digital monopolies, as we call it, right? There's a lot of concentration of value that is happening at these platforms. Now today, I think it's for each one of us to really analyze, when I think of different segments, how many such platforms are we really aware of or we really transact on, right? And when we start thinking of these, and it could cut across sectors, right? You'll start seeing that there is only one or two monopolies that are coming into picture, right? Which has sort of created high entry barriers for new players, and also limiting innovation, because obviously you only have a few players out there who are sort of driving the entire market and the narrative in terms of how that segment grows. So I think that's a big challenge, out there, which in a way, if I look at it, poses multiple challenges for MSMEs to sell online, right? I think there are various factors which are multiplying these challenges, whether it's digital know-how, not so favorable terms for small MSMEs to do business, super squeezing margins, right? And I think that's a typical challenge if you're a merchant or if you are a seller on any of these platforms. That's the biggest concern that you have today. The margins are squeezing day by day, and obviously administrative bandwidth to manage multiple platforms is a big challenge for any of the MSMEs. I think that's also getting reflected in the ground reality. So if I look at it from a penetration perspective, less than 10% of India's retail today happens online, right? And again, if I look at it from a market power concentration, this concentration is in the hands of just few powerful tech companies, right? And I think this entire issue also got amplified during the pandemic, where there was no option. I mean, most retailers were digitally absent to serve their customers. While they had stocks in their warehouses, well, they had stocks in their godowns, but they could really not serve because they were not online. Think of a corner merchant or a corner kirana guy. They had stuff, but obviously they could not do online deliveries, or they do not take on orders online and have the logistics wherewithal to deliver those logistics or the goods to the end customer. So I think one of the key asks, and I think the key direction that we need to be focusing on, is how do we democratize digital commerce for a more sustainable and equitable growth, right? And when I say equitable growth, it means everyone gets equal opportunity to be a participant in this growth. So when we were thinking of how do we democratize commerce, I think there were some of the key principles that we focused on. We said, how do we encourage wider participation of MSMEs and small merchants, and enable flow of value rather than store of value. This is a very, very important concept to understand. When I say store of value, so today if I look at a platform approach, right, I have a buyer on one side, I have a seller on one side. However, the entire store of value happens at the platform, right? And so rather than having that store of value, how do we ensure that there's a constant flow of value across the value chain, and there is no concentration happening at one point in the value chain, right? How do you address discoverability and trust, which is agnostic of a platform and is across platforms? So the idea basically for us was, how do we align incentives of a network where, with success is a joint success across the value chain, as against concentration happening at a particular point of the value chain. So the foundation principles when we're thinking of designing this network was, how do we sort of enable facilitation? How do we decentralize it as against centralize it? How do we make it open source? How do we make it interoperable? And I'll talk more in terms of the interoperability part of it. Minimalistic governance, participant-centric, it's evolving, and obviously it's driving a lot of innovation. So I think this is where the entire concept of the network starts to shape. So if you look at the left-hand side, this is the typical platform approach, right? You have a seller, which is S1, and you have a buyer, which is C1. And only S1 and C1 can transact because both of them are on the same platform, right? Similarly, S3 and C3 can transact because they are on a different platform, but on the same platform. And then you have S6 and C6 as an example, where only they can transact. The point is, if we can unbundle and make each of these platforms interoperable, which basically means that anyone on the left-hand side, which is S1 to S6, can transact with C1 to C6, right? So what have we done? We have basically unbundled the entire black box that's sitting as a platform, and we have made these interoperable. which means that what you see in the middle layer, we have broken the buyer side and the seller side of a platform, and now all of them can talk to each other. That's what the unbundling and interoperability is, and that's basically nothing but ONDC, right? So ONDC is a shift from a platform-centric e-marketplace approach to an open network-centric e-marketplace approach, which basically means that irrespective of the buyer app, which is the consumer side app that you come from, anyone who is on the network and anyone coming on the network through an application of their choice as a seller, everyone is discoverable on the network. So what does it really mean? Let's take an example, right? So let's take an example again, for discussion purposes, that I am on a consumer app called Paytm, right? Now there could be multiple sellers who have come on the network through different applications, right? As an example, again, just names are only for example purposes. There could be a seller who is coming through Zepto. There could be a seller coming through, say, Big Basket, a seller coming through, say, Grofers or Blinkit or any of those on the network. Now, I, as a user coming on a Paytm app, is able to do a commerce transaction with any of these sellers who are coming on the network through different seller applications, right? So basically, if I'm a seller from the other perspective, if I'm on the network, any buyer coming from any consumer app can discover me and can do a transaction with me, right? So that's how this network works. And when we say this network is for a buyer and a seller, think of a buyer and the seller in any use case that you can think of. It could be for grocery, it could be for logistics, it could be for travel and tourism, it could be for shared mobility, it could be for hyperlocal food delivery. The concept remains the same. And this entire network is basically based on open protocols, which is, as you and I exchange emails, which is based on SMTP, protocols, where you are on Gmail, I'm on Hotmail, and we can still exchange mails. Similarly, open protocols, which have been built on top of backend protocols, any buyer can buy from any seller till such time they are on this ONDC network. So that's what this is all about. So this is sort of a schematic view. I think talking to a lot of engineers out here and from bits, obviously, I thought let's put something which even they can understand. So this is what the schematic looks like. So you have buyers coming on one side, you have sellers coming on other side, and each of them can transact. The question that typically comes to us is, in such an unbundled setup, how do you ensure trust between the buyer and the seller? Because each transaction is a contract which is getting signed digitally by each of these entities. So the point is, on the right side, what you see is a lot of network services which we are enabling, which will help build that trust. We have something called network policies, which the network participants adhere to. We are building a network-wide reputation. Now, today, what happens is, if you are on a platform, as a seller, I have a platform-centric reputation. What you see as a 5-star or a 4-star or what those ratings is nothing but reputation of the seller, right? Now, what we are building on is a network-wide reputation that, irrespective of the platform you choose to come on the network, there's a reputation that you can port across platforms and you can carry with you. We'll have an open data ledger. We'll have payment and settlement as a service, which helps build the trust between the buyer platforms and the seller platforms. Because obviously, both of them are doing transactions for the first time. So there is a settlement service which helps build that trust out there. We're also working on an online dispute resolution mechanism, which takes care of any disputes that happen between the buyer and the seller, right? So those sort of frameworks are being put in place to enable this network, to provide and build that trust out there. So obviously, we are enabling digital commerce in the Web 3.0 age, which means we're doing it with open protocols, with a community governance model, digitally signed bilateral transactions. So each transaction is a digitally signed transaction between a buyer app and a seller app, right? There is bilateral negotiation happening between the buyers and the sellers on real-time basis through protocols. And obviously, there is a data privacy and security by design principles that the network is being built, right? So question that comes back to is, and I think that also goes back to the topic of this discussion, how does it really help the merchant? So today what happens is, if you look at this network, it provides an equitable footing irrespective of the platform they use. Now, what does this mean? I used a Vibhor Jain and Company sort of a platform as a seller to onboard the network. My visibility is the same that any other seller would have coming on the network through any other application, which they choose. Which means that I have an equitable footing now across the network. All the consumers can see me and can place an order on me, right? So overnight, I'm a small merchant sitting in some tier 3 city in India, but my visibility is to all consumer apps who are on the network. So tomorrow, as an example, if Paytm is on the network, if PhonePe is on the network, WhatsApp is on the network, all their consumers can place an order to Vibhojan and Company, who is sitting in tier 3 city in some remote part of the country. That's the wonder it can do, right? The entire thing of discovering demand takes a backseat because obviously of this network, because obviously the consumer apps are playing that role of getting you the buyers on the network. So maintain one-time single registration. So I just need to have one seller platform to be on the network, as against current case where my consumer base is confined to the platform, and therefore if I want a larger consumer base, I have to register with platform 1, platform 2, platform 3, and it goes on, right? But in this case, if I register once on the network with one seller app, the entire universe of consumers on the network are my customers. Low cost access to complete the value chain, I think very important, because again, now I can choose which platform do I want to use, which has terms and conditions which are favorable to me as a seller to be on the network, right? Now, if as against paying say a 20% commission, if a platform is charging me 5% commission and is on the network, I would rather do that if the platform provides the same set of experiences from a fulfillment perspective and other things, right? Autonomy on rules and terms, increased profitability, obviously, and obviously no disintermediation risk out there. And obviously, there is a host of benefits to the buyers as well. It's just not to the sellers, right? And as I said, this can extend across domains: food delivery, apparels, electronics, mobility. You can book a cab on the network. Tourism, you can book a hotel on the network. Groceries, wholesales, and obviously many more. So I think the question, and since there are a lot of startups in this, and just last 2 slides from my side, so I think the question that most of you have is, okay, so what's in it for me? How can I participate on the network? I'm not a seller, I'm not a buyer app, but yes, I'm a startup which is into tech, or I do some some innovative stuff. So I've listed down some of the things that you could play a role in. I think there are a lot of things that are happening on the network where each of these would be offered as services on the network. It could be fast digitization of catalogs, native Indic language support, voice search, online dispute resolution, distributed ledger, open source maps, right? Now, these are all services which would be enabled on the network by the network participants. So ONDC is not going to put the services out there. It's basically network participants are going to come and provide those services. So you could play a role in enabling some of these services. And obviously, if you're a consumer app, you have a role to play. If you're a seller aggregator, the question out here is, the good point out here is, if you're good at something, stay focused on that. If you're a seller aggregator, don't worry about a demand. The network will provide a demand. If you're a consumer app, don't worry about getting the sellers. Now think of the wonders this does, right? If I'm a consumer app, overnight, I come at the same level, having access to millions of sellers, which some other platform would have spent maybe 10 years building that seller network. But the fact that I'm on the network and I'm a consumer app, I overnight have access to those millions of sellers from which to whom my consumers can place an order on, right? Again, you could provide gateway services, you could provide payment settlement services, and obviously a host of other services out there. So I think, yeah, that's a quick summary of what ONDC is and what we're trying to do. So yeah, let's build the next revolution of digital commerce together. So thanks for this time, and yeah, happy to take any questions that you may have.
Hey, Mr. Jain, there's a question from our audience.
Yeah.
So can we view ONDC as a database that people can plug into?
No, so we're not a database. Again, we're just a network. So think of us, give you a parallels, think of us as internet, right? We're just an internet, we're just an enabler for people to transact, right? So we are not a database. We don't maintain any database. Yes, we have a registry, which is something to say, okay, where do you people store the web addresses, right? So you have registries out there. We have registries out at ONDC as well. But yeah, think of us as internet rather than a platform. So we are not a platform. We don't have any app. We're not a consumer app. We're not a seller app. We're just a network. So, and I'm sure there are a lot of media users which say, the next mega app. No, we are not an app. We are not a platform. We're just a network.
All right.
Right.
Great.
So another question we have here is, what do you see as the long-term goal of ONDC? Is it to enable a large number of platforms such as Amazon, or making e-commerce more accessible for MSMEs and cause a UPI-like revolution in this space? So essentially, is it to increase number of sellers or platforms?
Yeah, the person has the answer in the question itself, which is the second part of the question, right? Which is basically to make commerce more accessible for everyone, right? It's basically enhancing the penetration of digital commerce in the country, making it more accessible, and providing, as I said, a level playing field for everyone, whether you're a consumer, whether you are a seller, and across categories of products that I spoke about, from e-commerce to travel, retail, food delivery, logistics, cab sharing, everything, across domains.
Right. Got it, sis.
Right.
The next question, Shrey, go ahead.
So the next question is, ODR is the dispute resolution mechanism, but law recognizes independent and distinct relief so consumers can approach consumer forums. Would e-contracts only be ODR specific?
No, so good question. I think so. Basically, the way it happens, and I think if I look from a purely from a legal standpoint, right? Obviously, there is a law of the land that decides, how each of these disputes get handled, right? There is a Consumer Protection Act, and obviously there are other acts which define that. ODR is only a mechanism which can help fast track some of those disputes at an early stage, right? However, if the dispute does not still get resolved using ODR, each of the participants to that contract still have their recourses in terms of going to the courts or going to whatever provisions are available in the act, whether it's consumer protection or whichever act. So it's not that this is sort of overriding anything. This is just a framework in the value chain where we're saying, okay, if the disputes that can be settled easily and early, let's settle them, and let's not make them go to a court.
Right. So the next question we have from Anubhav. It says, as a startup, would there be charges involved to onboard to ONDC's network?
Okay, so depends on what. So there's no charge to onboard ONDC, right? If you're a network, yes, there's a lot of tech integration that you need to do in terms of enabling some APIs. There's some operational integration that you need to do, but there are no charges to onboard ONDC. It's a network, and you can just do your tech integrations, operational integrations. There's a bit of certification required. Once you've done that, you're on the network.
Right. Got it.
Right. So we've got another question from Anki. Where is the payment transaction happening? Will it be on the buyer's app or on the ONDC app?
Great question. So it's happening on the buyer app. So I think I also see a link question on the consumer experience. The consumer experience doesn't change, right? The consumer always remains on the consumer app that he or she is using, right? So as an example that I gave, you're using WhatsApp, you're using Paytm, PhonePe, or any other app, right? Your experience stays within that particular app. In fact, on occasions, you might not even know that this transaction is happening on ONDC, because that's the back-end part of it, right? From a consumer experience perspective, you're just buying a product on Paytm, you're buying a product on Amazon, you're buying a product on, Milk Basket or Big Basket. So you don't even know that there are transactions happening on ONDC unless the consumer app shows that, okay, this particular seller is coming from ONDC and this seller is coming from my captive audience of sellers that I have. Mm-hmm. So unless the consumer app declares or chooses to declare that, the consumer experience does not change. And therefore, coming back to the question of payments, It's like doing the same payment that you're doing today on any of the apps to buy a product.
Right. That's I understand that. Let's see if we've got another question.
Right. So Rocky asked, can you talk about the certification process you briefly mentioned before?
Yeah, so I think basically when we say certification, so when I say you need to comply by the protocols that we are sort of writing, the point is you need to have a certification to say that yes, you have adhered to the protocols, right? And whatever platform you're getting to the network is ONDC protocol compliant. So it's more of a compliance check that we do to ensure that you have implemented the protocol correctly, you have implemented to the ONDC policies correctly on those protocols.
Right. Let's see if we've got another question. One second.
Yeah.
Right. So we got another question from Harsh. As there are more than one parties involved in the transaction in ONDC, if many parties take their commission and the final price is eventually borne on the consumer, how does ONDC tackle this as compared to a single platform?
Interesting question, Harsh. Interesting question. So typically what will happen is, so yes, you're right that there are multiple parties involved. Those multiple parties even exist today, right? It's just that they sit in a black box called platform, and therefore you're not aware of those multiple parties, right? So today there is logistics, there is customer care, there is a buyer interface, there is a seller interface. All those things happen, right? It's just that since they sit in a black box, you're not aware of it. Now, what happens when you unbundle this? Yes, each of these responsibilities get segregated to a specific entity on the network. The question is, will the sum of these be more or less than the platform charge pay today? I think that's the question, right? That if everyone is adding A plus B plus C plus D, is it going to be more than today what the platform charges me as a consolidated fee? The point is, at scale, when you're operating on this network, the economies of scale that this network can provide, the economies of enabling hyper-local commerce in each of the categories, not just grocery, which most of us are used to, that this can provide, will drastically bring down the cost of each of these individual components. Let's take an example out here to explain, right? So today the point is, if I'm buying a phone on ONDC, right? So today if I'm buying on a platform, obviously I have a bunch of sellers who are discoverable on this particular platform. And for all you know, my phone would be coming from Mumbai warehouse of that particular seller, right? On the network, what happens is, for all you know, a small shop or a showroom of that particular mobile phone manufacturer, which is say 2 kilometers away from me, is on the network and is able to provide me the same phone in a 20-minute delivery with the logistics cost of shipping it just 2 kilometers as against a phone coming to me from Bombay, right? This is just one example that I've taken. Now, if I look at the synergies or the cost breakup in this, it's local delivery of 2 kilometers. It's coming in 20 minutes as against 2 days, which is today. So it's about how you see this particular cost structure. And I think that in our view, the cost structures would come down drastically because we had more number of participants. Today, let's admit, right? Because you have monopolization happening to some extent, there's a premium that all of us are paying for that, right? And therefore, since we only have limited choices, there's a premium that the platform charges for the black box that's sitting out there.
Right.
While yes, we are unbundling it and there are multiple players, and since there are more number of choices at each stage of the value chain, the prices of the transaction are drastically going to come down. So that's the way we look at it.
Yes, that makes sense. Yes. We've got one final question. Sarthak.
Yeah, so the final question for today is from Vamsi. He says, how easy it is for, let's say, for a retail brand which is having its own buyer app to implement ONDC? Do they need a great technical know-how, and will there be any operational hassles for them?
No, not at all. Not at all. So again, so the point is, as it says, let's say a retail brand. So I'm not sure if the question was specific, Vamsi, to buyer app or seller app. Okay. So I'm assuming if you're a retail brand, you're more specifically talking about the seller app, if I'm not mistaken, or if you can just maybe write on the chat what you exactly meant. So let's take an example of if I'm and I'll address both parts of it irrespective, right? if I'm a retail brand and if I want to come on the network as a seller, right? Now there are two options that I have of how do I come on the network. One is I come through existing marketplace, right? And that marketplace could be a small, very seller-specific marketplace, or it could be a large marketplace which already exists in the country, right? The beauty of it is now I have a choice to come through smaller marketplaces also, because my visibility is same irrespective of I come through a big player or a small player now. The second is I can use some of the SaaS providers which are there available today. Now again, namesake, think of Shopify, right? If tomorrow Shopify is ONDC enabled, which means that I can onboard the network using Shopify as the seller platform and be discoverable across the network, right? So I could use a lot of SaaS offerings which we are working with right now. There are tons of SaaS companies who are building solutions on both the seller side and the buyer side to say we will enable millions of merchants to come online because that this is a wonderful offering because overnight they get access to a huge base of customers out there. Companies which are into accounting services, we're talking to companies which are in which have SaaS software for say accounting. They're saying I anyway enable inventory management and accounting for my sellers with a storefront. I can now get them onto the network, right? So that's how this network works. Again, from a integration perspective, I think what we have seen in the recent past is it typically takes a 3 to 4 weeks of integration for any company to be on the network. So that's the sort of effort that typically goes in. Obviously, it could vary from case to case, but that's the typical trend that we have seen 3 to 4 weeks of integration effort.
Right. Thanks a lot, sir, for
I
that.
would take one more question, which is a very important question out there I see, which is saying, how does ONDC solve the logistics services for retailers? Great. So I think this is an important thing to understand. The way you have sellers providing their services, what we have also enabled is logistics providers providing their services on the network, right? Which basically means I might be tomorrow a Dunzo or a delivery or a Blue Dart. I can even provide my services, right? Now, what happens in this case is if a seller does not have their own delivery tie-ups, they can demand on a real-time basis the services of a logistics player on the network to fulfill that order. And that's the advantage to the small merchant, that I do not have a tie-up with DHL. I do not have a tie-up with delivery. However, even a small Kriana guy can still leverage the service of the network and take the help of a logistics partner on the network. So what happens is, in that case, you have two transactions happening. It's a cascaded transaction where the buyer buys the product, the retailer buys the product, the services of a logistics player on the network in the same transaction, right? So that's how the fulfillment happens. So I, as Vibhor, I buy maybe a mouse, right? And the mouse seller in this case would immediately place an order on the logistics, say delivery, to fulfill the service and deliver this mouse from his or her warehouse to my house. So that's the fun part of it, right? So even if you don't have existing integrations or alliances with logistics, you can still get those services on the network. Till such time there is a buyer and a seller of goods or services, you can transact anything on this network, obviously, which is legally allowed to be transacted.
Right. Obviously,
Right.
that sounds great.
Yeah, sir. Thank you for the answering all those questions. It was a very interesting and engaging conversation, sir. It's evident from the quality and quantity of questions we received in the chat. And thank you for your insights. And we've learned a lot in the session about ONDC, and we're looking forward to using it in the future.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure being out here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And this brings us to the end of the India Portfolio Summit. The past 2 days have seen 14 sessions of various types with over 37 speakers chronicling each of the three eras of the evolution of the startup ecosystem: inception, ignition, and inflection. For the first time, the journey of India's startup ecosystem has been chronicled, narrating the crests and troughs of its voyage. Right from the days of the license Raj through the IT revolution and the great changes of liberalization to the days of the IT revolution to India's first unicorn and to the present day revolutions of Geo, UPI, and ONDC, the summit had it all.
Fireside chats with industry stalwarts like Mr. Piyush Shah, co-founder of India's first unicorn InMobi, and Mr. Ajit Balakrishnan, the founder and CEO of Zepto, have given our audience vast amounts of learning and knowledge. Panel discussions like the Fintech panel, with startups such as Cashy, Rupee, Grow, Capital Float, and a creators panel, which offered us unprecedented conversations between dominant figures in the ecosystem, gave us a fresh perspective on each of their topics. The congregation of the pioneers of our startup ecosystem has fostered an environment for learning, inspiration, and hope for an even brighter tomorrow. It is our hope that these pioneers' words have helped spark the fire in the country's future pioneers sitting right there in our audience today.
Each session dove deep into its topic and the nuances of the time where it was at the forefront of the ecosystem and the eyes of the nation. Thus, individually, these sessions stand as deep pools of learning and insights from the biggest names in the industry. They are value adding to both aspiring entrepreneurs and seasoned veterans of the ecosystem. However, together these sessions tell a story of a nation built on hard work, sweat, dreams, and passion. The story of a nation which battled its way from having a quarter of the world's income before the British Raj to a mere 3.6% when she gained independence. 75 years later, and the same nation stands as the sixth largest economy in the world, projected to rise to number 3 by the year 2030.
Each stakeholder plays its own crucial part in the development of the nation, no matter how small or big. The outcome of the nation's development is a result of the continuous efforts of all stakeholders: the government and its policies, the education system and its output of the workforce, and businesses and their economic outputs. We hope that the India portfolio succeeded in portraying the country's growth over the past 4 decades, and we aspire to come back bigger and stronger next year and continue to amplify the contributions of each and every one of these founders to the nation's growth. As we continue, we aspire to come back with a bigger edition as we continue to strive to amplify the journeys of Indian founders, to serve as a beacon of inspiration for generations to come.
We also hope to be the driving story behind some of these stories in the future through a startup accelerator, Conquest, India's largest student-run startup accelerator. Conquest is an accelerator for early-stage startups run with the aim to help these startups navigate the challenging startup ecosystem and help them develop their businesses. We do this through comprehensive mentoring sessions, networking opportunities, and for the deserving winners, an equity-less cash prize. Over the past 2 years, our winners have received a combined of rupees 60 lakhs in equity-less cash prizes. If you're a founder with an idea, go and register for Conquest 2022 through our website conquest.org.in. On behalf of Team Conquest, thank